The blood drained from Fang Chen's face. They were out of time. Without hesitation, he summoned the 5, Magnet Elemental Mountain. Get behind it now, he roared. If anything in his arsenal could withstand that incoming sword strike, it was the sheer physical durability of this mountain, layered with the dampening power of the 5, Magnet Divine Light. It was their only shot at survival. Screech and ear-splitting metallic whine tore through the air right beside them. Zhong Wuya had arrived. Thankfully, the Phantom Phoenix secured the final soul just in time. Its once radiant feathers now dull as it darted back to them. The space above them warped violently, but Zhong Wuya was already upon them. With a mere flick of his wrist, a lethal beam of sword energy shot forward. The teleportation sequence was too slow. If they jumped now, the blade would dice them into bloody chunks mid-transit. Gritting his teeth, Fang Chen unleashed the 5, Magnet Divine Light, projecting a towering 60-foot barrier of radiant energy. The sheer pressure of the clash dropped everyone to their knees, stripping away their strength. The terrifying sword strike ripped right through the radiant barrier, losing a mere fraction of its devastating power. The remaining energy slammed mercilessly into the 5, Magnet Elemental Mountain. Screech, a harsh, grinding wail echoed as the blade actually sliced into the unyielding rock. The strike didn't punch all the way through, but the kinetic force behind it sent the massive mountain hurtling straight toward the trio. With that kind of momentum, even a glancing blow would crush their bones to powder. In that split second, Fang Chen ignited his void, flow fire energy, grabbed the others, and hurled them into the distorted spatial rift. Whoosh, they vanished into the portal, mere milliseconds, before the mountain could pulverize them. The mountain followed right behind, swallowed by the spatial distortion, which neutralized the residual kinetic impact. As Fang Chen's group materialized on the stone steps, the massive mountain dropped harmlessly to the ground beside them. Fang Chen caught it, drenched in a cold sweat. I was almost crushed to death by my own magical artifact. There was no time to inspect the damage. He immediately ushered the group into the portal of the final stairwell. Zhong Wuya was hot on their heels. At the absolute peak of the stairway, suspended in the azure void, Feng Zini sat cross-legged upon the clouds. A divine halo rested behind him, pulsing with a gentle, golden glow. Suddenly, his ancient eyes snapped open, flashing with a razor-sharp glint. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, he retrieved a brass compass from his robes, but its needle remained dead still. It was a specialized magical artifact designed to track the void, flow lightning energy. Was I mistaken? He murmured, or could that have been a different variant entirely? Feng Zini gazed down at the endless flight of stairs beneath him, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. All 10,000 of them. When Fang Chen laid eyes on the ruined city ahead, a crushing wave of despair washed over him. A full 100 blood, red demonic beasts, every single one radiating the foul energy of a corrupted Nascent Soul Realm, were tearing the place apart. He didn't have the energy left to activate the 9 Phoenix Crown hairpin again. Worse still, Zhong Wuya wasn't backing down. An oppressive aura of sword energy was already bleeding into this new dimension. But to Fang Chen's bewilderment, the lethal presence suddenly veered off, seemingly distracted by a different target. Yu Qiuan blinked in surprise. I think I just saw Feng Yuanzong from the Great Yin sect. You don't think? The sword went after him instead. That creep is always hauling an army of yin corpses around. Any way you slice it, his aura is way more evil than yours, junior brother Feng. Fang Chen let out a long breath. Well then, I suppose senior brother Feng can take one for the team. Let's wipe out these blood-red monstrosities while he's busy. Yunxia Fizi joined the fray, acting as the ultimate bait to herd the beasts rather than attacking them directly. Fang Chen and Yu Qiuan went all out, slaughtering everything in their path. Within minutes, the horde of over 100 demonic beasts had been whittled down to a mere 50. At this rate, they actually had a solid chance of clearing the zone and escaping. But their luck ran out. A dark, necrotic cloud materialized on the horizon, hurtling straight toward their position. Every few seconds, a yin corpse was violently chucked out of the cloud, hurled backward as a frantic diversion. Only for a ruthless flash of sword energy to dice the undead meat into perfectly symmetrical cubes. Yu Qiuan cursed. Son of a bitch. Feng Yuanzong is leading him right to us. From within the necrotic cloud, Feng Yuanzong's furious voice boomed. You bastards brought Zhong Wuya into this trial. You can have him back. And honestly, it was hard to blame the guy for being pissed. He had been systematically farming his own blood, red beasts, absolutely convinced he was about to snatch first place. Instead, Zhong Wuya had crashed his party, bypassing everyone else to hunt him down. With no way out, he unleashed wave after wave of undead thralls to draw Jiang Wuya's fire. He had barely managed to cling to life, but his army of corpses had been decimated in the process. Most devastating of all, Jiang Wuya had hacked apart his 3 prized nascent soul puppets. These were the crown jewels of the great Yin sect, secretly entrusted to him by the sect master before he set foot on the ancient path to heaven. Those 3 nascent soul thralls were the only reason he had been able to dominate the competition so far. Then Jiang Wuya had blindsided him, leaving his puppets in ruins and his plans in tatters. The trial was clear fail to slaughter every last scarlet beast, and the climb would never end. Driven by pure spite, he refused to let Fang Chen's group succeed, risking his own life to lure Jiang Wuya straight toward them. Whiz, a terrifying streak of residual sword light suddenly tore through the dark clouds. In a panic, Feng Yuanzong threw out several late-stage golden core thralls just to absorb the impact. A shroud of dark energy flared around him as a protective barrier, barely managing to deflect yet another strike. Even then, the force nearly killed him, sending him spiraling out of the sky and crashing into the dirt. And that was just the shockwave. If a direct hit ever landed, no one could survive. Then the real nightmare began. Jiang Wuya was closing in. A figure clad in moon, pale robes, a sword casket strapped to his back, tore through the air like a bolt of lightning. 1 second he was a speck, on the horizon the next, he had cleared miles of distance. Fang Chen felt a cold jolt of pure instinctual terror. He looked at the 50 scarlet beasts still charging them and gritted his teeth. "Hold me up," he rasped to the girls. He pulled out the judgment pen, a flicker of genuine fear crossing his face. Even now, the memory of the last time he'd used this weapon made his blood run cold. But there was no other choice. He raised the pen and began to write. Sensing the surge of energy, the judgment pen took over, moving with a mind of its own. It greedily drained Fang Chen's strength, carving out the character for Deathstroke by agonizing stroke. First his spiritual energy, then his physical stamina, followed by his void, stream lightning, and fire essences. Every scrap of power he possessed was being siphoned away into the ink. Fang Chen slumped over, so drained he couldn't even manage a whisper. As the pen finally dropped, the character for death remained incomplete, missing just the final, sharp flick of the brush. This was despite Fang Chen's physical body having reached the peak of the Nascent Soul Realm, outclassing even a demon emperor. Even with all that power, he still couldn't finish the word. Still, it would have to be enough. Lady Yunxia steadied Fang Chen's hand, guiding the pen to launch the death character forward. The character expanded instantly, ballooning into a massive shroud of doom that swept through the charging beasts. What happened next left the 2 women frozen in shock. The moment the death shroud touched them, those scarlet beasts, monsters with the power of nascent soul cultivators, turned pitch black and literally detonated. Rotting organs and brittle, blackened bones sprayed everywhere, as if the creatures had been dead and decaying for a month. Yu Qiuan watched the explosions in stunned silence. She looked at the pen in Fang Chen's hand, a deep, primal fear taking root in her heart. That pen. Some of the beasts realized the danger and tried to flee, but they couldn't outrun the encroaching shadow of death. It swallowed them whole, reducing them to nothing but piles of foul, putrid meat. With the beasts dead, the space above them warped, ready to transport the trio. Fang Chen struggled to pull the pen back. He noticed the crimson ink on the tip had faded significantly. The judgment pen's power was clearly being exhausted. But there was no time to worry about that now. The 3 of them vanished into the spatial rift, leaving the battlefield behind. Feng Yuanzong was left standing entirely alone. "Wait, don't leave me." Feng Yuanzong spiraled into a panic. "I'm still here." With them gone, Jiang Wuya's lethal gaze was fixed solely on him. Whoosh! The group narrowly escaped death, finally appearing at the top of the 10,000-step climb. Consort Yunxia and Yu Qiuan rushed to support Fang Chen, helping him off the stairs and onto the vast plateau above. The ground here was forged entirely of ancient bronze. The surface was a wasteland of scars, pitted with sword gashes, blade marks, hammer craters, and even massive, unrecognizable claw prints. At the far end of the bronze field, a towering alchemy furnace stood tall, belching clouds of iridescent, colored mist. Eerie corpses stood like frozen sentinels around the furnace. Their skin was etched with cryptic characters that looked like cultivation methods. Beneath the furnace, a throne hovered just above the ground, with a shadowy figure seated upon it. This had to be the fallen soul formation expert of taking province that Master Qian had mentioned. Fang Chen stared intently at the figure, a glimmer of desperate hope rising in his eyes. Does a way to defy death and return to life truly exist in this world? Help me over there, Fang Chen urged, his voice thick with emotion. Shaking off their shock, Consort Yunxia and Yu Qiuan helped Fang Chen deeper into the bronze wasteland. After 100 paces, a blood-red barrier of light blocked their path. Beyond that curtain lay the secret to resurrection. The two women reached out to touch it. Yu Qiuan's hand passed through easily, but Consort Yunxia was blocked. It was clear since Yunxia hadn't participated in the hunt, she lacked the blood-red pillar of light required to enter. Yunxia, wait for me here. Leaning on Yu Qiuan, Fang Chen stepped toward the crimson barrier. They were so focused they didn't notice an elderly figure appearing silently behind them. He was tall, his black cloak fluttering in the wind. With hands tucked behind his back, a divine halo of soft golden light hovered behind his head, radiating a quiet power. Which sect are you from? The sudden voice made them jump out of their skins. The three spun around in unison. Seeing an old man appear out of thin air was shocking enough. This area was supposed to be restricted to disciples only, and this man definitely didn't look like any mere disciple. But when they saw the golden halo behind his head, their minds went completely numb. The soul formation realm. That divine halo was the unmistakable mark of a soul formation powerhouse. None of them dared to be disrespectful. Even Fang Chen, supported by the two women, bowed deeply. Greetings, Venerable One. Fang Chen's heart hammered against his ribs. He never expected to meet a soul formation powerhouse of Taking Province like this. He wondered which sect this titan belonged to. Yu Qiuan bowed quickly. Yu Qiuan of the Horizon Pavilion greets Venerable Zinni. She had known a powerhouse was waiting here. This man with the divine halo had to be him. Consort Yunxia followed suit. Yunxia of the mainland's demon race greets the Venerable One. Fang Chen added. Fang Chen of the mainland's heavenly secret pavilion greets the Venerable One. Fang Zinni's gaze swept over Yunxia and Fang Chen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He hadn't expected that the first ones to conquer the ancient path to heaven wouldn't be Taikang's own elite, but juniors from the mainland. But clearly, that wasn't what he cared about. Keeping his hands behind his back, he pulled out a compass and asked calmly, which of you has mastered the Voidstream Thunder Force? Yu Qiuan looked at him blankly, having no idea what he meant. But Consort Yunxia's mind immediately went to Fang Chen. Back under the 5 magnetic divine light, all powers had been suppressed, except for that specific lightning energy Fang Chen had used. Was that the Voidstream Thunder Force? But she didn't get the feeling this man had good intentions toward whoever held that power. Her face remained a mask, her eyes showing nothing as she gave a slight shake of her head. Meanwhile, Fang Chen's mind was reeling from the shock. Zyphage, you had mentioned a massive bounty, a rare elixir to break through to the Nascent Soul Realm, offered by a soul formation giant for anyone who knew the Voidstream Thunder Force, and that giant was the man standing right in front of him. Fang Chen had been through hell and back. Even though his mind was reeling, his face remained a mask of calm. He even forced his heart rate to stay perfectly steady. He hadn't forgotten his encounter with the Pavilion Lord of the First-Class Pavilion. Back then, a mere flutter of his heartbeat had been enough to alert a Nascent Soul Realm expert. Facing a soul formation venerable was a whole different beast. Not a single microscopic slip-up would escape this man's eyes. Deny it all you want, I'll simply see for myself. The old man shifted his gaze to Yu Qiuan. His eyes were flat, yet they carried a heavy, aggressive aura. Yu Qiuan grimaced in pain as the sheer pressure forced the spiritual energy right out of her body. At the same time, her formless divination talent physically manifested into several copper divination coins hovering above her head. Peak 9th level of the Golden Core Realm, divination talent, no void, flow lightning energy. Fang Chen was internally horrified. Was this the power of the soul formation realm? A single glance was enough to strip bare someone's deepest secrets. Venerable Zin Nai then turned his oppressive stare to Consort Yunxia. Consort Yunxia let out a pained groan. Demonic energy flared out of her as 9 foxtails burst from her back, entirely out of her control. The breathtaking phantom of a silver fox materialized in the air above her. A flicker of surprise crossed Venerable Zin Nai's face. The heavenly fox bloodline, a pity it's so diluted. If it were purer, I'd consider dragging you back as a tribute to the young emperor. His gaze drifted away, finally locking onto Fang Chen. Now, let's see what you're hiding. A nobody from the mainland who crushed the geniuses of the 3 divine sects and 7 great cults. You're incredibly suspicious, boy. A raging hurricane of panic ripped through Fang Chen's mind, but outwardly, he didn't even flinch. Please go ahead, Senior. Venerable Xin Nai wasn't about to drop his guard just because Fang Chen acted tough. The Venerable's suffocating gaze landed directly on him. Fang Chen instantly felt like a mountain had been dropped on his shoulders. Agony flared through his veins as his internal energy instinctively surged up to fight off the crushing pressure. But he had just used the executioner's brush. Every last drop of his energy had been drained dry. There was absolutely nothing left to force out. The sheer weight of the glare drove him straight into the dirt. Venerable Xin Nai frowned. Why is your body completely empty? Fang Chen forced a pained expression and cupped his fists. Reporting to Senior, we were ruthlessly hunted down. Both my spiritual energy and physical stamina are completely overdrawn. If you'll allow me a moment to recover, you can inspect me all you want. Of course, if Senior is impatient, tossing me a medicinal pill for a quick recovery works too. Venerable Xin Nai replied dismissively, go rest on the side. He hadn't even been sure if his senses had played a trick on him in the first place. This was just a routine check. There was no way he was going to waste a precious medicinal pill on a nameless disciple with zero backing. That would be throwing away a treasure without gaining a single favor in return. Fang Chen felt like he'd just dodged a massive bullet. He silently thanked his lucky stars that using the executioner's brush had completely wiped out his void, flow lightning, and fire energies. Otherwise, he would have been dead to rights. Then, Senior, could we head inside first? We fought hard to arrive first. It'd be a shame to waste our head start. Venerable Xin Nai gave Fang Chen a look, hesitating slightly before saying with clear reluctance. This Venerable publicly promised to take the first person to climb the ancient heavenly path as a disciple. Are you willing to take me as your master? In truth, he had fully intended to take one of the elites from the 3 divine sects, or 7 great cults. Those disciples were meticulously groomed by their sects, top tier in every way, and wouldn't require him to babysit them from scratch. More importantly, taking a divine sect's disciple would naturally forge a strong alliance with that sect. Mobilizing their forces to hunt for the void, flow lightning cultivator, would be an absolute breeze. But against all odds, the first to arrive was a disciple from some backwater sect on the mainland. Not only would he have to groom the kid from the ground up, but the boy's weak sect offered absolutely no strategic value. Unfortunately, he had boasted about this in front of the entire Great Kang province. He couldn't just back out now. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Becoming Venerable Xin Nai's disciple might be fine for a day or two, but over time, the old man was guaranteed to discover the anomalies in his body. Once that happened, the master-disciple bond wouldn't protect him for a second. He'd have his soul pulverized on the spot. But a flat rejection would offend the man. After churning through his options, he could only offer a tactful excuse. I am deeply honored by Venerable Xin Nai's favor. However, this junior is already an official disciple of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. If I were to jump ship and join you, wouldn't I be guilty of betraying my master and disgracing my sect? Having a traitorous disciple by your side would only tarnish your flawless reputation, Senior. Hearing this, Venerable Xin Nai was secretly thrilled. He'd been worried the kid would eagerly accept. After all, being taken in by a Venerable was something countless Nascent Soul Realm experts would kill for. Who in their right mind would refuse? He naturally went with the flow. Very well. Since you already have a master, I won't force the issue. Let's pretend this conversation never happened. Suddenly, his gaze shifted toward the depths of the blood, red light barrier. His eyes narrowed. He had almost forgotten the second reason he wanted to recruit the first. Place winner of the ancient heavenly path, he needed an item inside. It was a treasure even the young emperor was hunting for. If he failed to find the void, flow lightning cultivator, retrieving that item would be his only way to save his own neck. But if he didn't take Fang Chen as his disciple, on what grounds could he demand the boy hand the item over? Extortion, a sneak attack to rob him. This wasn't the heavenly province, after all. His every move was being watched by the 2 resident venerables and the bodhisattva. It was best to exercise some restraint. Pivoting smoothly, he said, never mind. Since I made a public promise, I cannot go back on my word. Considering you already have a master, I will accept you as an honorary disciple. You can stay in your heavenly secret pavilion. We will simply maintain the title of master and disciple in name only. Whenever you grow tired of it, or if I find you lacking, we can sever the tie with a single word. Fang Chen's mind raced. It was painfully obvious that Venerable Xin Nai hadn't wanted to take him in either. Why the sudden change of heart? Still, an honorary disciple didn't have to follow the Venerable around. Having this master or not made little difference to his daily life. It meant he didn't have to worry about his void, flow lightning energy being exposed, and in a pinch. He could even use the title of Venerable's disciple to bluff his way out of trouble. Furthermore, he highly doubted the old man would accept a second refusal. Weighing the pros and cons, he realized the benefits heavily outweighed the risks. Cupping his fists, he smoothly replied, "Disciple Fang Chen greets Master Xin Nai." Fang Xin Nai nodded with a smile. "Good disciple, no need for formalities." He paused, then casually pulled a vial of spiritual liquid from his sleeve. "Take this to break through to the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm. Consider it a small welcoming gift from your master." That was it. A mighty venerable giving out scraps like this. It wasn't even worth the spirit meat Fang Chen usually handed out. An honorary disciple was exactly that, honorary. He shouldn't have expected any real, tangible benefits. Don't turn your nose up at it. Once you help your master retrieve the Ancient Desolation Token, I'll naturally reward you with something much better, Venerable Xin Nai added, likely realizing how incredibly cheap he looked. Fang Chen's eyes gleamed with realization. "I knew it," he thought. "This old fox only took me in because he's scheming to use me." He cupped his hands in respect. "Master, what exactly is the Ancient Desolation Token?" Venerable Heartbane pointed toward the shadowy figure on the throne. "You took first place in the Linlang hunt. Walk up to him, and he will hand you a token. That is the Ancient Desolation Token." The implication was loud and clear. Venerable Heartbane was eyeing Fang Chen's championship reward. Fang Chen scoffed inwardly. "He really expects to trade a worthless honorary disciple title for my ha. Derned loot. What a scheming bastard." "Of course, master." Fang Chen nodded, keeping his expression perfectly blank. "I need to secure that token first. Something about this ancient path to heaven felt deeply wrong. He had a gut feeling the reward wouldn't be so easy to claim." He paused, adding a touch of hesitation to his voice. "Master, my energy is completely drained. Won't it be dangerous for me to go up there like this?" Venerable Heartbane sneered inwardly, perfectly aware that Fang Chen was using this as an excuse to shake him down for goodies. Still, he would have offered something even without the prompt. Without any spiritual power, Fang Chen probably couldn't even stand upright before that throne. Wincing at the loss, the Venerable pulled out a brilliant, golden, medicinal pill. It radiated an intense wave of spiritual pressure, a genuine Tier 5 elixir. Right now, Fang Chen could only practice alchemy up to Tier 4. Getting his hands on something of this caliber was nearly impossible. Swallow this. Not only will it fully restore your energy, but it will also boost your overall power by 20%. I can see your physical body is at the peak of the first aperture Nascent Soul Realm. Once you take this, your physique should breach the second aperture level. Now, go. Fang Chen's heart raced. A second aperture Nascent Soul physique, and he hadn't even faced his Heavenly Tribulation yet. Once his twin golden cores finally survived the lightning, just how terrifying would his physical strength become? Better yet, his void, current lightning, the fiery energy, and his core spiritual power would all receive a massive boost. Without a second thought, he popped the elixir into his mouth and swallowed. Before the raging energy could even begin to restore him, he bowed. "Your disciple will go ahead." He absolutely could not afford to recover his power in front of Venerable Heartbane. If even a trace of his void, current lightning, leaked out, things would get ugly fast. Fortunately, Venerable Heartbane was too eager to get his hands on the loot to notice. He nodded dismissively. "Don't be nervous. That entity was once a mighty soul formation realm, venerable of the Central Lands. He won't harm a hair on your head." "Once was?" Fang Chen's eyes narrowed in thought. What the hell does that mean? Riddled with suspicion, Fang Chen leaned heavily on Yukiuan as they stepped through the crimson barrier, trudging forward one agonizing step at a time. By the time they reached the throne, the Tier 5 elixir had done its work. 60% of his spiritual power surged back into his meridians. At last, the figure slumped on the throne came into clear view. It was a venerable of the soul formation realm. A dim, dying halo flickered behind his head, and his body reeked of decay, as if his flesh had already begun to rot. The venerable slowly opened his eyes. They were clouded and murky, like the eyes of a dying old man, yet a poorly concealed spark of joy flickered within them. "Congratulations," his raspy voice echoed. "You are the champion of the Linlang hunt. You are entitled to 3 rewards. First, an Ancient Desolation Token. Second, a random elixir from the Heavenly Furnace. And third, you may inherit 1 cultivation method from these fallen corpses." Fang Chen didn't bat an eye at the promised loot. Instead, he stared intensely at the decaying soul formation realm expert. "Senior, he began, his voice tight. May I ask you a question? The Venerable offered a ghastly smile. The rules forbid it. But considering I was once a Venerable of the Central Lands myself, I will make a single exception for you. Fang Chen took a breath. I heard a rumor. I heard that you died and came back to life. Is it true? A heavy silence fell over the rotting Venerable. Finally he let out a long, ragged sigh. Ah, yet another soul seeking the secrets of resurrection. It seems you, too, carry a deep wound in your heart. You have someone you wish to rip back from the grave. Just as I did, all those years ago. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Then, did you succeed, Senior? The Venerable gave him a long, complicated look. Is true resurrection possible in this world? I think you already know the answer, just like I did back then. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, you must let the dead stay dead. The flickering hope in Fang Chen's eyes instantly snuffed out, leaving behind a hollow, desolate gaze. A suffocating wave of helplessness washed over him. The final, fragile thread of his delusion had snapped. Yu Qiuan watched him, realization finally dawning on her. So that was it. Fang Chen had dragged himself through hell for the secret of resurrection. He must have recently lost someone incredibly important to him. A pang of pity struck her heart. To brave such horrifying dangers, only to be hit with an answer like this, it was just too cruel. But Senior, then how did you come back to life? Yu Qiuan voiced the burning question, stepping in for the devastated Fang Chen. I never truly died, the Venerable replied coolly. A single wisp of my soul survived. My master saved me. He forged me a new life and tasked me with overseeing the Linlang hunting grounds. He turned his rotting gaze back to Fang Chen, that disturbing, joyful gleam returning to his cloudy eyes. Now then, hurry up and claim your rewards. The Central Lands never possessed the right to host the Linlang hunting grounds. An ancient demonic entity of the Great Sage level wrought havoc on the realm, causing this sanctuary to manifest here by mistake. Grab your loot before the cosmic balance corrects itself. You will never get an opportunity like this again. Fang Chen forced himself to snap out of his stupor. He swept his gaze over the mountain of elite corpses, overwhelmed by the countless intricate cultivation methods glowing upon them. He didn't even know where to begin. Senior, could you recommend a scroll for me? The decaying Venerable gave a slight nod. With a flick of his wrist, an unassuming ancient corpse levitated from the bloody dirt and floated toward them. This man was a citizen of the Heavenly Court who perished during a past hunt. The cultivation method he practiced was the Emperor's aura divination art. It is a heaven-tier technique. Master this art, and you will be able to pinpoint spiritual mountains and blessed realms with a glance. You can literally siphon the karmic luck of heaven and earth, reach its pinnacle, and you can even hijack the destiny of others to fuel your own rise. It is an incredibly domineering, terrifyingly arcane technique. It practically guarantees your ascension into a mighty cultivator. However, such a method defies the Heavenly Dao. Once you breach the soul formation realm, you will inevitably suffer a catastrophic backlash. Fang Chen froze, completely caught off guard. This Emperor's aura sight technique, it's insanely powerful. As for the backlash after reaching the soul formation realm, I mean, how many people even make it that far? Then the soul formation master added with a sigh of regret. This technique is selective. Not just anyone can cultivate it. You have to be someone uniquely blessed by the world itself. Everyone else will find the path completely barred. Is that so? Fang Chen was skeptical. He refused to believe that his own talent wasn't enough to master this technique. But to his astonishment, as he focused on the technique inscribed on the remains, the characters began to blur, denying him any chance to comprehend them. In all his years of cultivation, this was the first time Fang Chen had ever encountered a technique he couldn't decipher. The Soul Formation Master said regretfully, "It seems this technique is not meant for you." Not ready to give up, Fang Chen asked, "Can I at least make a copy of the technique to take with me?" A technique personally selected by a Soul Formation Master had to be the best one here. Even if he couldn't cultivate it, he could bring it back for Consort Yunxia to try. With a flick of his finger, the Soul Formation Master sent the remains flying toward Fang Chen. "Take it." Fang Chen immediately stored it away. Then he turned his gaze to the cauldron that was puffing out a multicolored mist. "Senior, that cauldron." The Soul Formation Master explained, "It's filled with countless medicinal pills, all of them 5th grade, with even a few 6th grade ones mixed in. But it will only grant you one at random. Its effects are a mystery. It all comes down to your luck. Even though I preside over this place, I have no control over the heavenly cauldron." 6th grade. A tremor of shock ran through Fang Chen. Guided by the Soul Formation Master, he approached the Heavenly Cauldron. Sensing the crimson pillar of light behind him, the inside of the Heavenly Cauldron began to churn with the sound of countless pills rattling within. A moment later, a brilliant crimson medicinal pill shot out and landed before Fang Chen. The Soul Formation Master looked at it and said in surprise, "Not bad luck. That's an elixir for advancing one's cultivation in the Nascent Soul Realm. Its effects are similar to a dragon marrow seed. If your foundation is solid enough, breaking through to the next stage should be easy." With a flick of his finger, the Soul Formation Master sent the remains flying toward Fang Chen. "Take it." Fang Chen immediately stored it away. The Soul Formation Master chuckled. "Dragon marrow seeds vanished from the central plains back when I was still alive, so don't even think about finding more." He paused, then casually conjured a projection of light. "Ah, what the hell? I'll show you what it looks like, just so you know." The light coalesced into a crystal, clear image. It was a tiny, crystalline bean, about the size of a pinky nail. It was completely translucent, glowing like a perfect jade bead. A storm erupted in Fang Chen's mind. That little pouch of beans he had, they were the long, lost dragon marrow seeds. He kept his expression carefully neutral, simply cupping his fists in thanks. "Thank you for the guidance, Senior." The Soul Formation Master shook his head. "No need for thanks." He then turned to Yukiyuan. "Though you weren't first, you successfully made it into the top 3. You also have a chance to receive a medicinal pill." Yukiyuan was overjoyed. She hurried before the Heavenly Cauldron and activated her innate talent for sensing fortune. At the perfect moment, she cast her technique. With a pop, a snow-white rabbit, shimmering with layers of light, shot out of the cauldron and immediately bolted. The Soul Formation Master exclaimed in astonishment, "A 6th grade elixir. Incredible, young lady, your luck is simply off the charts." He raised a hand, and an unseen force captured the white rabbit, trapping it in midair. As he closed his fist, the rabbit transformed into a pure, snow-white pill. An elixir within which you could faintly see the image of a tiny rabbit running. It was an ancestral, awakening pill. If you have a powerful bloodline in your ancestry, consuming this pill gives you a chance to awaken and strengthen its power. Young lady, you've hit the jackpot. This could be enough to completely rewrite your destiny. Overjoyed, Yukiyuan carefully took the pill. "Thank you, Senior." Finally, the Soul Formation Master turned back to Fang Chen, and now, for the most important prize, the Ancient Wilds Token. With this token, at some point in the future, you will have the chance to participate in the hunt of the Ancient Wilds. It is a hunting ground far more vast and magnificent than the Linlang hunting grounds. The prey there is far more dangerous. The weakest are at the Nascent Soul Realm, and you'll even find beings at the Soul Formation Realm. What? Fang Chen couldn't believe his ears. Prey at the Soul Formation Realm. A sharp glint appeared in the Soul Formation Master's eyes. "Listen, kid, you have to seize this opportunity. Normally, we of the Central Plains aren't even qualified to join the Linlang hunt, let alone the hunt of the Ancient Wilds. By some strange twist of fate, this chance has fallen to us. You must remember to make the most of it. Perhaps this is the chance for the Central Plains to change its destiny, and for you to change yours." As he spoke, his excitement reached a fever pitch. It was as if he wanted to snatch Fang Chen's place, seize the opportunity, and change fate himself. Fang Chen didn't fully grasp it, but something even the young emperor couldn't find had to be absolutely priceless. "Understood, Senior." The Soul Formation Venerable brought out a weathered, pale yellow token. The characters for Ancient Desolation were carved onto its face. A faint, rhythmic ticking emanated from within, as if counting down the time. He stroked the token, his eyes brimming with hope. A faint tear glistened in his gaze. "Do you have any idea how thrilled I was to discover the Linlang hunting grounds had appeared in the Middle Continent? The destiny of our entire Middle Continent hinges entirely on this token. Guard it with your life. You must secure first place in the next Ancient Desolation hunt. Our people are counting on you." He rose from the throne and offered Fang Chen a formal bow. It finally dawned on Fang Chen the Ancient Desolation Token carried far more weight than he'd ever imagined. He immediately bowed in return. "I may not understand the full picture yet, but I'll give it everything I have." He accepted the token with both hands. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Venerable Xinnai pacing excitedly behind him, looking like he wanted to smash through the blood-red barrier. A chill ran down Fang Chen's spine. He lowered his voice. "Senior, that soul formation expert behind me is going to try to steal this. What do I do?" The Soul Formation Venerable glanced at Venerable Xinnai and frowned slightly, sighing in resignation. I cannot step outside this blood red barrier. You will have to handle him yourself. Fang Chen thought for a moment. With a sudden idea, he tucked the token into his robes, discreetly pulling out his memory silver sand to forge an exact replica. He then slipped the real Ancient Desolation Token into the Heavenly Lightning Stone. He just hoped the memory silver sand would be enough to fool Venerable Xin Nai's senses. I guess I'll just have to try my luck, Senior. Fang Chen cupped his hands in respect. If push came to shove, he'd just hand the token over and extort some benefits from Venerable Xin Nai. As long as a powerhouse entered the Ancient Desolation hunt and took first place, it didn't necessarily have to be him. The Soul Formation Venerable nodded. Go. I pray you survive this trial. Fang Chen waved at Yu Qiyuan, who was still standing frozen. Senior Sister Yu, time to go. But Yu Qiyuan remained rooted to the spot. Panic flashed across her face. She was completely paralyzed. Her lips trembled as she tried to speak, but she couldn't force her mouth open. Her eyes, however, darted frantically back and forth, desperately trying to warn him. A knot formed in Fang Chen's stomach. Senior, what's wrong with her? Something was wrong. Something was terribly wrong. He had always suspected this Linlang hunt, brought on by the mist swallowing the Taking Great Prefecture, was too good to be true. Seeing Yu Qiyuan looking like she was possessed only cemented his fears. Get off the ancient ascending road, now. Without a second thought, he flashed to her side, hauled her over his shoulder, and activated his cloud shadow technique, sprinting for the edge of the blood red barrier. But the moment he launched himself into the air, a wave of terror hit him. His cultivation was instantly sealed, and he plummeted straight back down. Just like Yu Qiyuan, his body was paralyzed, and his voice stolen. At the same time, an icy, slithering sensation brushed against him from the blood red pillar behind them. Scanning his periphery, he realized a crimson tentacle was hiding inside the pillar. It was as thin as a hairworm, rendering it practically invisible. The reason he and Yu Qiyuan were immobilized was because this hairworm, like thread, had bound them. A mere touch was all it took to sap their strength completely. The Soul Formation Venerable's face drained of color as recognition hit him. The tentacle of an ancient demonic beast, he gasped. Moving faster than words, he flicked his fingers and fired off 2 pitch black lines, or rather, 2 razor-sharp spatial rifts. The 2 black rifts slashed toward the blood red pillar behind Fang Chen and Yu Qiyuan. They were inches away from severing the tentacle. Boom, boom. The bronze earth suddenly shuddered violently. Massive fissures tore through the ground as something beneath hammered upward, trying to break through. Tendrils of dense mist bled through the cracks. The Soul Formation Venerable's pupils shrank. It's the ancient demonic beast. It actually clung to the bottom of the Linlang hunting grounds and followed it into the middle continent. What is it planning? Just as the 2 spatial blades were about to sever the pillar, a dull thud echoed out. The massive, shadowed head of an insect lunged from the mist, using its own skull to block the attack. Clang, clang. The Soul Formation strike hit its head but rang out like clashing metal. Seizing the opening, the invisible thread behind Fang Chen moved with lightning speed, plunging into his robes and snatching a token. Witnessing this, the Soul Formation Venerable roared in fury. You ancient beast, you were after the Ancient Desolation Token all along. No wonder you brought the Linlang hunting ground to the Central Realm. You wanted to slip under the radar and steal the Ancient Desolation Token. The Linlang hunting ground was supposed to manifest in a much higher realm, a place swarming with top-tier experts. In a world like that, an ancient demonic beast wouldn't stand a chance at hiding in the shadows. It piggybacked off the Central Realm's connection to the outside world, bringing the hunting ground here. It was just biding its time, waiting for someone to find the Ancient Desolation Token so it could snatch it away. Drop it! The Soul Formation Venerable roared, launching a devastating attack. The true body of this ancient demonic beast could never cross into the Central Realm. This was merely an avatar, yet it still commanded the terrifying power of the Soul Formation realm. Roar, the demonic avatar let out a guttural bellow as it completely tore its way out from beneath the earth. A monstrous, shadowy worm, thousands of feet long and shrouded in a sinister, swirling mist, reached the surface. Countless tentacles lashed out from its sides, each one tethered directly to a blood-red pillar of light. Those pillars were supposed to track the disciples' hunting scores. Instead, the ancient demonic beast had hijacked them, silently turning every single disciple into its mind-controlled pawn. As the behemoth launched itself into the sky, the disciples, still fighting on the stone steps, froze. Like grotesque marionettes pulled by invisible strings, they were yanked into the air, violently thrashing around as the beast clashed with the soul formation Venerable. Squelch, Fang Chen's heart slammed against his ribs. One by one, the mind-controlled disciples exploded in bursts of gore. The tentacles greedily absorbed their flesh and blood, converting their life force into raw power for the demonic avatar. Panic surged through Fang Chen. He fought desperately, trying every trick in the book to break free from the invisible grip. Then he noticed something. His void lightning and void fire energies were completely unaffected by the beast's control. But Venerable Heart, Sin was standing right there. If Fang Chen revealed his trump cards and somehow survived this monster, he would still fall straight into the old man's lethal hands. What chilled Fang Chen to the bone was that Venerable Heart, Sin didn't give a damn if he lived or died. The old man's eyes were glued to the soul formation, Venerable, and the demonic avatar, obsessed solely with the Ancient Desolation Token. Still, this was for the best. If the old man actually harbored genuine master-disciple affection, things would get agonizingly complicated for Fang Chen down the line. An icy, sickening sensation crawled up his skin. A tentacle was locking onto him. At the literal last second, 2 streaks of white silk shot through the blood-red barrier, tightly wrapping around Fang Chen and Yu Yuan. It was concubine Yunxia. Seizing the moment, while the demonic avatar was distracted, she yanked them out of the bloody light screen. Without missing a beat, she hurled a clay pot of blazing purple flames right at their tethered blood pillars. Whoosh, the hidden tentacles writhed in agony, instantly releasing their grip on the two, and retracting into the behemoth's body. Mobility instantly returned. His heart hammering in his chest, Fang Chen activated his cloud shadow movement technique. He scooped up concubine Yunxia with his left arm, grabbed Yu Yuan's hand with his right, and blitzed thousands of feet away in a single breath. He could have easily covered double that distance, but he purposefully held back to keep Venerable Heart, Sin, from getting suspicious about his void lightning energy. He didn't need to worry. Venerable Heart, Sin's mind was utterly consumed by the Ancient Desolation Token. He didn't even spare Fang Chen a passing glance. Moments later, fueled by the fresh blood essence of the fallen disciples, the demonic avatar was only growing stronger. No matter what devastating attacks the soul formation Venerable threw at it, he couldn't break its defenses. Just then, the sky blackened with thunderheads. A phoenix, wreathed in blinding flames, scorched its way through the clouds and bombed straight into the demonic avatar. In a heartbeat, the colossal worm was engulfed in a raging inferno. Countless tentacles were instantly incinerated to ash. The lucky disciples, who somehow survived the onslaught, scrambled in every direction to flee for their lives. The demonic avatar unleashed a furious, agonizing screech at the clouds before burrowing headfirst back into the bronze earth. The soul formation Venerable's power was tethered to the surface. He had no way to pursue it underground. Damn it, that cunning bastard got away with the Ancient Desolation Token. A woman's cold, crisp voice echoed from the heavy clouds. Senior Ling Zuzi, forget the token. Force it out of the Central Realm now. If that thing stays, absolutely no one in the Taikang continent will be able to stop it. Ling Zuzi glanced upward. My thanks, he replied gruffly. He then shot a venomous glare at Venerable Heart, Sin. I suppose since you aren't from the Taikang continent, you have no problem playing spectator while our brightest elites are butchered. If Venerable Heart, Sin had lifted a single finger, we wouldn't have lost half these kids, but this greedy old bastard only had eyes for the Ancient Desolation Token. He was just waiting for us to wipe each other out, so he could swoop in and steal the prize. You soul formation experts of Taikang, and that Bodhis, better keep a tight leash on him, he's rotten to the core. From the clouds, the woman's icy voice responded, Understood, Senior Ling Zuzi. Ling Zuzi swept his massive hand through the air. The 10,000 stone steps folded in on themselves, forcefully ejecting every surviving living creature from the fractured dimension. In the end, the ancient road to heaven collapsed entirely, merging into a massive triangular structure that mirrored the grand hall of the Immaculate Altar. The survivors watched in sheer terror as the dust settled. Clinging to the bottom of the colossal hall was the 1,000-foot-long mist-shrouded behemoth. With a deafening hum, the great hall powered up, tearing a rift through the void and dragging the ancient monster away with it. Up in the clouds, the mysterious woman flicked her wrist. A grotesque mountain of mangled corpses and severed limbs was telekinetically dumped right at Venerable Heart, Sin's feet. Out of the 200 elite disciples who had braved the ancient road to heaven, over 80 were dead. The casualties included powerful Nascent Soul Realm prodigies from the 3 divine sects and the 7 great teachings. It was an absolute massacre. Venerable Heart, Sin, you may not be from the Taikang continent, but you still hail from the Central Realm, do you not? How could you just stand by and watch them get slaughtered by an otherworldly monstrosity? Her voice dripped with pure disgust. Had she not arrived exactly when she did, every single one of them would have been wiped out. Venerable heart, Sin barely blinked. I don't owe you people a damn thing. I had no obligation to save them. Without another word of explanation, and without casting a single glance at the mountain of butchered teens, he turned his back and walked away. Two piercing, furious glares shot through the storm clouds, heavy enough to carry physical weight. Suddenly, a violently muffled boom echoed from the spatial tier where the Linlang hunting ground had vanished. Massive tentacles burst through the rift, desperately trying to pry the collapsing void back open, but the spatial pressure was too absolute. The rift snapped shut, cleanly slicing the writhing limbs in half. From the other side of the severed dimension, the muffled, apocalyptic roar of the demonic avatar shook the very fabric of space. It had finally realized it had been played. The prize it had fought so bitterly to steal wasn't the Ancient Desolation Token at all. It was just a handful of memory silver. It had schemed for ages, only to get completely outplayed by a puny human in the end, who wouldn't lose their mind in sheer, uncontrollable rage. From high within the clouds, the woman watched in silence as the ancient monster's avatar spent a full half-hour slamming fruitlessly against the void before finally roaring in frustration and storming off. She couldn't help but wonder who on earth could have pushed a creature like that to such a breaking point. Meanwhile, Fang Chen had escorted Yu Yuan to a spot a few hundred miles away from the Great Stone Steps. Senior Sister Yu, I'll leave you here. Things are likely a mess back at the steps, with all the powerhouses from the various sects frantically checking on their disciples. As an outsider from another domain, he knew it was better to stay out of sight. Yu Yuan understood his caution perfectly. She gave a deep, respectful bow. Thank you, junior brother Fang, and thank you, sister. Both of you saved my life. Without a hint of hesitation, she pulled out the rank 6 Ancestor, Eterning Pill, and offered it to Consort Yunxia. Sister, please take this. I hope it helps you refine and strengthen your Sky Fox bloodline. She had overheard the conversation with Venerable Heart, Blight, earlier, and knew how much this meant. Yunxia tried to decline. This elixir is far too precious. I can't accept it. You should keep it for yourself or sell it to someone who needs it. Yu Yuan shook her head firmly. If I don't repay you for saving my life, it will weigh on my soul forever. Yunxia looked to Fang Chen, conflicted. After a moment's thought, he nodded. Go ahead and take it. Fang Chen then produced the rank 5 spirit pill and handed it to Yu Yuan. Courtesy demands a return gift. It may not be as rare as an Ancestor Eterning Pill, but I believe it's exactly what you need right now. If your master, Lord Kiyan, grants you the opportunity for tribulation, keep this pill and use it once you've reached the Nascent Soul Realm. But if he plans to give that chance to someone else, use this pill to bargain for it instead. Yu Yuan was overjoyed. While the Ancestor Pill was valuable, it might not have secured her a spot for the tribulation. This rank 5 pill, however, practically guaranteed her that chance. In terms of practical use, it was even better than what she'd given away. She had repaid her debt and secured her future, the perfect outcome. Thank you, junior brother Fang, she chirped, tucking the pill away happily. With her mind at ease, Consort Yunxia accepted the Ancestor, Returning Pill, her eyes shimmering with genuine excitement. If she could truly evolve her Sky Fox bloodline, she could finally keep pace with Fang Chen and become the true partner he needed by his side. Until we meet again, Yu Yuan waved, departing with a light heart. Fang Chen watched her go with a faint smile. I hope life treats you well. Yunxia watched him closely. She realized that after the loss of Ling Shu, Fang Chen had become more sentimental. He cherished the good people in his life more deeply, as if terrified of losing anyone else. She spoke softly. When we reach Taking Province, we should visit her. Kind souls deserve to be treated with kindness. Fang Chen looked at her, moved. This woman always seemed to read his heart, offering comfort like a gentle spring breeze. Yunxia, let me give you a moon mirror, he said. That way, you can reach me whenever you need. He reached into his sky thunderstone to retrieve one, but his expression suddenly froze. One of my moon mirrors, it's gone. He searched again, his face pale. He was supposed to have 2 left, but now there was only 1 remaining inside the stone. He remembered trying to give one to Chen Xiling, but she had refused, fearing the Moon Lord might use it to track down the other fragments. He recalled tucking it into his sleeve back then. He frantically checked his robes, but his pockets were empty. His heart skipped a beat. The moon mirror is definitely missing. He checked again, desperate, but found nothing. It's gone. Had it fallen into one of the 10,000 pocket dimensions along the ancient path, or did it slip out when the ancient beast's avatar tossed him through the air? The ancient path had already vanished. There was no way to go back and search. His face clouded with worry. When Yunxia heard the news, her expression turned grim as well. If it's just lost within the ruins of the ancient path, that's one thing. But if a disciple from another major sect picked it up, we're in serious trouble. They'd be able to eavesdrop on everything our team says, Fang Chen muttered, his eyes narrowing. I can only hope it hasn't been found. If someone does have it, I'll find a way to smoke them out. For now, let's head back to the mainland. I need to spend time with Ling Shu and make my final preparations for the tribulation. Yunxia's eyes brightened. After the brutal struggle on the ancient path, Fang Chen finally had his fire back. She squeezed his arm. Good, everyone is waiting for you. Meanwhile, in a place surrounded by wreckage, a jade fragment glowing with a soft, lunar radiance lay quietly on the ground. Above this spot had been the bronze plateau at the end of the ancient path. A light breeze swept through as someone began carefully gathering the scattered remains from the floor. A hand, as white and smooth as polished jade, reached down and gently picked up the glowing fragment. The mirror's surface reflected the image of a stunning woman. For a fleeting second, a faint, white halo seemed to shimmer behind her head. Back at the entrance to the ancient path, the sect master of the Great Yin sect was fuming. Who the hell is candidate 888? My disciple was seconds away from taking the top spot. Before this, nobody jumped him. The hall master of the Wanji Saint Palace looked equally grim. He scanned the other sect leaders. Which one of you does this disciple belong to? Just admit it already. There's no shame in hiding a secret, Ace. My palace admits defeat, but I at least want to know what kind of monster we lost to jump from outside the top 20 to first place in just a few hours. That level of power is insane. The leaders of the various great sects all shook their heads. Don't look at me. This person's strength is likely at the Nascent Soul Realm, and probably stronger than your average Earl stage expert at that. Our pavilion couldn't produce someone like that if we tried. Not one of ours either. If Sanking Mountain had a disciple like that, we would have been bragging about it months ago. They went through every major sect and well-known organization, but no one could identify the mysterious top ranker. Lord Chen Jing found it hard to believe. Did a nascent soul expert really find a way to sneak in? He looked back at the rankings and noticed a pattern, pointing to the second place name. Lord Qian, didn't you say candidate 22 was your disciple, Yu Yuan? Her rank shot up at the exact same pace as this number 888. It's highly likely she was being carried by him. Come on, Tianya, High Pavilion. Stop hiding your genius. Inwardly, he was shaken to display nascent soul, level power while still in the Golden Core realm. Even he hadn't possessed that kind of raw talent in his youth. He couldn't begin to imagine how such a disciple had been trained. The lords of the Grand Yin sect, the Myriad Tribulation Sanctum, and Three Pures Mountain all crowded around the master of the Horizon Ocean Pavilion. You've been holding out on us, haven't you? To think you had a disciple like that and kept it a secret from everyone. Bring him out, we're not going to bite. What's with all the secrecy? Afraid the Dharma Seal Guardians will poach him. The master of the Horizon Ocean Pavilion could only manage a wry smile. You've got it all wrong. He's not one of ours, I swear. He turned to the contemplative Reverend Seven Melodies. Seven Melodies, Qiyuan is your disciple. Why don't you explain what's happening? Dozens of intimidating glares zeroed in on him. These were all titans who had opened 6 or 7 of their spiritual apertures. Even Reverend Seven Melodies couldn't help but tense up under the scrutiny. He was completely on the spot. I think I know who it is, he stammered, but I can't be certain. I dare not make any claims until my apprentice returns. He had a strong suspicion it was Fang Chen. He'd witnessed Fang Chen's power firsthand, and had even asked the boy to look after his apprentice. But the raw power number 888 had displayed. It was on a whole other level, far beyond what he'd seen from Fang Chen at the White Horse Temple. It was enough to make him doubt his own judgment. Just then, Yu Qian skipped back, her face beaming. Master, I'm back. Whoa, what's with the crowd? Her cheerful demeanor vanished the moment she saw her master and the pavilion lord surrounded by dozens of other sect leaders. A knot of dread formed in her stomach. In an instant, every single pair of eyes in the crowd snapped to her. She flinched like a startled lamb, shrinking back. Esteemed seniors, she stammered, did this junior do something wrong? The master of the Horizon Ocean Pavilion strode forward, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked her over. Yu Qian, I ask you now, did someone escort you all the way to the end of the heaven, ascending ancient path? How could she dare lie to her own pavilion master? She answered honestly, reporting to the pavilion master, yes. He took me all the way to the end. I met the Soul Formation Realm Senior, and I was even rewarded with a medicinal pill. She got a reward and a pill from the Sky Furnace, no less, that had to be at least a 5th grade elixir. If she got an elixir, then what did number 8? 188 walk away with? The Grandian Sect Master's eyes burned with a covetous light. Yukiuan, you will tell me now which of the great divine sects does this disciple belong to. Their interest in the winner wasn't just idle curiosity. They cared about the treasures he'd won, and more importantly, whether or not he had been accepted as a disciple by the Venerable Heart, Devil. Yukiuan's mind raced to Feng Yuanzong of the Grandian Sect. He had seen them reach the summit with his own eyes. There was no hiding it. It was better to just tell the truth, and in doing so, perhaps preemptively diffuse the danger for Fang Chen. He's not from our Grand Kang province. The statement landed like a thunderclap, sending a wave of shock through the entire crowd. Not from one of the 3 divine sects or the 7 great houses, not even from a major sect at all. An outsider from beyond the Grand Kang province. Reverend Dustmirror shook his head and chuckled. Are you sure he didn't just invent an identity to fool you? A prodigy of his caliber, if he's not from Grand Kang, where could he be from? The mainland. His smile froze on his face. Because this time, there was someone from the mainland, that junior from the Azure Cloud sect, Fang Chen. Could it be him? Impossible, for a backwater place like the Azure Cloud sect to produce a true prodigy like Nangong Lian was a once-seen, a century miracle. How could they possibly have another one who's even stronger? Yu Qiwen blinked, but he is from the mainland. His name is Fang Chen, a disciple of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Reverend Dustmirror, you let him pass yourself. You must remember him, right? Reverend Dustmirror, are you all right? She asked with a confused look. The man had frozen in place, his eyes wide and vacant, as if he just heard the most impossible thing in the world. After a moment of stunned silence, the masters of the great divine sects and the other houses erupted in a chorus of disbelief. A disciple from the mainland's Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, did I hear that right? That washed-up little sect with only a single, aperture, nascent soul master to its name. Their disciple beat the peerless geniuses we poured all our resources into and took first place. It was a bitter pill to swallow, a result they simply couldn't accept. The Grandian Sect Master's eyes narrowed, his voice low and calculating. So what did he get up there? Yu Qiuan knew exactly what they were after. In response to the esteemed senior, she said carefully, Fang Chen received a medicinal pill, a cultivation method, and the all-important Ancient Wasteland Token. But a ferocious beast at the Soul Formation Realm snatched it all away. Snatched away. The Grandian Sect Master's voice was heavy with suspicion. He didn't believe a word of it. What kind of pill? What cultivation method? And was the token really gone? He would have to see for himself. A flicker of understanding passed between several of the other sect masters. There was no way they were letting some backwater junior from the mainland walk away with treasures of that magnitude. Absolutely not. But they didn't move on Fang Chen just yet. There was one more thing they had to be sure of. The Grandian Sect Master's voice became deceptively gentle. And tell me, did the Venerable Heart, Devil, make an appearance? Yu Qiuan smiled inwardly. This was the card she'd been waiting to play. Her expression turned solemn. To answer the senior, yes. The Venerable Heart, Devil, has accepted Fang Chen as a nominal disciple and even gifted him with precious elixirs. A jolt went through the Grandian Sect Master and the other leaders. The Venerable Heart, Devil, had actually taken him as a disciple, even as a nominal one that still established a formal connection. The gifts meant he wasn't someone the Venerable Master took lightly. Suddenly, they all had second thoughts. Making a move on him now was far too risky. Soon enough, they had no time to dwell on it. As their own disciples began to straggle back, bloodied and broken, news of the massacre on the path spread like wildfire, throwing everything into chaos. 10 days later, on the mainland, under a vast azure sky dotted with clouds like fresh snow, an endless grassland stretched to the horizon. Fang Chen knelt before a solitary grave. He set down the head of the firmament fiend Emperor. Ling Shu, he whispered, I'm home. His fingers traced the name Ling Shu carved into the gravestone, and his mind drifted back to the day he had buried her himself. The sky had been the same brilliant blue, the wind just as soft. It all felt like it had happened only yesterday. He sank down beside the grave, leaning his back against the cool stone as if he were leaning against her. Ling Shu, I'm here to stay with you now, but you can't brew me tea anymore. You can't read your books or hold my hand or tend to the horses and sheep. All we can do is watch the sun rise and set together and see the clouds drift by. I can only be with you in my dreams, with the moon as our guide, until the morning light wakes me alone. Your dream? I was only able to fulfill half of it. Tears welled in consort Rosicloud's eyes. She turned and departed in silence, leaving him to his grief. Several days later, she returned to the Fiend Emperor's court to find the various clans under the command of the Hartense, leaving Fiend Emperor, already beginning their orderly migration to the north. The Sky Demon Emperor had originally exiled the demon tribes from the warm, lush, and resource-rich north to these bitter, freezing wastelands. It was a calculated move, starve them of resources, and you control them completely. Now, the slave, Heart Demon Emperor, was ready to right that wrong, and lead her people back to their rightful home in the north. It wouldn't be long before the long, dormant northern lands pulsed with life once again. Sister Yunxia, where is the master? Sensing consort Yunxia's return, the slave, Heart Demon Emperor, appeared in a blur of motion. He's fulfilling an unkept promise, consort Yunxia replied softly. He left orders for the demon tribes to detour around that area during the migration. They are not to be disturbed. The demon emperor's eyes dimmed. She gave a tearful, silent nod. Consort Yunxia glanced around. Where is the heavened, devouring Tiger King? The slave, Heart Demon Emperor's gaze turned razor, sharp. The former emperor might have given the order, but that tiger was the executioner. His paws were just as bloody. Still on the run, the bounty is active. Consort Yunxia frowned in thought. He actually slipped away with that many experts present. How did no one track his movements? The demon emperor shook her head. His escape was bizarre. I interrogated everyone there. Not a single soul saw when or how he slipped out. He practically vanished into thin air. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion has already mobilized the 9 sects to hunt him down. The moment we get a location, I'll rip him apart myself. Consort Yunxia gazed quietly toward the north. While you're at it, send word to the pavilion and across the 4 seas, she murmured. 1 month from now, in the northern lands, Fang Chen will face his heavenly tribulation. A jolt went through the slave, Heart Demon Emperor, her eyes flashing with wild excitement. The master is finally taking the ultimate step. This would undoubtedly be the most monumental event to shake the entire continent. Days later, an eerie stillness hung over the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. Most of the stewards and disciples had already evacuated, leaving behind only a skeleton crew in the echoing halls. Ebanxia stared at a jade phoenix throne, its surface charred black by a previous heavenly strike. She tilted her head, her brow furrowed in silent thought. Beside her, the pavilion master mirrored her grim expression. He let out a heavy sigh as he gazed at the spatial ring and fly whisk left behind by Venerable White Feather. Venerable White Feather might be dead, but the mess he left behind was very much alive. The Myriad Tribulation's sanctuary would definitely investigate his demise, and the crosshairs would inevitably fall right onto the pavilion. Furthermore, relocating the pavilion to the mainland meant they were stripping away their strongest layer of protection. Surviving on the mainland with only his first aperture, Nascent Soul Cultivation, to protect them was going to be a brutal, uphill battle. Pavilion Master, a missive from the demons, a voice called out. It's an invitation to the Silver Fox territory in the northern wastelands on the 10th day of the 1st month. The human Fang Chen will face his heavenly tribulation there. Nangong Xiaoi unpractically bounced into the room, beaming as she held out the sealed scroll. The Pavilion Master dropped what he was holding and snatched the letter. As his eyes darted over the ink, a profound surge of relief and joy lit up his face. But then his smile faltered. Did they mention how Fang Chen is holding up? Xiaoi's bright smile vanished. She looked down, her voice tight with sorrow. I asked. They said he's staying by Lingshu's side. A heavy silence fell over the Pavilion Master. He clutched the letter, fighting the sudden sting of tears in his eyes. Let him have his time, he murmured softly. Only time can heal a wound that deep. Liu Qingxian and Xia Zheaj, who had rushed out the moment they heard Fang Chen's name, stood frozen in sympathetic silence. The Pavilion Master forced a reassuring smile, swallowing his own grief. But look on the bright side. If Fang Chen has set a date for his tribulation, it means he's pulling himself together. Let time do its work. There's no need for us to worry. On the 10th day of the 1st month, we head to the northern lands. We will be there to witness his ascension. Meanwhile, at the Azure Cloud sect, Liu Wenchen and the ruling elders of the 9 Peaks had convened in the grand hall of the sect master's peak. It was a room full of familiar faces, save for one Nai Yunxi, the newly appointed elder of Heavenly Sword Peak. At the 3rd stage of the Golden Core Realm, she had stepped up to replace Lai Qingfeng, shouldering the monumental weight of leading an entire peak. However, the sect master and regular elders were merely there as witnesses today. The true authority lay with the 10 supreme elders, who had gathered to cast their votes on a matter of sect-altering importance. Supreme Elder Zhuang Yunian was absolutely glowing. Thanks to a third-grade medicinal pill personally refined by the Heavenly Secret Pavilion Master, his chronic injuries were practically a thing of the past. And the recent news of Fang Chen's impending heavenly tribulation had him walking on air. He cleared his throat loudly. Gentlemen, I trust you've all heard the glorious news. My direct disciple, Fang Chen of the Sect Master's Peak, will face his heavenly tribulation on the 10th of next month in the Northern Lands. This is a monumental victory for us. Shikaishin rolled his eyes so hard it hurt as he watched Zhuang Yunian gloat. I swear, this old fossil was a lot more tolerable when he was on his deathbed. Huang Jianshan flashed a grin full of yellowing teeth, looking a little too rosy there, old man. Sure it isn't just terminal lucidity before you kick the bucket. Qin Wangshuan's tongue was even sharper. When it's time for his funeral banquet, I'm demanding at least 18 tables. The absolute tidal wave of petty jealousy from his peers didn't deter Zhuang Yunian in the slightest. If anything, the salty glares just fueled his massive ego trip. Eat your hearts out, Supreme Elders, he crowed. The Sect Master's Peak has officially produced a tribulation. Stage genius. You lot better start catching up. Huang Jianshan had reached his limit. Enough gloating, he scoffed. Get to the real business. Zhuang Yunian cleared his throat again, wiping the smug grin off his face. His demeanor turned dead serious. Elders, it is regarding the legacy artifact passed down by our ancestral founder. It has finally found its destined master. The founder's edict was absolute. This divine treasure can only be bestowed upon a once-in-a-generation prodigy, a true dragon among mortals. And granting it requires a unanimous vote from all 10 Supreme Elders. Now, I intend to pass this legacy to Fang Chen. Do the Grand Elders agree? Huang Jianshan didn't hesitate. He raised his hand immediately. I'm in. I saw his peerless potential the moment he mastered the Sword Heart inscription. He had my vote from the very start. Zheng Qiushuang nodded. He has my vote as well. Shikaishin snorted. If we don't give it to him, who else is there? Qin Wangshuan flicked his long braid over his shoulder and shot a fierce look around the room. Everyone better vote for Fang Chen. If anyone holds out, they'll have to answer to me. The other Grand Elders followed suit, raising their hands one by one, but when it came to the Grand Elder of Reincarnation Peak, he hesitated. Instead of voting, he turned to Feng Gutchen. Gutchen, what do you think? The other Elder's brows furrowed. In truth, the Qingyan sect had produced 2 true dragons in recent years. One was Fang Chen, a prodigy who had become their absolute pride and joy. But before him, there was another Nangong Liyan. He was a genius whose talent once eclipsed even Yun Tianju. He had trained under Feng Gutchen, but once he reached a certain level, he decided the Qingyan sect had nothing left to offer him. He crossed the Great Sea to seek his fortune in the Taikang continent. Before leaving, he left his sister in the sect's care, promising to return and repay them for their guidance once he achieved greatness. 8 years had passed since then. They had waited for his return, but there had been nothing but silence. It wasn't until they heard through the grapevine that he had joined the rank of a soul formation master that they understood why he had never come back. He was now the prestigious disciple of a legendary soul formation expert in the Taikang continent. His past, his connection to a backwater, decaying sect, was a stain he wanted to erase from his identity. The sect hadn't bothered him in years, but Feng Gutchen still held onto a shred of hope for his former student. The elders feared he was still fixated on that runaway disciple, perhaps hoping to save the ancestors' legacy for him. Beyond that, Feng Gutchen had always been at odds with the sect master's peak. He was the last person they expected to let their star pupil get ahead. Feng Gutchen, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. Master, he said calmly, why is there even a question? Of course my vote goes to Fang Chen. The room fell silent. No one expected such a decisive move from him. Sensing their shock, a look of profound clarity and peace settled over Feng Gutchen's face. One turns his back on us and ignores our existence, while the other wipes out the entire giant, sect in a rage to avenge Elder Lai Qingfeng. Is there really any doubt as to who is more worthy of the ancestors' legacy? Lai Qingfeng's death had hit him harder than anyone realized. Since that day, he had stopped bickering over resources with the other elders. Fame and power seemed hollow to him now. His sudden display of integrity and perspective left the entire room viewing him in a completely new light. This was a far cry from the arrogant, infuriating first elder they used to know. Zhuang Yunian nodded and announced, very well. Since we are in agreement, Fang Chen shall inherit the ancestors' legacy. On the 10th of January, we gather in the north. The East Sea. Beneath the rolling waves, the Yishu demon empress sat upon a towering red coral throne. Her pink silk dress drifted in the current, clinging to her elegant curves. Her stunning eyes were fixed on the fish demons rebuilding her palace, though her mind was clearly miles away. "Mother, are you thinking about Uncle Fang again?" The sudden voice snapped her back to reality. She actually was thinking about him. She had heard rumors about his recent troubles and couldn't help but worry. Flustered by her son's teasing, she snapped, "I told you not to mention him. Haven't you caused enough misunderstandings already?" The second prince chuckled. "It's not just me. We got a letter from the mainland demon tribes. It's about Uncle Fang." Before he could finish, the empress snatched the letter from his hand and tore it open. Her eyes instantly lit up with joy. He's about to face his tribulation. January 10th, the Northern Lands. Her son slapped his thigh in frustration. "See, Mom, if you'd just listened to me and married him, the East Sea would have 2 nascent soul powerhouses by now." "But no, you didn't listen to your son. Now look at the opportunity you're missing out on." The empress's brows furrowed in mock rage. She yanked off her shoe and lunged at him. "You little brat, keep talking and see what happens." "I'm telling the truth," he yelled, dodging her. "The word from the South Sea is that their empress almost bagged him herself." "If you don't make a move, someone else will." Achoo. Meanwhile, in the South Sea, the Jiumeng demon empress finished her last scroll of the day and stretched, her silk gown accentuating her perfect figure and long, porcelain, white legs. Suddenly, she sneezed out of nowhere. "Is someone thinking about me?" "Is it Fang Chen?" "No, he wouldn't. It's probably just me missing him." She stared at the softly glowing pearl on her desk, her mind drifting back to the moment they parted ways. Without realizing it, she pressed her lips together, as if still savoring the ghost of that fleeting goodbye. "I need to stop thinking about him," she murmured to herself. "We were just passing shadows in each other's lives. He was a sudden downpour, and I was the rainbow that followed. Our paths only crossed for a single, breathless second after the storm. We'll never cross paths again." A knock, knock. A sudden rapping at the door shattered her thoughts. Outside, a royal elder shouted excitedly, "Fang Chen is here to see you." "What?" She bolted upright in a panic. Her knees slammed into the desk, sending a teacup toppling over and spilling water all across the wood. Fang Chen is here." Her heart hammered violently against her ribs. Her mind went completely blank. She frantically smoothed out the wrinkles in her black dress and tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "Oh, okay," she stammered, entirely flustered. "I'll be right there." Her pulse raced. Completely discombobulated, but with eyes full of desperate longing, she stumbled to the door and pulled it open with trembling hands. But standing outside was only the royal elder, wearing a teasing smirk. He chuckled. "My apologies, I misspoke. A letter from Fang Chen is here." The old dream demon empress sagged in relief and embarrassment. Leaning against the doorframe, she shot the elder a thoroughly mortified glare. "Elder, please, never joke about him like that again." Her heart was still doing acrobatics in her chest, and her palms were practically dripping with sweat. God, she had almost suffered a panic attack. "You've been working yourself to the bone lately," the elder said warmly. "I just wanted to lighten the mood." Lighten the mood, that nearly gave her a heart attack. She honestly didn't know if she could ever face Fang Chen in person again. But when she took the letter and noticed the demon clan wax seal, she realized the elder was still messing with her. This is official correspondence from the demon clan, isn't it? A crushing wave of disappointment washed over her. The elder chuckled again, "But it is about Fang Chen." The disappointment evaporated, her heart skipping a beat as she hurriedly tore open the envelope. 10th day of the 1st month, Northern Demon Territory, Fang Chen faces his heavenly tribulation. Her eyes widened in shock. "He's facing his tribulation already. I have to be there." "Elder, while I'm away, I'm leaving the affairs of the Southern Sea in the hands of the 8 of you." The elder nodded with a knowing glint in his eye. "Go, stay as long as you need. Just make sure to use protection." The demon empress blinked, utterly bewildered. "Protection? What are you talking about?" Meanwhile, in the Western Sea, the great sun demon emperor held a letter in one hand while aggressively rubbing his shiny, bald head with the other. Unfreaking believable. The last time he was here, he was only at the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. Now he's facing his heavenly tribulation. My sworn brother, truly, is a dragon among men. "Where's the crown prince? Drag his lazy ass over here. I want him to see just how ruthlessly his Uncle Fang pushes himself in cultivation." An ancient turtle demon cleared his throat awkwardly. "Reporting to your majesty, the crown prince is currently with the octopus widow up north. He might be tied up for a while. The demon emperor's face turned purple with rage. That brainless little degenerate, he roared. The human race produces a literal god among men, and what does my western sea produce? A horny worm. Fang Chen is preparing to conquer his heavenly tribulation, and my son is off trying to conquer women. Boiling with rage, he snatched up a heavy iron rod. I swear to the heavens, I'm going to break his third leg. At the same time, in the northern sea, the weeping demon emperor clutched a letter from his daughter in the great Taking province, tears streaming down his face like a broken dam. The empress rolled her eyes so hard it physically hurt. What are you crying for now? She was accepted as a disciple in a divine sect. This is a massive victory, you giant baby. The emperor frantically wiped his face, nodding like a bobblehead. You're absolutely right, dear. Absolutely right. Just then, Muzi, you hurried in with a bright smile. Your Majesties, an urgent missive from the Central Demon Clan. The letter stated that on the 10th day of the first month, young Master Fang would face his heavenly tribulation in the Northern Territory. The Empress gasped. He's facing his tribulation already. The demon emperor's freshly dried eyes instantly welled up again. Oh, that's wonderful. My sworn brother has finally reached the peak. I absolutely must be there to witness it. Over in the 100 Blossoms Valley, Yu sealed a jar of freshly washed osmanthus petals, then looked up at her mother, a woman so devastatingly beautiful she seemed entirely otherworldly, sitting beneath the peach blossom tree. Mom, she called out, Fang Chen is facing his tribulation. Do you think he'll survive? Lingyan held an elegant calligraphy brush, dipping it into a pale pink ink that perfectly mirrored the falling peach blossoms. She gracefully swept the brush across parchment, filling it with delicate characters. After quietly folding the note and slipping it into an envelope, her ethereal voice floated over, Are you worried about him? Yeyu's face immediately hardened into a pout. I'm just worried that if he gets blasted to ash by lightning, it'll drag me down with him. I honestly don't know, Lingyan replied serenely, but if he manages to pull it off, I suppose I have a gift waiting for him. Her stunning eyes shifted, landing on a shadowy corner of the valley. There lurked a hulking, monstrous tiger, radiating the terrifying aura of a peak 9th level golden core realm beast. It was none other than the Heavened, devouring tiger demon king, the very beast everyone thought had vanished off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, in the great Taking province, crystal, clear waters filled a crescent-shaped lake. Right in the center sat a pristine island, crowned by a towering snow-white spire that cast a breathtaking reflection across the glassy water. Master, you summoned me. At the top of the tower, a woman in a pale yellow dress lounged gracefully with a book in hand. The tome obscured her face, but her flawless alabaster skin and tall, elegant curves were enough to captivate anyone's gaze. Yet Master Chenjing kept his head bowed, not daring to steal a single profane glance. A glowing divine halo floated just behind her head. This was his master, Venerable Zhenyan. Have you heard the news from the White Horse Temple? Venerable Zhenyan's voice was slow, practically purring with lazy indifference. A complicated expression crossed Master Chenjing's face. I have. Fang Chen from the mainland dragged a sky-piercing black pillar to the White Horse Temple. He forced the monks to expel a demonic emperor who had sought asylum in their ranks, and then he executed the beast right in front of them. I hear he hails from the Qingyun sect, Venerable Zhenyan mused. That makes you two fellow disciples. Comparison was a bitter pill to swallow. Fang Chen had already made a name for himself on the ancient road to heaven, and now he had marched into the White Horse Temple, demanded his enemy, and slaughtered him right under the noses of bodhisattvas and temple guardians. It was something Master Chenjing couldn't do, and frankly, wouldn't even dare to try. He shifted awkwardly. Master, I left the Qingyun sect 8 years ago. I'm no longer a disciple there. Fang Chen and I can hardly be called peers. Venerable Zhenyan lowered her book, resting it gently over her face. I must admit, I'm curious. What kind of place is this Qingyun sect? It's just a minor sect, yet it keeps churning out such exceptional talents. Those words grated on Master Chenjing's nerves. Exceptional talents. Surely she didn't think Fang Chen was better than him. The guy hadn't even survived his heavenly tribulation yet. Master, do you truly believe Fang Chen is more capable than I am? Venerable Zhenyan fell silent. Most masters would sugarcoat their response to spare their disciples' feelings. Instead, she delivered the brutal truth. You don't even compare. Master Chenjing bristled with indignation. He was at the 4th level of the Nascent Soul Realm. How could his master think he was inferior to Fang Chen, who was only at the Golden Core Realm? It wasn't even guaranteed that Punk would reach the Nascent Soul Realm in his lifetime. How could Fang Chen possibly be stronger? Take a trip to the mainland, Venerable Zhenyan ordered. Invite him here to see me. Master Chenjing's eyes widened in shock. Master, you aren't planning to take him in as your disciple, are you? He rarely heard his master praise anyone, let alone use them as a benchmark against him. No, Venerable Zhenyan replied flatly, and do not ask again. This is a matter being discussed among the Bodhisattvas and us in the Soul Formation realm. It is above your pay grade. Master Chenjing breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly remembering that Fang Chen was already a nominal disciple of Venerable Heartbane. Still, it stung. A matter discussed by Soul Formation realm experts and Bodhisattvas was kept secret from him, yet Fang Chen was somehow involved. He refused to believe he was inferior to a mere golden core realm cultivator. Time was like water dripping from the eaves, small, quiet, yet persistent enough to hollow out solid stone. Over the past month, each passing day had eroded Fang Chen's heart just the same. He stood before the solitary mound, resting his hand on the tombstone as gently as if he were wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Lingshu, I finally see it. This place isn't just vast grasslands, starry skies, and wild horses. There's the morning dew, the rolling mist, and the quiet song of the crickets. He traced his fingers over the cold stone. His heart was a stagnant lake, dead to the wind, devoid of a single ripple. He finally realized that even the most breathtaking scenery grows dull over time. The beauty never lay in the landscape itself. It was in the longing of a first encounter, the desperate journey across thousands of miles, and the haunting echoes of a love you couldn't forget. Her heart hadn't yearned for the grasslands, it had yearned for a future where she wasn't alone. It was a tragedy he understood too late. His companionship had arrived far too late. He crouched down, his fingers delicately tracing the carved characters of her name. His eyes softened. Lingshu, it's time for me to go. I'm sorry, I have to leave you here, all by yourself, forever. If you miss me, visit my dreams, call out for your big brother, and I swear I'll still answer you. He held his gaze on the tombstone for a long, silent moment before slowly standing up to wave his final goodbye. A gentle breeze swept through, rustling the tender green sprouts that had just begun to grow upon her grave. For a fleeting second, he thought he saw her, a girl in a pale green dress standing beneath the shade of a tree. She glanced back with a radiant smile, waving to him. She kept smiling as she slowly faded into the distance, until there was nothing left but empty air. Lingshu, tears streamed down Fang Chen's face. He turned on his heel, summoned his blade, and tore into the sky. He touched down on a snow-capped mountain where Imperial Consort Yunxia was already waiting. Seeing the hollow, dim look in his eyes, she wordlessly handed him a hot towel and gently wiped his face. Little sister Lingshu left this world with a full heart, my love, she murmured. It's time to look forward. Everyone is waiting for you. Fang Chen lifted his gaze, and the faces of those he knew flashed before his eyes. Liu Qingxian, with her ever-complicated gaze. Xia Zheoj, her eyes brimming with unspoken sorrow. Gong Keiyi and Yu Mingzhu standing shoulder to shoulder in unwavering support. The pavilion master of heavenly secrets offering a nod of fierce encouragement. His old friends from the Qingyun sect cheering him on from afar. His 4 sworn brothers and sisters of the Sea Clan, and so many other familiar faces, all watching, all believing in him. How much longer was he going to chain himself to the past? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, it was over. He tilted his head toward the heavens, blinking back the last of his tears. Turning to the gathered crowd, he offered a respectful martial salute. Forgive my display of weakness. I am deeply grateful for your unwavering support. Today I, Fang Chen, shall face my heavenly tribulation. If I fail, I will start anew, but if I succeed, I swear to become the shield of the mainland and the Sea Clan. I will not betray the faith you've placed in me. Now give me a moment to center myself. Imperial Consort Yunxia had already laid a thick, woven blanket out over the freezing snow. Fang Chen sat down cross-legged, pulled out the bod, high medicinal pill, and swallowed it in a single gulp. This pill strengthens the body, boosting one's chances of successfully facing the tribulation. It had already demonstrated its incredible power when the Slaveheart Demon Emperor faced his own tribulation. The moment he swallowed it, a layer of blood, red armor began to materialize over his skin, forming a formidable defense. Next, he brought out the 5-pole magnetic mountain. If the tribulation proved too much, the mountain's 5-pole divine light would serve as another line of defense. After that, he produced the radiant brocade robe and donned it for all to see. With his preparations complete, he brought out the most critical item of all the fate-altering jade butterfly. The 3 soul fragments were already set in place. All that was missing was a single drop of essence blood from a soul formation cultivator. He produced a jade vial and tipped it, releasing a single drop of soul formation essence blood. The drop blazed with the heat of magma, pulsing with an incomparable life force. As he dripped it into the central opening, the entire fate-altering jade butterfly began to tremble. 4 beams of light erupted from the surrounding openings, weaving together in the air above the artifact. Slowly, they coalesced into a single, milky, white droplet that hummed with a profound, mystical energy. This was the legendary Celestial Marrow, a treasure that guaranteed a 100% success rate in breaking through to the Nascent Soul Realm. Fang Chen enveloped it with his spiritual energy, his eyes blazing with an excitement he couldn't suppress. He had waited for this moment for far too long. With all eyes upon him, he opened his mouth and swallowed the drop of Celestial Marrow. Instantly, the world itself seemed to respond. A volatile energy descended, radiating outwards in every direction. The tribulation is coming. Everyone else, fall back beyond the cloud line. Fairy Yunxia stepped forward, gave Fang Chen a tight embrace, and then quickly withdrew. 10 breaths later, the volatile energy was still escalating. Even the spectators in the distance felt waves of anxiety wash over them, their own spirits agitated by the volatile energy. Fairy Yunxia's brow furrowed. "Something's wrong with this energy," she murmured. "Why is it so potent?" Having survived 2 tribulations herself, she was intimately familiar with the process. The energy brewing now was far more potent than anything she had ever faced, and it showed no signs of stopping. It was so overwhelming that the tribulation clouds, which should have gathered in an instant, were nowhere to be seen. And it wasn't just her. The Celestial Secrets Pavilion Master, the 4 Sea Demon Emperors, and the Slave-Hot Demon Emperor all exchanged uneasy glances, a shared confusion reflected in their eyes. Clearly, this energy was different from what they had experienced. It felt excessive. If even the onlookers could sense that something was amiss. Then, for Fang Chen, at the very eye of the storm, a chilling premonition took hold. This tribulation wasn't going to be simple. The problem, he realized, had to be his twin golden cores. Thanks to the 5th grade elixir from Venerable Sinflame, his black core had also reached the peak of the golden core realm during his recovery. With 2 golden cores attempting to ascend to the Nascent Soul Realm at once, the Heavenly Dao must have judged it as 2 people facing the tribulation simultaneously. The resulting trial would be exponentially more powerful. Under a tribulation of this magnitude, the Celestial Marrow's guarantee of a 100% success rate was suddenly in serious doubt. Another 10 breaths passed. The volatile energy had now climbed to an unbearable level, agitating the very soul. And at last, the dark clouds began to gather. They materialized from nothingness, a tide of blackness surging across the azure sky like spilled ink. They expanded at a terrifying rate, 1,000 feet, then a mile, then stretching all the way to the horizon. It was as if a great black sheet had been thrown over the heavens. The world below was plunged into absolute darkness, as black as a moonless night. No one could see their own hand in front of their face. Even people standing just a few feet apart vanished from sight. The Celestial Secrets Pavilion Master gasped in shock. This is wrong. Even a dual tribulation for 2 cultivators wouldn't summon clouds this massive. The lightning that comes from this, how could a golden core cultivator possibly survive it? I fear even an early-stage nascent soul expert would be instantly annihilated. His words sent a wave of panic through the crowd. But the tribulation had already begun. There was no stopping it now. Then the world was suddenly illuminated. A terrifying bolt of lightning, miles long and thicker than a man, flashed for a split second within the Inkai clouds. It was followed by a deafening crack of thunder that sent the internal energy of every cultivator below the peak golden core realm into turmoil, filling their mouths with the metallic taste of blood. Those below the 5th level of the golden core realm weren't so lucky the sound ruptured their eardrums, sending blood pouring from their ears. The Celestial Secrets Pavilion Master's pupils shrank to pinpricks. That lightning. It was even more terrifying than he had imagined. A single strike from that would obliterate an early-stage nascent soul expert without a trace. Fall back, everyone. Get out of here now. Fang Chen's tribulation is too intense. Anyone below the nascent soul realm, look away or be destroyed. A massive, terrifying bolt of lightning struck like a warning shot, forcing the onlookers to scramble back just in time. The dark clouds began to shift, swirling around the space above Fang Chen. A massive eye of the storm, hundreds of feet wide, began to form in the sky. The center of the vortex began to glow a deep, burning crimson, like iron in a forge, casting a blood-red light across the pitch-black world. Fang Chen looked up, his expression grim. He saw it clearly now. The eye of the storm was surging with lightning, crimson, blood, red lightning. Unlike the pale bolts seen during the tribulations of the Hots, Lave Demon Emperor, or the Prince of the North Sea, these were twisted, sinister streaks of blood lightning. The raw power radiating from the sky made the hair on his neck stand up, despite his body possessing the strength of a double nascent soul. Was this really the price of having twin golden cores? Fang Chen sucked in a breath, his face tightening with dread. If it was supposed to be this lethal, Bai Luo would have warned me. There was no time to second guess. The eye of the storm burned brighter, looking like a hole scorched into the heavens, drenching the earth in a red light. A bolt of blood, lightning surged downward, slamming into Fang Chen with brutal force. A deafening explosion shattered the surrounding peaks, triggering a massive avalanche that buried the slopes in white. Fang Chen's body jerked violently, his heart hammered against his ribs, and his hearing was replaced by a high-pitched, deafening ring. A pillar of crimson electricity, wide as 3 men, swallowed him whole. The armor he'd conjured from the bot, Pill, was instantly vaporized. His hair and eyebrows were scorched away in a heartbeat, turned to nothing but ash. His skin was charred black, cracking open to reveal raw, bleeding wounds. He hissed through gritted teeth. Even with the resilience gained from his true spirit blood cultivation, the agony was nearly unbearable. A single bolt of this blood lightning felt worse than 5 strikes from the Demon Emperor's tribulation. The pain was absolute torture, and this was only the beginning. Boom, 10 more bolts hammered down simultaneously, merging in midair into a single world-ending dragon of crimson lightning. The sheer impact made the entire mountain shudder, and the destructive red light it carried was beyond anything he'd ever faced. Fang Chen let out a guttural scream as his flesh tore apart, exposing charred muscle and the white of his bone. Something's wrong. This isn't a test. This tribulation is trying to murder me. I won't make it at this rate, Fang Chen growled. But the lightning gave him no breathing room. 20 bolts fused together, descending as a pillar of blood, red death that pierced the sky. A cold, heavy sense of impending death washed over him. 5 magnetic divine light. He threw his hand up, summoning the 5 magnetic mountain. It expanded instantly above him as he unleashed his towering aura of divine light. The earth-shattering pillar of blood struck. It tore right through the divine light, losing only half its power before it hit. The remaining thunderous energy surged through the mountain and slammed into Fang Chen. His body felt like it was being incinerated from the inside out. Flesh burst from his frame, and the lightning scorched his bones and organs black. The agony was so intense his vision went dark. He teetered on the edge of consciousness. But he couldn't pass out. If he lost consciousness now, the endless barrage of blood, lightning would grind his remains into dust. The eye of the storm seemed to seethe with rage. Those 20 bolts were more powerful than the final stage of a normal tribulation, yet he was still standing. 40 bolts of blood, lightning pulsed and collided, fusing together into a colossal crimson hand. It was unmistakable, a giant hand of blood, complete with fingers, an arm, and even the lines on a palm. This wasn't nature. Someone was manipulating the lightning from the shadows, intent on executing him. If a natural tribulation killed him, that was just a lack of skill. But using the heavens to murder him, that pushed Fang Chen over the edge. The 5 magnetic mountain wasn't enough. He needed something else. Void, flow, lightning force. He channeled a power he hadn't dared to touch in ages. There was only one way to forge this force, by absorbing the very lightning of the world and making it your own. So far, he had barely scratched the surface of the technique. He wasn't even an amateur. Ever since he learned that using this power made him a marked man, he hadn't dared to practice it. But right now, none of that mattered. He let out a roar, cycling the cultivation method through his veins. Void, flow lightning force surged into his palms as he struck out against the descending crimson hand. Then the impossible happened. The massive blood hand, meant to pulverize his very soul, hit his small palm and was swallowed whole, as if it had fallen into a bottomless pit. The massive bloody palm surged into Fang Chen's hand. As his cultivation method circulated, the energy condensed rapidly, transforming into void, flow lightning force. Powered by the force of 40 tribulation bolts, the void, flow lightning force within him exploded, growing 100 times more potent in an instant. An otherworldly roar echoed as the unseen entity reached its breaking point. 100 bolts of blood, red lightning slammed down simultaneously, as if the crimson sky itself was collapsing. The onlookers in the distance watched the scene unfold, their faces masks of pure terror and awe. What is this? Is the world coming to an end? This wasn't just a tribulation anymore, it was an execution. It was clear the heavens wanted Fang Chen wiped from existence. Despair washed over the crowd. How could he survive this? Even a second, aperture nascent soul expert would be sent straight to the afterlife by such a strike. On the other side of the dark clouds, Master Chenjing stood atop a mountain peak, his eyes wide with shock. Blood lightning, he gasped. Could this be the immeasurable blood tribulation, the ultimate nightmare my master warned me about when reaching the Nascent Soul Realm? But that's impossible. That's a legend. It only appears for monsters with saint-tier potential, prodigies whose very existence threatens the stability of the Middle Realm. Even his master had never witnessed it, speaking of it only as a myth from the ancient past. He couldn't believe his luck, or his misfortune. He had simply taken a trip to the mainland, only to witness the legendary immeasurable blood tribulation with his own eyes. Staring at the collapsing crimson sky, even as a fourth, aperture nascent soul expert, a cold shiver ran down his spine. This was an attack even he would have to face with everything he had just to survive. And yet, the one facing it was just a golden core junior. There was no way he could hold out. Fang Chen was still struggling to process the blood lightning already in his system. He didn't have the capacity to absorb a drop more. But if the heavens thought he'd just lay down and die, they were dead wrong. Indestructible blade. He let out a primal roar. The lightning core within his body, every ounce of lightning power he possessed surged out, merging with the now massive void flow lightning force. The 2,000-foot pale blade expanded violently, stretching 10,000 feet into the sky. Wreathed in white and red, the energies spiraled like twin lightning dragons, forming a colossal blade that slashed upward against the falling sky. The crimson sky actually split apart. The strike tore through the firmament, its residual power sweeping across the snowy landscape before slamming directly into the eye of the storm. The massive thunderclouds shuddered violently as a gargantuan rift was torn through their center. The onlookers were frozen in shock, paralyzed by the sight of a strike that had literally cleaved the heavens. Even Master Chenjing gasped, his eyes filled with genuine dread. What was that? Is that the indestructible blade from the Temple of 10,000 Tribulations? No, this was something far more transcendent, something beyond the indestructible blade. Suddenly, he sensed something and snapped his gaze toward the rift torn in the clouds. As he focused his vision, his face paled with horror. There's someone there, he choked out, his voice trembling. How can there be a person inside the tribulation clouds? There, within the jagged rift, stood a dark silhouette. A black cloak fluttered in the gale as the figure sat atop a skeletal warhorse, hovering before a blood-red moon. In his hand, he gripped a black spear that radiated world-ending power, staring down at Fang Chen like a god of death. Having cleaved the sky, Fang Chen stood firm as the whirl-ending lightning surged past him on either side. He, too, saw the anomaly in the heavens. It wasn't a physical being, but a projection, an image cast from some unknown corner of the universe. Then he noticed the gruesome trail behind the skeletal horse, a string of severed, bloody heads. They belonged to humans, demons, and countless other races Fang Chen couldn't even name. Every face was young, frozen in an eternal mask of agony and resentment. Clamped in each of their mouths was an ancient yellowish token, the Primordial Order. This entity was hunting down holders of the Primordial Order across the dimensions. The dark figure raised his black spear, his cold, distant voice echoing from another world. You are the 19th. With a violent thrust of the spear, the vast tribulation clouds condensed instantly into a pitch-black mass. The blood-red lightning followed suit, concentrating into a single, terrifying point. 200 bolts of blood lightning fused together, forming a colossal spear that pierced through the heavens toward Fang Chen, who looked like a mere speck of dust on the earth below. This was it, the absolute peak of the tribulation. Survive this, and the immeasurable blood tribulation would finally be over. Fail, and he would be erased from existence. In the distance, Master Chenjing's pupils constricted to pinpricks. That's the power of a fifth, aperture nascent soul strike. How is a golden core junior supposed to survive that? This man was as good as dead. Fang Chen felt it too, a suffocating tide of death crashing over him. The mountains and the earth trembled beneath the weight of this strike, and his body shook right along with them. But submitting to fate had never been his style. If they wanted to kill him, they were going to bleed for it. His left hand channeled his cultivation method, absorbing the remnants of the shattered blood lightning. He refined it, instantly forging it into an even more devastating surge of void stream lightning. With his right hand, he pointed straight at the heavens, a terrifying 100 1,000-foot war sword materialized, an endless blade of energy that surged upward to meet the descending blood spear. A world-destroying spear, a soul-shattering sword of lightning. These two apocalyptic weapons collided above the northern demon territories, unleashing an explosion that shook the very foundations of the world. The sheer kinetic force manifested as rippling rings of blood, red lightning, obliterating everything in their path. Taoist Dust Mirror's face paled, and he frantically threw himself backward to escape the blast zone. Absolute horror contorted his features. What the hell kind of technique is he cultivating? How is this kind of power even possible? Looking at the phantom of that imperishable blade, Dust Mirror wasn't even sure he could have survived the strike himself. Up in the chaotic epicenter, the plummeting spear of blood lightning faltered. Its crimson glow dimmed significantly, a full 20% of its destructive power shaved off by Fang Chen's imperishable blade. But a fusion of 200 tribulation bolts was simply too much. After a brief, agonizing stalemate, the imperishable blade shattered into a billion fragments. The apocalyptic blood spear plunged downward, slamming mercilessly into Fang Chen. In an instant, the ancient snow mountain beneath his feet finally buckled, imploding with an ear-splitting roar. Fang Chen plummeted into the abyss of the collapsing peak, crashing into a tomb of jagged rubble. Yet he wasn't dead. A golden Buddha idol hovered just above his chest. It radiated a brilliant, divine light, locking the tip of the blood spear firmly in place 3 feet away from his heart. High above, the shadowy figure treading on the moon was furious. The tribulation clouds had completely exhausted their energy, and yet this mortal had stubbornly held on until the bitter end. The shadow raised its own pitch-black spear and hurled it like a javelin at the earth below. It was a bolt of absolute annihilation, infinitely more terrifying than the blood spear. Radiating a god-like power that would make any living soul despair, the dark spear pierced through the void straight for Fang Chen. The golden light of the Buddha strained for just a fraction of a second before shattering like fragile glass. With nothing left to stop it, the blood spear instantly impaled Fang Chen. His body violently exploded. Bloody ribs tore through his skin, his internal organs mangled and exposed, the bones in his arms pulverized into dust. An endless tsunami of pure, agonizing pain swallowed him whole. His consciousness instantly faded to black. Taoist Dust Mirror watched in stunned silence, a flicker of genuine pity crossing his face. This is entirely unfair. That wasn't a heavenly tribulation, that was an execution, a cross-realm murder orchestrated by some unfathomable powerhouse. With a physique like his, surviving a natural tribulation would have been effortless. Nearby, the pavilion master of Heaven's secret was the picture of utter despair. He glared furiously at the shadow on the moon, screaming, "Who are you?" Fang Chen was going to survive, he was so close. He worked harder than anyone, he had such incredible ambitions. He was going to carry our ancestors' torch. He was going to fulfill the millennia-old dream of the Heaven's secret pavilion. Why would you do this to him? It's not fair. Tears streamed down Demon Emperor Nuxin's cheeks. With that final strike, Fang Chen had been utterly obliterated. "Master," she whispered, "if you're dead, who is the title of Nuxin meant to serve?" Consort Yunxia lowered her head, squeezing her eyes shut in sheer agony. She couldn't speak. True devastation had stolen her voice. Her grief was too immense for words. She had fought so hard to escape the Azure Vault Demon Emperor. Also, she could finally stand openly by Fang Chen's side. Was this really how their story ended? Xia Keoj stared blankly at the ruined mountain, her vision blurring with unshed tears. The only person in this world who could make her smile just by walking into a room was gone. Liulai cradled her stomach, a bitter, hollow smile forming on her lips. She had been foolish enough to dream that she and Fang Chen might actually build a home together. And just like that, everything was over. The pearled, drop demon empress staggered, her face drained of color as a sharp pang of pain shot through her heart. Memories of her time with Fang Chen in the Eastern Sea flooded her mind, and a wave of grief washed over her, sending tears streaming down her face. Tears welled in the eyes of the old dream demon empress. A hollow ache spread through her chest, as if she'd just lost the most important person in her life. Was it over before it even had a chance to begin? Liu Qingxian stared in a stupor, her eyes fixed on the blood, red spear that had ruthlessly impaled him. As if all strength had abandoned her, she collapsed to her knees, tears blurring her vision. She whispered, in disbelief, "Zhao Chen is dead. No, it can't be." Scrambling back to her feet, heedless of the tribulation clouds still swirling above, she stumbled forward, screaming, give him back to me. Forget this tribulation, we don't want it. I'll take him back to the Azure Cloud sect, and he can just be a carefree disciple. We don't want any of this, not anymore. Please, I'm begging you, just give him back. Watching her desperate figure and hearing her helpless cries, an even deeper sense of despair settled over the crowd. They always said the path of a cultivator was treacherous, that life was fleeting. The person you shared a drink with today could be nothing more than a lonely grave tomorrow. In that moment, those words became terrifyingly real. To think that even someone like Fang Chen could fall. High above, framed by a blood, red moon, the shadowy figure on its skeletal warhorse stared down dispassionately at the impaled body of Fang Chen. You never should have taken the Ancient Desolation Token. With a flick of his wrist, the black spear moved, its cold blade arcing toward Fang Chen's neck. The head would be his trophy. And Fang Chen would be his 19th? Fang Chen's consciousness plunged into the infinite darkness of death, a final, eternal slumber. Is this it? Am I dead? He wondered, lost in the endless void. So be it, let it end. I'm so tired, it's time to rest. Then a faint voice called out, "Brother." The call grew clearer, echoing through the darkness of his mind. It was Ling Shu's voice. And there, in the void of his consciousness, he saw her. She was in her green dress, her hands cupped around her mouth, calling his name over and over with a bright smile. Her expression seemed to ask, "You promised you'd never give up. Why are you stopping now?" A pang of guilt struck him. He had failed to protect her. He had let her die. It was all because he wasn't strong enough. How could he possibly stop here? Liu Ruxu, Chen Xiling, Liu Qingxian, Consort Yunxia, they all needed him. He couldn't fall. He had to keep going. I'm here, he roared, his will to survive igniting like a wildfire. In that instant, the world of darkness shattered. His eyes, which had closed in death, snapped open. Agony racked his body, but he fought it, refusing to slip back into unconsciousness. As he felt the black spear coming for him again, his eyes blazed with a murderous inferno. He glared at the shadowy figure and roared, "You can't kill me." Without hesitation, he drew the gouge, brush, and slashed it through the air. His physical body, his spiritual energy, his void flow thunder force, all had ascended to a completely new level. Draining his spiritual energy, his void flow thunder force, and the last remnants of strength from his broken body, he finally completed the character for death. Clutching the brush, Fang Chen roared, "Die." With a thrust of the gouge, brush, the character for death shot upward, expanding into a celestial shroud that simply dissolved the incoming spear. The shadowy figure, who had been completely unfazed until now, recoiled in shock. The gouge, brush. The underworld's own artifact, the gouge, brush. How do you have it? But he had no time to ponder the question. His skeletal warhorse reared up, screaming in terror, and tried to bolt back into the void. But there was no outrunning the concept of death itself. The next moment, the character tore through the warhorse's hindquarters. Instantly, the entire back half of the skeletal steed disintegrated into a slurry of bone dust. The horse shrieked in agony as it collapsed, throwing the shadowy rider to the ground. He stared in disbelief as his mount continued to decay, then roared, "Stop this. Do not harm my steed." In response, the character for death passed mercilessly through the rest of the warhorse, and the creature dissolved completely into dust on the wind. The shadowy figure let out a furious roar. He clenched his fist, and the last remnants of the tribulation cloud gathered, condensing into a swirling vortex in his palm. The remnants of the blood, lightning, condensed into a single crimson sphere, casting a sinister, distorted glow across his furious face. "You lowly ant of the Middle Lands, you butchered my steed, now die." He hurled the sphere with a vengeance. It tore through the glowing word D, and though it lost a fraction of its power, it remained a concentrated ball of pure annihilation. If it hit Fang Chen, there would be nothing left. The spectral figure was shredded as the D symbol passed through him, causing him to howl in agony as his phantom form began to unravel. Yet he clung to existence, his eyes burning with hatred, desperate to watch Fang Chen take his final breath. Fang Chen watched the lightning descend, a bitter taste in his mouth. He was so spent he couldn't even twitch a finger. His spiritual energy and void power were completely tapped out. He couldn't even summon the abbot's golden Buddha for a last-ditch defense. He could only watch, helpless, as the ruthless blood, lightning lunged for his broken body. This is it, he thought. I'm about to be blown into a million pieces. But the explosion never came. At the very brink of total collapse, a warm, milky, white halo surged from within him, enveloping the sphere of lightning. It drifted gently to his side, the heaven-reaching marrow. Fang Chen's eyes widened. The jade slip of fate had promised the marrow would ensure 100% success rate during a tribulation. This was it. As long as its master remained conscious, the marrow would not let him fall. Fang Chen knew then that even if 1,000 more bolts fell, that protective glow would be there to catch every single one. The dark phantom let out one last frustrated roar before shattering into a spray of fading light. With his demise, the blood moon and the remains of the bone horse dissolved into mist. Even the heavy tribulation clouds began to scatter. The darkness broke, sunlight flooded the world once more, reclaiming the sky. Exhausted and reeling from his narrow escape, Fang Chen collapsed into the jagged rubble. Suddenly, a jagged rift tore through the sky where the phantom had vanished. Something monstrous was forcing its way into the middle lands. Within seconds, a massive, miles-long scar spanned the horizon. A terrifying figure appeared at the edge of the rift, an invincible warrior shrouded in black mist, clad in eternal armor, riding a bone steed atop a colossal blood moon. This was the true body. Even through the rift, his presence radiated a pressure so immense it made the entire world tremble. His cold, domineering gaze locked onto Fang Chen. You dared to destroy my soul, Shard. Remember my name. Mortal, I am the Blood Lord of Ancient Chaos. One day, I will be the one to claim your life. He leveled his spear, pointing it across the void. Fang Chen felt a surge of dread, but he was too weak to even attempt an escape. A searing heat erupted on his forehead. A blood-red character flashed for a second before sinking deep into his skull and vanishing. Panicked, he immediately turned his focus inward to inspect his soul. There it was, the blood character, etched into the very core of his being. By the time he looked back up, the massive rift had already sealed itself shut. Fang Chen's expression darkened as he realized the implications. That character is a mark. He's going to use it to track me, isn't he? Just how powerful is he? A soul formation expert, or something even more beyond my understanding? His heart hammered against his ribs as he remembered the way the man had literally torn the fabric of space apart with his bare hands. It seemed the entity feared something within the Middle Lands, otherwise he would have crossed the rift to finish the job himself right then. Thinking of this, Fang Chen allowed himself to relax just a fraction. If I never leave this realm, there's nothing you can do to me. Suddenly, an invisible force descended from the heavens, pouring into Fang Chen's body. His shattered form began to knit itself back together with impossible speed. Organs healed, meridians reconnected, and bones snapped back into place. New flesh wove itself over his frame, and even his missing hair and eyebrows grew back in an instant. Moments later, Fang Chen's body jerked. A thick layer of charred, bloody scabs fell away from him like a discarded shell. Beneath the grime, a new body emerged, flawless as white jade and radiating an overwhelming power. He squeezed his hand into a fist. A sharp pop echoed as the very air imploded in his palm. He had attained the peak physique of the Nascent Soul Realm. He tested his soul spike. A technique that used to drain him completely now barely consumed 5% of his mental energy. His soul power had reached the peak of a triple aperture nascent soul. Finally, his two golden cores reacted to the heavenly energy. They fused into one before rapidly beginning to fracture. It was as if something that had been gestating for an eternity was finally ready to break free from its cocoon. With a crisp crack, the outer shell shattered, revealing a glowing 9-colored heart. This was the nascent soul, the true manifestation of his power. 2 apertures were visible upon it, pulsing like a living heart. A 2-aperture nascent soul? Joy flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. His cultivation had skyrocketed straight to the 2-aperture nascent soul realm. But the smile faded as quickly as it came, replaced by a heavy, grim tension. Right over the heart of his nascent soul lay a jagged, creeping fracture. It wasn't physical trauma, it was a scar left behind by the chaotic emotions that had plagued him during his heavenly tribulation. The moment he probed the fracture with his mind, a phantom pain flared in his chest, followed by a suffocating wave of sorrow. Then it clicked. This was a wound born of heartbreak. He had faced the lightning tribulation, carrying the agonizing grief of losing Ling Shu. Even on the brink of death, it was his crushing guilt over her sacrifice that kept him fighting. Because of that, his newly formed nascent soul bore an eternal, tragic scar. Fang Chen clenched his fists. Power surged through him like never before, yet he felt no triumph, only an endless, hollow regret. This power, it's too late. If I'd had this strength sooner, Ling Shu wouldn't have died in my arms. She could have kept calling my name, again and again, and I would have always been there to answer. A biting mountain wind swept past, chilling him to the bone and echoing the freezing desolation in his heart. Then he noticed it. Nestled in the snow at his feet lay a tiny, fragile pink flower. He froze, utterly bewildered. How could anything bloom in this dead, frozen wasteland? Another soft breeze drifted by, carrying the faintest trace of a familiar, sweet scent. Fang Chen breathed it in. His entire body went rigid, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. It was her. It was Ling Shu's scent. But how could that be possible? "Brother?" A soft, trembling voice called out from behind him. His very soul shuddered. He couldn't believe his own ears. It was her voice. It was Ling Shu. Am I hallucinating? Is this a side effect of the scar on my nascent soul? To actually hear the voice of the dead. As his mind spiraled into chaos, the voice spoke again. "Didn't you say you would always answer when I called?" A deafening shockwave tore through his mind. In that exact moment, the emotional impact slamming into his soul hit harder than the apocalyptic lightning of the Heavenly Tribulation. He forced himself to turn around. Standing right behind him with her hands clasped behind her back was a slender girl in a light green dress. The breeze gently played with her long hair, brushing it across her delicate shoulders as her skirt fluttered in the wind. She just stood there, gazing at him with that same gentle, sweet smile she had worn the very first day they met. A massive lump formed in Fang Chen's throat. He opened his mouth, but the words completely failed him. His legs felt like lead. He forced himself to step forward, his trembling hand reaching out, terrified to touch her arm. His heart hammered relentlessly against his ribs, terrified that this was nothing but a cruel, fleeting mirage. But the moment his fingers met warm, soft skin, the crushing anxiety threatening to burst his chest instantly melted away. It was her. It was really her. Fang Chen grabbed her, pulling her into a desperate, crushing embrace, the familiar warmth of her body, the sweet scent of her hair. It was as if time had rewinded to right before he lost her. "Brother, you're holding me too tight." Ling Shu's muffled voice drifted up from his chest. But Fang Chen refused to let go. He was utterly terrified that the second he released her, he would wake up from this dream. Ling Shu tilted her head back, finally noticing the tears pooling in his eyes. A sharp pang of heartache gripped her chest. Yielding to his desperate embrace, she reached around and hugged him right back. Through blurred eyes, she whispered, "I'm so sorry, Brother Fang Chen. I was too selfish. If I had known my death would break you like this, I would have fought to stay alive. I'm so sorry." "I'm truly sorry." Drowning in guilt, hot tears of absolute remorse spilled down her cheeks. Fang Chen was finally certain. The girl in his arms was Ling Shu. She was alive. The suffocating weight of grief and regret that had chained his soul was finally, utterly shattered. He gently cupped her pale, slightly thinned cheeks, gazing deeply into her eyes. "Brother Fang Chen," Ling Shu's voice broke. Seeing him so visibly haggard only deepened her overwhelming guilt. Her words were cut off. Fang Chen leaned down and crashed his lips against hers. Ling Shu froze. Her small hands instantly clamped onto his back, her mind short, circuiting into total, blissful static. But then she felt his desperation, the raw, frantic terror of a man who thought he had lost her forever. Fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. Rising onto her toes, she surrendered to the moment and kissed him back with everything she had. A long moment passed before they finally pulled away. Fang Chen gazed down at the flushed, breathless girl in his arms. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, a genuine smile broke across his face. "Don't you ever leave me again," he whispered. Ling Shu furiously wiped her tears and nodded hard. "I promise. I'm done acting recklessly. I'll never put you through that kind of pain again." Fang Chen felt a surge of pure, unadulterated joy. It was like he had just been pulled from the deepest depths of hell back into the world of the living. Going from the absolute darkest despair to this miraculous reunion, it truly felt like a second chance at life. Sanity finally creeping back in, he had to ask, "Wait, what exactly happened? I literally put you in the ground myself." "Before I was forced to marry the Azure Vault demonic emperor, remember how I was desperately begging anyone for a way out?" Ling Shu rushed to explain. "I pleaded with Priestess Lingyan. When she finally saw me, all she did was have Priestess Yeya. You serve me a cup of tea. That tea, it sent my body into a state of suspended animation. It was a fake death. After you buried me and walked away, Lingyan dug me up and brought me back here." The memory was too much. Overcome with fresh sorrow, she buried her face deeply into his chest, clutching him tight. "My body might have shut down, but my mind was entirely awake," she murmured. "I saw everything. I watched you cry over me. I heard you beg me to hold on. I felt you lower me into that coffin in utter despair, and I couldn't do a single thing to stop it. I'm so sorry. I swear, I never wanted to break your heart like that." Fang Chen gently stroked her back, resting his chin on the top of her head. A warm, comforting smile spread across his face. "I could never blame you. Having you back is the greatest gift the heavens could ever give me. You literally saved my life, and for that, I'm eternally grateful. He paused for a moment before a thought struck him. Wait, if you were revived a while ago, why didn't you come find me? I spent all that time by your grave on the plains, keeping our promise next to an empty coffin. Priestess Lingyan wouldn't let me, Ling Shu admitted, a flash of guilt in her eyes. She told me that if I truly cared about you, I had to be patient. I had to wait until you successfully survived your heavenly tribulation before showing myself. Lingyan, Fang Chen couldn't get a read on that enigmatic woman at all. What exactly was her endgame? Suddenly, the distinct auras of the Tianji Pavilion Master and the others rapidly approached from the horizon. Ling Shu quickly pulled away. Smoothing out her tangled hair, she looked deeply into Fang Chen's eyes. I know why you were so heartbroken. It wasn't necessarily because you're madly in love with me, but because you have such a kind heart. You just couldn't bear the thought of me dying right in front of you. But I'm going to earn my place. I'm going to fight for a spot in your heart, just like Sister Yunxia. Fang Chen affectionately ruffled her hair, his eyes softening with utter devotion. She didn't realize it, but after everything they'd just been through, she had permanently carved out a massive piece of his heart. He would never, ever forget her. Whoosh. The Tianji Pavilion Master, the Enslaving Heart Demonic Emperor, and the Four Seas Demonic Emperors touched down, their respective entourages trailing closely behind. The moment their eyes landed on Ling Shu, a collective gasp swept through the crowd. They were absolutely dumbfounded. Someone who was undeniably dead had just miraculously come back to life. Flashing them a sweet smile, Ling Shu respectfully cupped her hands. Everyone, I apologize for causing you such worry. It's a long story. I'll explain everything properly after Brother Fang Chen has his meeting with Priestess Lingyan. For now, let's just stand back and let him finish the final phase of his heavenly tribulation. She gestured up at the sky, where a small cluster of ominous, dark tribulation clouds still stubbornly refused to scatter. Anticipation rippled through the onlookers. It was finally time for the ancient sage's will to bestow upon Fang Chen his official Dao title. This wasn't just a trivial nickname. A Dao title would define his entire era in the Nascent Soul Realm. It was a legendary moniker that could stick with him for the rest of his cultivation journey, carrying as much weight as his own birth name. The crowd's curiosity instantly spiked, momentarily making them forget the burning question of how he had even survived the apocalyptic, boundless blood tribulation in the first place. Fang Chen possesses an unshakable will and honors the legacy of those who came before him. The Tianji Pavilion Master mused aloud. His Dao title is bound to be something incredibly majestic. The Enslaving Heart Demonic Emperor nodded in vigorous agreement. Master is fiercely loyal to his own. The Ancient Sage's will is sure to reward that virtue with an honorable and inspiring title. Wiping the lingering tears from her eyes, Liu Qingxian beamed with hopeful anticipation. Little Chen pushes himself harder than anyone. It has to be a title that honors his sheer grit and determination. Only consort Yunxia looked skeptical. Her delicate brows knit together as she cast a wary glance at the three male nascent soul experts in attendance, the Tianji Pavilion Master, and the demonic emperors of the North and West Seas. She remembered all too well that the ancient sage will had a nasty habit of trolling the continent's male, nascent soul cultivators and demonic emperors. Would Fang Chen truly be spared from the cosmic joke? Watching the dark clouds slowly churn into massive letters, the Lost Pearl Demonic Emperor gave a knowing, wicked smirk. You don't think it's gonna dub him the clam, cracking venerable, do you? What do you say, old dream demonic emperor? The old dream demon empress, who had been curiously watching the dark clouds, jumped in surprise. Had the gossip from that day already spread all the way to the Eastern Sea? Flushed with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, she grumbled. It should be Lord Harim. MMPH, the Lost Pearl Demon Empress panicked and slapped a hand over her mouth. You long-legged menace, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Who leaked what happened at the family banquet? The Western Sea Demon Emperor rubbed his shiny bald head and muttered, I'm afraid our sworn brother won't be able to escape the demonic clutches of the ancient saints, will either. The Northern Sea Demon Emperor flashed a brilliant smile. Good, we're brothers, which means we suffer together. We can't be the only ones stuck with humiliating Dao titles. This toxic if I'm going down, you're going down with me brother, hood mentality had unknowingly infected the Northern Sea. Meanwhile, Fang Chen's heart was drumming with anxiety. He had been terrified that the ancient saint's will was going to completely butcher his Dao title. Before the title could fully condense, he hurriedly slammed his palms together and prayed to the sky. Senior ancient saint, please look closely. It's me, Fang Chen, your most respectful and devoted Fang Chen. I am begging you, please give me a badass title. As if hearing his plea, the dark clouds that had been lazily gathering suddenly snapped into shape. 4 massive words burned themselves into everyone's vision, Lord among flowers. The crowd froze. Ling Shu shot him a teasing look and giggled. Brother, flowers refers to beauties, right? It means you have way too many gorgeous women around you, hence, Lord among flowers. Liang Feiyan blinked in surprise before bursting into applause. Oh, that's brilliant. It couldn't be more accurate. This damn Fang Chen had monopolized all the top beauties of the human race, and then swept up all the stunners in the demon race too. Honestly, not naming him Lord Lustful right out of the gate was already letting him off easy. Ziyajaj stared at the title in absolute shock before she finally cracked, covering her mouth as a giggle escaped her lips. After all, she had secretly given Fang Chen the nickname Gentleman among flowers behind his back. Who would have thought the ancient saint's will was on the exact same wavelength, slapping him with the official Dao title, Lord among flowers? As the meaning of the title dawned on the rest of the crowd, they couldn't hold back their laughter. Even consort Yunxia pursed her red lips into a soft, amused smile. Liu Qingxian didn't know whether to be mad or amused. See that, little Chen, even the ancient saint is calling you out. You better rein it in from now on. Please, no more new sisters for us, Gong Kei said, though she looked a bit sympathetic. Isn't the ancient saint's will being a bit too harsh on him? Yu Mingju crossed her arms and scoffed. Is the title wrong? He wants the wild flowers on the outside and the tame flowers at home. He wants it all. Lord among flowers suits him perfectly. As the victim in question, Fang Chen's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. How the hell was he supposed to introduce himself with this Dao title? People who didn't know better would think he was some creepy serial womanizer. Furious, he pointed a finger straight up at the sky. You petty grudge-holding hag. All I did was sympathize with the Western Sea Demon Emperor and mutter one little complaint about you. And you're actually holding a grudge. First you strike me with lightning tribulation, and now you give me this trash title, you unloved man, hating old bat. The title was already set anyway. He didn't need any more favors from the ancient saint's will, so what was the harm in roasting her a bit? But to his absolute horror, the dark clouds that had just formed the words suddenly dispersed, and began rearranging into something new. The crowd was dumbfounded. Wait, Dao titles can be remade. It works like that. People getting trash titles and raging at the ancient saint wasn't unheard of, but a title actually changing. Never the ancient saints will only ever granted a name once. It was absolute. Yet Fang Chen yelled at the sky, and she actually changed it on the spot. Fang Chen was equally stunned, but a deep feeling of dread washed over him. Wait, it wasn't going to get worse, was it? He watched as 4 massive new words rapidly condensed in the sky, Lord Pervert. Holy shit, Fang Chen's face turned completely green. Vice Pavilion Master Gu's casual teasing from back then had actually become reality. He stamped his feet in absolute panic, shouting, You crazy old woman, when have I ever been a pervert to you? Giving me a title like this? Do you want me to literally die of embarrassment? Oh God, this was 10 times worse than Lord among flowers. If word of this got out, he'd be too mortified to go on living. Imagine a grand gathering. Everyone introduces themselves, Lord Clear Wind, Lord Jade Whisper, Fairy Lingyan, then Fang Chen steps up, bows, and says, Greetings. I am Lord Pervert. Just picturing that scene made him cringe so hard his toes could curl through solid rock. Right then, the words crazy old woman seemed to have truly pissed off the ancient saint's will. The dark clouds morphed once again Lord Threes, Ekans. Fang Chen froze for a split second before the meaning clicked in his head. He started jumping up and down again, completely losing his mind. You haven't even tried it. How the hell do you know I only last 3 seconds? He was fully panicking now. Every single title was more emotionally devastating than the last. He quickly slapped his palms together again, begging, Oh youthful, gorgeous, gentle, and virtuous ancient saint, please stop trolling me. Just give this junior a proper Dao title. From now on, whatever you command, I will walk through fire and boil the oceans for you. To the crowd's absolute disbelief, the ancient saints will actually relented. The clouds finally stabilized into 4 words, Lord Headless. After that, the dark clouds slowly scattered. Fang Chen frowned. It sounded violently aggressive, likely a nod to his recent habit of decapitating his enemies. It was still pretty unrefined and definitely not the kind of elegant title you'd brag about. But compared to the previous 3, at least it wasn't socially paralyzing. Lord Headless it was. Defeated, Fang Chen accepted his fate. The crowd nodded slightly. Sure, it wasn't the most graceful name, but compared to things like Great Sun Demon Emperor or Weeping Demon Emperor, it was still a massive upgrade. Liang Feiyan's thoughtful murmur caused a wave of dead silence to sweep through the crowd. The headless sage, wait, which head are we talking about exactly? Fang Chen's face went stiff. He pointed at the sky and started cursing again. You old hag, I hope you get stuck with nothing but trash men for the rest of your life. What kind of bullshit title is this? The demon emperors of the North and West Seas approached with cheerful expressions. Congratulations, headless sage, on your break through to the Nascent Soul Realm. Indeed, from this day forward, you are the second human in the Nascent Soul Realm on this entire continent. The crowd stepped forward with suppressed smirks to offer their congratulations. The constant chorus of headless sage left Fang Chen completely fuming yet unable to vent. He said with a dark expression, on this continent, I'll let you call me that, but once we reach taking prefecture, you will address me as Senior Fang. With that, he stepped into the air and vanished. He couldn't bear the embarrassment of staying a second longer. He headed straight for 100 Flowers Valley. It was time to find out the truth about Lingshu. That woman never did anything at face value. If a simple soul, nurturing pill could hide such a massive conspiracy back then, what was she brewing by saving Lingshu now? In the 100 Flowers Valley, Lingyan sat beneath a peach tree. She poured 2 cups of wine, the intoxicating aroma filling the air. Fang Chen landed before her, the impact sending a slight tremor through the earth. Lingyan didn't even look up. Congratulations, she said calmly. To reach the second level of the Nascent Soul Realm in one go is unheard of. Zit! Fang Chen glanced at the 2 freshly poured cups. It was as if she had calculated his arrival to the second. He sat on the stone chair opposite her, but coldly pushed the wine away. I wouldn't dare drink anything of yours, he said bluntly. Osmanthus wine, brewed by the demon moon, Lingyan said in an ethereal voice, taking a sip. It's still missing a little something. Only after finishing the cup did she slowly look up at him. What did you come here to ask? As their eyes met, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Even though this was their second meeting, her beauty was so staggering it felt like a violation of the natural order. He found it hard to look her in the eye. He shifted his gaze and said in a low voice, If you knew I was coming, don't you already know what I'm going to ask? So, Lingyan said indifferently, are you here to thank me or to interrogate me? Fang Chen's expression softened as he cupped his hands in a respectful gesture. I am here to thank you for saving Lingshu, Senior Lingyan. Without you, she would truly be gone. But I'm curious, how did you convince her to keep living? Saving her life wasn't difficult. The old Fang Chen could have done it too, by forcing her to take a rejuvenation pill, for instance, but he didn't, because her tribe was gone and she had lost all will to remain in this world. There was no need for persuasion, Lingyan said. I simply told her that her people were still alive. What? Fang Chen gasped. Her tribe is alive, but the sky-swallowing Tiger King said he slaughtered all 158 of them. Lingyan smiled faintly and glanced toward a nearby valley. The sky-swallowing Tiger King emerged, looking terrified. He approached Fang Chen cautiously. Senior Fang, I didn't actually follow the Sky Emperor's orders to kill the Green Glow tribe. Old Han had already moved them. By the time I arrived, the village was empty. Fang Chen was stunned again. Then why did you say you killed them all? And what about her father's severed head? The Tiger King didn't dare answer. He turned his gaze toward Lingyan. I told him to say that. As for the head, she plucked a peach blossom from the tree and tossed it onto the ground. It instantly transformed into a gory, severed head. Fang Chen's pupils dilated. Even with his soul sense, he couldn't see through the illusion. He rubbed his temples and frowned at her. What exactly is your game? He couldn't wrap his head around it. If she wanted Lingshu dead, why go to the trouble of saving her later? Lingyan ignored his question and asked one of her own. When Lingshu died, was it painful? Fang Chen thought back to the last 2 months, his voice turning somber. That is a pain I never want to experience again. Lingyan nodded. A scar has been left on your nascent soul. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. You orchestrated Lingshu's fake death just so I would endure my tribulation in total despair. Just to leave that scar. Lingyan smiled, but said nothing, which was as good as a confession. Fang Chen felt a chill of unease. Is this scar going to harm me? Lingyan shook her head. There is no harm, only benefits. Oh, Fang Chen looked confused. How so? Do you know the secret of the late stages of the Nascent Soul Realm? She asked. Yu Boyuan had tried to tell him once, but the maddened Jiang Wuya had interrupted him. What secret? He asked, frowning. Isn't the cultivation system the same as the Golden Core Realm? Lingyan poured another cup of wine and took a light sip. Have you met the sect leaders of the great divine sects in Taking Prefecture? What about their cultivation levels? Fang Chen thought for a moment. I've seen Abbot Puguang of Bema Temple, he's a third Raid Vajra. And I've met the master of the Jiangshan Yipin Pavilion, he's a 5 Aperture Nascent Soul. I haven't seen any of the others. As he spoke, it clicked. Why were none of them above the 7 Aperture Nascent Soul level? Let's assume the first-class pavilion is just a business alliance with no real powerhouses, but White Horse Temple is a divine sect with a living bodhisattva. Why wouldn't they have first or second rank Vajras? Why is Puguang a mere third rank serving as the abbot? It seems you've spotted the anomaly. Ling Yin said the 8 and 9 Aperture Nascent Soul Masters, they've all vanished. Fang Chen was stunned. Where did they go? Ling Yin replied with chilling indifference. They went mad. Fang Chen bolted upright. He immediately thought of Jiang Wuya, the high-level Nascent Soul Master who had lost his mind. He had assumed Jiang Wuya's insanity was a personal tragedy. Now, listening to Ling Yin, it sounded like madness was the inevitable fate of every 8 and 9 Aperture Master. Is this the secret of the late-stage Nascent Soul Realm? Why do they all lose their minds? A cold knot of dread formed in Fang Chen's chest. Because, Ling Yin said, insanity is the only path to soul formation. Fang Chen was floored. Breaking through to the soul formation realm didn't require a lucky break or a miracle. It required a descent into madness. At the 8 Aperture stage, Ling Yin continued, the call of soul formation causes occasional fits of mania. You start doing unpredictable things. By the time you reach 9 Aperture, you are consumed by total, unrelenting madness. She looked him dead in the eye, her voice hauntingly calm. And one day, you will go mad too. Fang Chen's throat went dry. The late stages of the Nascent Soul Realm were a death trap. It finally made sense why the great divine sects didn't have their 8 and 9 Aperture Masters present. They were all unstable, and he was on the same collision course. Is there no way to avoid it? Fang Chen asked, his voice low. Ling Yin shook her head. Not unless you refuse to reach the 9 Aperture stage. The moment you step into that rank, the madness takes hold. But if you can ever snap out of that delirium, that is when you transcend mortality and enter the soul formation realm. Fang Chen's expression was grim. And if I don't wake up? Then the world simply gains another lunatic, she said, as if discussing the weather. Fang Chen slumped back into his seat, staring blankly into space. The road to soul formation was a nightmare. However, Ling Yin added, Ling Shu's death left a scar on your nascent soul. That pain will act as an anchor. It will prevent you from drowning completely in the madness, giving you a better chance to wake up than anyone else. In other words, she had effectively rigged the odds of his ascension in his favor. Realizing the depth of her plan, Fang Chen bowed with sincere gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Ling Yin. Don't thank me yet, she said coolly. You still have to wake up on your own to reach soul formation. If you stay trapped in that madness for too long, the scar will widen until it tears your nascent soul apart, stripping you of your cultivation. Once you're no longer a 9 Aperture Master, the madness will vanish. You'll wake up, but you'll be a cripple. Wake up on your own, and you're a god. Let the world force you awake, and you're a mortal. The choice is yours. Make the most of it. After a long silence, Fang Chen stood and gave her a deep, respectful bow. I misunderstood your intentions, Senior. Please forgive my previous suspicion. He had actually suspected she was plotting against him. In reality, every move she'd made was to pave his road to the soul formation realm. If you ascend, Ling Yin said indifferently, your child with Yao, you will be even more powerful. That benefits my lineage of priests. And I'm not doing this for free. Take this letter. If you ever run into a man called the Old Man of Heavenly Secrets, give it to him. Fang Chen tactfully ignored the comment about the child and accepted the letter with both hands. If I find him, I will see it delivered. Then I won't disturb your peace any longer, Senior. Ling Yin gave a slight nod. Go. Once you reach the Taking Province, remember stay away from 9 Aperture Nascent Soul Masters. No matter how sane they seemed, stay far away. Fang Chen thought of Jiang Wuya, who could flip from friend to foe in a heartbeat. He gave a wry smile. I don't need a reminder on that front. He took to the skies, but before he vanished, he glanced back at Ling Yin, hesitating as if he had one more thing to say. She looked up something else. Fang Chen scanned the surroundings, trying to sound casual. Senior, do you happen to raise chickens? Absolute cinema. This wasn't a breakthrough, it was a cosmic hit job. While the Blood Lord tried to make Fang Chen Trophy 19, our boy erased a god's steed with a single brush stroke. But witness the heartbreak scar. a nascent soul fractured by the agony of a fake death. Fang Chen is officially cooked by destiny. The heavens are the ultimate trolls, granting skies, blitting power only to label him Lord Headless for talking back. Ling Shu is back, but Fang Chen's core is now fueled by pure trauma. If madness is the only path to soul formation, did this tragedy just fast-track his insanity? Does the ancient saint deserve gratitude for this brutal lesson in grief, or should Fang Chen burn the heavens down for manufacturing a tragedy just to turn him into a more efficient weapon? Fang Chen scanned his surroundings, asking with feigned indifference, "Do you raise chickens?" Ling Yin looked at him, puzzled. "Why do you ask?" Fang Chen glanced around again. The valley was pristine and tidy, everything visible at a single glance. There wasn't a chicken in sight. "Never mind, just pretend I didn't ask." Fang Chen gave a respectful bow and took his leave, long after he had gone. Yao Yu stepped out, carrying a sealed jar of wine. She looked at the untouched cup on the table and huffed. "I even brought a whole bottle for him, ungrateful jerk." She couldn't hide her disappointment. She had carefully brewed this osmanthus wine to celebrate his successful tribulation, yet he hadn't taken a single sip. Ling Yin said flatly, "What happened at Boundary Mountain is a hurdle he just can't get over. If things continue like this, the two of you will never have a future together. Go to Taking Grand Province, take on a new identity, and find a new destiny." Yao Yu fell silent for a long time before sighing, "Mom, forget it. He cares so deeply for those around him. I don't want to lie to him." If Fang Chen were a cold, heartless man, she wouldn't have minded. But remembering how devastated he was over Ling Shu's death, she felt a wave of guilt at the thought of deceiving someone like him. Ling Yin plucked a peach blossom petal, swirled it into a cup of wine, and drank. Yao Yu took the cup and finished it, looking confused. Ling Yin stood up slowly and said calmly, "Start over with Fang Chen from now on." Yao Yu tilted her head, her eyes filled with deep thought. After a long moment, she asked in confusion, "Who is Fang Chen?" Up on the snowy mountain, Yu Mingju stood with her arms crossed, eyeing Gong Kei. "Have you really decided to go back to the Spirit Beast sect instead of following Fang Chen to Taking Grand Province?" Gong Kei looked down, her voice low. "I want to, but I still have the Spirit Beast sect to think about. What's left of it anyway? We lost half our people." Yu Mingju frowned. Gong Kei had always been devoted to the Spirit Beast sect, and now that they had suffered such a devastating blow, a woman as kind as her could never just walk away. "Think this through. Once he leaves, he's likely never coming back to this continent. The connection between you will just fade away over time. You should look out for yourself for once." "Forget the sect." A flash of sorrow crossed Gong Kei's eyes. She knew all too well that once they parted, the vast distance and the years would eventually snap the ties that bound them. But when she thought of her fallen comrades and the faces of those who had died, she couldn't let go. "Shengyun," she said, using Yu Mingju's real name, her eyes full of silent pleas, "take care of Fang Chen. Love him for both of us." She pulled out the bronze formation disc Fang Chen had left at the foot of the mountain, placed it in Yu Mingju's hands, and then boarded a flying beast to depart. Leaving Yu Mingju alone on the snow, looking utterly dejected, "You silly woman, why can't you just live for yourself?" The flying beast soared into the sky, weaving through the clouds. Gong Kei kept her head down, unable to hold back the tears that finally began to fall. "Fang Chen, I don't want to leave you, but I can't abandon the memory of my fallen brothers." Suddenly, she felt a pair of arms wrapped gently around her waist, pulling her into a warm embrace from behind. The heat of the chest against her back made Gong Kei freeze in place. She looked up and saw a face full of warmth and tenderness. "Fang Chen," she gasped in shock. Fang Chen looked at her with a complicated expression. "Are you really not coming with me to Taking Grand Province?" Everything was ready at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. They were just waiting for Fang Chen's signal to set off for Taking Grand Province. Once they left, they would rarely, if ever, return to this continent. Gong Kei couldn't suppress her grief. She turned and threw her arms around him. "I'm sorry, I just can't let them go." A shadow of sadness passed through Fang Chen's heart. Having witnessed the deaths of his comrades from the 9 sects at Boundary Mountain, and having lost Ling Shu, he understood her perfectly. She had people she needed to protect, and responsibilities she couldn't abandon. To her, those duties were even more important than staying by his side forever. Fang Chen pulled her closer, burying her head deep against his chest. He whispered softly, "Thank you for bringing warmth to my life. When I was just a boy with no one to care for me, you were the light that broke through the dark. Thank you for everything." His final goodbye felt like a serrated blade cutting through Gong Kei's heart. She clung to him, refusing to let go. Through her tears, she said, "You saved me, too." You risked everything to rescue the survivors of the Spirit Beast sect, so I wouldn't have to live the rest of my life in pain and guilt. I'm the one who should be saying thank you." Fang Chen said nothing more. They stood in a silent embrace, a deep, lingering regret taking root in the depths of his heart. Gong Kei had treated him with nothing but tenderness, yet he had failed to give her the same in return. All he could offer her now were his best wishes. "For the rest of your days, please take care of yourself." Fang Chen pressed a soft kiss to her forehead before slowly pulling away, a stray tear shimmering in his eyes. Gong Kei couldn't bring herself to meet his gaze. She knew she had broken his heart, and the guilt weighed heavily on her soul. After a long silence, she tilted her head up slightly. "Can I give you one last parting gift?" Fang Chen nodded. "What is it?" Gong Kei took his hand and slowly pressed it against her chest. "You once said that a woman my age is at her peak, that you loved how mature I was. I'm giving myself to you. This is the last bit of tenderness I have left to give." She slowly closed her eyes, looking like a lotus in full bloom, waiting to be plucked. Fang Chen let out a bittersweet laugh. "Your final tenderness." He looked at her face, a face that was about to drift out of his life, perhaps forever. He took hold of her collar and gently pulled it open. "All right," he whispered. "Let's share one last moment together." Her colorful dress was cast aside, cushioning them against the soft, feathery back of the giant bird. Amidst Gong Kei's melodic cries, Fang Chen's passion surged like a blade, piercing the heavens, sweeping her up into the clouds. Tears streamed down her face, tears of pure joy. In that moment, she felt as though she were back in Azure Cloud City, a simple traveler walking through the bustling, sun-drenched streets. She remembered glancing over and seeing a handsome young man, his eyes bright and clear, hawking free samples of beauty cream. Back then, the sun was warm, and the spring breeze was gentle. An hour later, Gong Kei shyly straightened her dress. Her body ached with a pleasant soreness, and her chest was covered in hickeys. There was no regret, only a sense of deep fulfillment. "You weren't lying. You really do love me like this." Fang Chen dressed quickly, realizing he'd been a bit too wild in the heat of the moment. He couldn't help it. She was simply too irresistible. Gong Kei composed herself. "Well then, I suppose this is goodbye." Fang Chen rose into the air, his expression solemn. "If you ever find yourself in trouble, come find me in Grand Province." Gong Kei didn't answer. Her lips parted slightly as she whispered, "Take care." She turned away, unable to look at him again. As the bird flew into the distance, Fang Chen stood frozen, watching until she vanished from sight. Only then did he let out a long, heavy sigh and disappear. A short while later, on the outskirts of Lone Boat City, Fang Chen stood before a lavishly renovated tomb. If he hadn't seen his father's name on the headstone, he would have thought he was at the wrong grave. "Your son has finally made something of himself. Someone even fixed up your grave for you," Fang Chen said with a faint smile, pulling out the black casket his father had never let out of his sight. "Don't go yet, the best is yet to come. Weren't you always sad you never got to see what Mom left in the secret compartment? Today, we'll witness it together." According to his mother's instructions, it would take a 5-star Soul Master to open the hidden layer. It was specific he needed the rank of a Soul Master, not just raw soul strength. Clearly, the mechanism required a specialized soul technique. He pulled out an old bamboo scroll engraved with the words Tei Soul Technique. It was thanks to this scripture that he had become a 4-star Soul Master, capable of refining high-grade pills. At least half of his current success in cultivation was due to the Tei Soul Technique. Now that his soul power had grown significantly, he could continue his study of the technique. He immediately began scanning the spiritual script on the scroll. Half a day later, his head began to throb. He had reached the absolute limit of what his current soul power could handle. "I've barely managed to reach the level of a 5-star Soul Master, and I can only refine low-tier grade 5 spirit pills," Fang Chen muttered, clicking his tongue in disbelief. His first time training, he had jumped straight to 4-star status. Now, even with a 3-aperture nascent soul level soul, he had only just reached the 5-star rank. To become a 6-star Soul Master, would he really need a soul at the deity transformation realm level? He realized he had vastly underestimated the Soul Master system. Pushing those thoughts aside, he eagerly pulled out the black casket, the black wooden box that had remained uncorrupted despite being buried for years. Even with his current experience, he still couldn't identify the material it was made of. He flipped the lid. The items inside were long gone. It was empty. However, looking at its external size, there was definitely a lower compartment. He just couldn't find the opening. Remembering the requirement for a 5-star Soul Master, he focused his mind, using his powerful soul energy to refine the box. Suddenly, a trace of mysterious white powder began to separate from the wood. It was incredibly stubborn. Even using his full 5-star power, it took him another half a day of intense effort to fully extract every grain of the powder. What kind of impurity is this? Fang Chen stared at the pile of powder in his palm, baffled. After a moment's thought, he didn't throw it away, opting to store it in a jade case instead. With a sharp crack, the once indestructible black casket seemed to lose its life force the moment the powder was gone. It crumbled instantly. They dissolved into clouds of black dust, scattering into the air. Fang Chen stood frozen, the black casket was gone. Looking down, he saw a flickering white flame left in its place. It pulsed gently with a soft glow, encased in a thin, crystalline shell. Is this some kind of exotic fire? Fang Chen wondered as he picked it up. The moment he touched the crystal, a soft ripple surged outward, expanding in every direction with explosive speed. In a flash, it swept through the territory of the Azure Cloud sect. In a heartbeat, it crossed the land of the 9 sects. A minute later, it radiated across the entire continent. Within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, it traversed the 4 seas. By the time a cup of tea had cooled, it had bounded over the Grand Taking province. In 15 minutes, it reached the 9 provinces of Middle-earth. Countless ancient beings were jolted from their long slumber. Some felt a chill of fear, others a surge of joy, while many felt nothing but pure, unadulterated greed. They stood, ready to walk the world once more, but several ancient wills suppressed them, forcing the chaos back into silence. Fang Chen was oblivious. He only had a vague sense that the shockwave leaking from the flame was anything but ordinary. He toyed with the crystal for a while, trying to pry it open, but the shell was incredibly tough. No matter how much strength he used, it wouldn't budge. A flame locked in crystal that I can't even open. Fang Chen was curious. Since his mother had left him the seed of the void ancient tree, this white flame had to be just as extraordinary. He simply wasn't strong enough to unlock it yet. Still, he had finally fulfilled his father's dying wish. It looks like Mom left me quite a few challenges. I need to keep moving forward. Fang Chen lit 3 sticks of incense, burned some spirit money, and poured a cup of wine. He stared at the headstone. I'm leaving, Father. Once I unravel the mystery of this flame, I'll come back and share its secrets with you. Before long, the Liu family estate was expanded by the Azure Cloud sect. It was now so grand and opulent, it outshone the city lord's manor. If Liu Zhengyan hadn't repeatedly protested, the sect would have turned it into a full-blown imperial palace. Today, the Liu residence was decked out in festive colors. Every VIP in the city had arrived for the occasion. Liu Zhengyan was taking a concubine. In fact, this was his 5th in just 2 months, all of them young and beautiful. It wasn't that Liu Zhengyan was a playboy, he simply couldn't say no. These women were gifts from the various elders of the Azure Cloud sect. How could he dare refuse? Even the matriarch, Wang Yingfeng, had to welcome them with a forced smile, terrified of causing any offense. These 5 new concubines weren't just gifts from elders, they came from powerful clans within the Azure Cloud sect's territory. Their families were hundreds of times more influential than her own. She didn't dare bark orders like she used to. She was just lucky Liu Zhengyan hadn't replaced her as the primary wife yet. Liu Zhengyan, sporting a pair of heavy dark circles under his eyes, said, "Please, everyone, take a seat. Make yourselves at home." Just then the butler arrived. "Sir, someone left a gift. They didn't leave a name before they vanished." Liu Zhengyan took it curiously and found it was a spatial storage ring, a rare treasure on this continent. Inside were various resources for everything from the Kai refining to the core formation, enough to help the Liu family produce a core formation master. In this world, who else would send the Liu family a spatial storage artifact? His hands trembled as he held it. He whispered, "My boy, the path ahead is full of thorns." The Chen family? Chen Yukyu groaned as he looked at the thick stack of ledgers. Why are people from the Spirit Beast sect and the Joyous Union sect coming from so far away to buy Kai refining fluid from us? Liu Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Our daughter is connected to Fang Chen. You think they wouldn't try to get on our good side? Stop complaining. Finish these ledgers tonight. You're not coming to bed until you're done. Chen Yukyu's eyes lit up finally. A night off from his duties. Liu Qin saw his expression and felt her blood boil. Just as she was about to scold him, a spatial storage artifact fell from the sky and landed on the table. Inside were heaps of cultivation resources. There were also some strange medicines. Chen Yukyu was ecstatic. It's Fang Chen. Fang Chen sent these to us. Liu Qin looked at the medicine. Coming from a family of pill refining experts, she recognized them instantly. Her face flushed. These are vitality boosters for men. That boy is so thoughtful. Darling, she purred, it's time for your medicine. Chen Yukyu's smile froze. Meanwhile, in a floating palace within the Taking Grand Province, Venerable Heart, Bane knelt on one knee, head bowed low as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Before him stood the projection of a young man. His eyes crackled with lightning, and he wore armor woven from 9 colored bolts of thunder. He stood with his hands behind his back. Those eyes watched Venerable Heart, Bane silently, yet that single look struck terror into the heart of the powerful deity transformation realm master. You have disappointed me. At those words, Venerable Heart, Bane dropped his other knee. Trembling with fear, he cried out, Young Emperor. That person is cautious. They've gone into hiding. It's a vast world. I haven't been able to find them yet. His face was pale, sweat pouring down his neck, his heart hammered against his ribs. The projection before him was none other than the young Emperor. He had spent 6 months searching for the practitioner of the void, flow lightning force without success. Now, the young Emperor had projected himself all the way from the heavenly province. He didn't doubt for a second that even as a mere projection, the young Emperor could strike him down across the void. I only care about results. The young Emperor indifferently raised a finger and pointed it at Venerable Heart, Bane's brow. Half a year and you've found nothing. Worse, that person has already reached the minor stage of the void, flow lightning force. Why should I keep you around? Venerable Heart, Bane was shocked. That person had already mastered the minor stage of the void, flow lightning force. As the young Emperor's projection prepared to strike and the divine ring behind his own head began to crack, he reached a peak of terror. Young Emperor, please, give me one more chance. Mastering the void, flow lightning force requires a staggering amount of electrical power. The only way to gather that much energy is by braving the Nascent Soul Tribulation. This person must have faced their tribulation recently. Finding them will be child's play. The young Emperor slowly pulled his finger away from the man's forehead, his expression cold. I will give you 3 more months. If you still haven't found them, I'll personally descend upon Taking Grand Province. Venerable Heart, Bane slammed his head against the ground, understood. As the phantom of the young Emperor dissolved, Venerable Heart, Bane climbed to his feet, his eyes burning with a murderous chill. You nearly got me executed by the young Emperor. There's nowhere left for you to hide. Taking Grand Province was massive and teeming with various sects, but the number of people who had recently ascended to the Nascent Soul Realm was small. Find him. Near the Demon Emperor Court, Consort Yunxie sat cross-legged atop a snow-capped mountain. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and looked toward the south with a soft smile. A silhouette in black streaked through the air toward her. Ready for your tribulation? Fang Chen asked, sensing the storm of lightning energy swirling within her. He glanced at the 4 seas demon emperors, Demon Emperor Nuxin, and the master of the heavenly secret pavilion waiting at the base of the mountain, and everything clicked. Are you sure about this? Fang Chen asked, his voice laced with concern. After taking Su Yingying's ancestral awakening pill, my heavenly fox bloodline is at 20%, Consort Yunxie replied. As long as I don't face a nightmare like your immeasurable blood tribulation, I'll be fine. If she was this confident, she definitely had the situation under control. Fang Chen pulled out a set of bright light embroidered robes and personally draped them over her. Wear this as well, he said. Your body, it's for my eyes only. Consort Yunxie bit her lip, her face flushing. Thank you, my love. Then Fang Chen produced a pain-numbing stone. If it becomes too much to bear, keep this in your mouth. She took it, her eyes full of tenderness. The heavenly demon dew, the ancestral awakening pill, the pain-numbing stone. You've guided me every step of the way, Fang Chen. Once this is over, I'll find a way to properly reward you. Fang Chen knew exactly what kind of reward she meant, and his heart skipped a beat. Just focus on the tribulation, he said. If you really can't hold on, with his 3 aperture nascent soul physique, saving her would be easy. Even if Consort Yunxie failed today, her life was never in any real danger. He retreated to join the other demon emperors, watching the storm gather. Soon, the clouds churned, and a bolt of pale lightning roared down from the heavens. Under normal circumstances, the lightning would have scorched her hair and clothes instantly, leaving her in a desperate state. But then, the unexpected happened. A white phantom surged from Consort Yunxie's body and coiled above her head, a massive, snow-white fox, hundreds of feet long. It was elegant and regal, its 9 tails fanning out like a divine canopy to shield her. The lightning struck the phantom and was instantly refined into tiny sparks. They flowed gently into her body, nourishing her form without causing a single scratch. Fang Chen was stunned. Is that the Heavenly Fox bloodline? That's completely broken. No wonder someone like Venerable Heart Bane had his sights set on her. He had been worried that since this was her second time facing the trial, the lightning would be too overwhelming. He hadn't expected the Ancestral Awakening pill to make her bloodline this powerful. Thunder roared as the heavens were provoked. Bolt after bolt slammed down, but the fox's 9 tails swatted them away with ease. Even when over 150 strikes fell at once, forming a literal curtain of lightning, the fox swallowed them all in silence. When the final spark faded, Consort Yunxia stood there completely untouched, as if she hadn't just survived a heavenly trial. The 3 female demon emperors watched with wide eyes. How can a tribulation look that elegant? Demon Emperor Old Dream whispered, her voice tinged with envy. Fang Chen stepped forward with a smile. Congratulations, Yunxia. He looked up at the dark clouds gathering into shapes, though I suppose I'll have to call you by a new name now. The clouds slowly formed 4 characters, Fairy Cloud, Raiment. Demon Emperor Yizhu couldn't hide her jealousy. Even her title sounds like a goddess. The will of the ancient sages really has a favorite, doesn't it? Her title and Old Dreams, Old Dream of Jiangnan, and Lost Pearl of the Vast Sea, were beautiful, but they both carried a hint of sorrow. They were reminders of their tragic pasts. But Fairy Cloud, Raiment felt like a blessing of pure light. The 4 seed-welling demon emperors were deeply moved. Demon Emperor Old Dream looked at the new fairy with a complex, bittersweet expression. She cupped her hands in a respectful salute. Congratulations, Fairy Cloud, Raiment. You've found yourself a truly remarkable man. Farewell, perhaps we'll meet again. With that, she turned and flew silently toward the south. Fairy Cloud, Raiment watched her go, then glanced at Fang Chen. She understood. Go on, Fang Chen, go see her off. Fang Chen nodded and leaped into the air, catching up to fly beside Demon Emperor Old Dream. Old Dream panicked. W, what are you doing? Go back and be with your fairy. Fang Chen pulled out a demon soul fruit. Old Dream, he said softly, a flower once bloomed in my life. It may have withered in an instant, but its fragrance remains. I will never forget it. Demon Emperor Old Dream lowered her head. So Fang Chen hadn't forgotten her after all. A wave of relief washed over her, finally granting her the closure she craved. They had both brought a spark of hope into each other's lives. It wasn't just a one-sided obsession. The anxiety gnawing at her heart finally evaporated. She summoned her courage and looked Fang Chen straight in the eyes. In our next life, remember to find me sooner. I won't lose to Fairy Cloud, Raiment. Fang Chen gave a faint smile. He took her small hand and pressed a demon soul fruit into her palm. Focus on living this life first. It's a long journey ahead. Take this. It's a small gift to help you go further. Tears blurred Demon Emperor Old Dream's vision. This goodbye might very well be forever. She didn't hold back, clutching the demon soul fruit tight. I'll take this as the betrothal gift for our next life, she said. Make sure you come to marry me. With those words, she turned away and vanished into the swirling mist. Fang Chen smiled softly as he saw the other 3 sea demon emperors off, gifting each of them a demon soul fruit before they departed. Personal feelings aside, the stronger they became, the better they could protect the continent when trouble eventually arrived. Returning to the Demon Emperor court, Fang Chen was surprised to find guests waiting for him, and they were very familiar faces. These are several low-grade mortal heart pills. They can boost one's cultivation in the core formation realm. Please, Grand Elders and Elders, accept them as a small token of my respect. Inside the Demon Emperor court, Master Chenjing pulled out several bottles of low-grade mortal heart pills, items he had long since outgrown, and offered them to the group from the Azure Cloud sect. The room fell silent. No one spoke, and no one reached for the bottles. Thanks to Fang Chen's 1,000-year spirit meat, the Grand Elders were either at the 9th level of the Core Formation Realm, or had already achieved Core Formation Realm. 9th level perfection, these pills were practically useless to them. Besides, it was obvious Master Chenjing thought they were there to beg for favors, and he was just tossing them scraps to get rid of them. Liu Wenchen, speaking as the sect leader, waved him off. Senior Chenjing, you've misunderstood. We only came because we heard you were here. There's no need for gifts, we don't need them. With the mountain of resources Fang Chen had provided, these pills were pathetic. Accepting them would only ruin their reputation, making them look like greedy beggars for almost no gain. Master Chenjing scoffed internally. He was at the Demon Emperor court waiting for Fang Chen, and the Azure Cloud sect people had come swarming the moment they heard the news. What else could they want but doubts from a powerful 4. Aperture Nascent Soul Master. They wanted the loot, but didn't want the stig, total hypocrites. He maintained a plastic smile, forcing the bottles into Liu Wenchen's hands. I said take them, don't be shy. Resigned, Liu Wenchen held the bottles. Master Chenjing, we truly just wanted to see how you were. Seeing your well is enough for us. Elder Feng, did you have anything to add? Sensing Master Chenjing's blatant disdain, the Azure Cloud sect's warm welcome was met with an icy wall. Their excitement evaporated, replaced by a bitter chill. They had no desire to stay and continue embarrassing themselves. Fang Chen stepped forward from the crowd, looking at the face that was both familiar and yet so foreign. The old man's eyes still shone with lingering emotion. Lian, do you still remember me? Master Chenjing had noticed him long ago. He finally stood up from his chair and gave a polite, distant bow. Elder Feng, I trust you've been well. Fang Gutchen's expression stiffened. He wouldn't even call him master anymore. That single word, elder, was proof that their bond as master and disciple was well and truly severed. It was a cruel joke. He had waited 8 years for Nangang Liyan to return, clinging to hope even when everyone else told him to let go. Now, after coming all this way, he was met with nothing but a cold Elder Feng. He looked like he had aged a decade in an instant. He nodded weakly. I'm fine. I heard you've joined the tutelage of Venerable Mantra. How is she treating you? Do you have any difficulties lately? Even though Master Chenjing had long since disowned him, Feng Gutchen still worried. He was genuinely concerned that his former pupil might be struggling. Master Chenjing frowned. These country bumpkins actually had the nerve to pry into the affairs of Venerable Mantra. They clearly had no idea how high the heavens were, or what true respect looked like. His impatience finally showed. Elder Feng, everything is fine. If that's all, please go back and rest. I'm a bit tired and would like to take a nap. The blatant dismissal sent a chill through Feng Gutchen's heart. Was a simple gesture of concern too much to ask? It seemed he was no longer worthy. He gave a dejected nod. Understood. We won't disturb Master Chenjing any further. Farewell. Fang Chen stood at the entrance of the Demon Emperor Hall, having seen the entire exchange. His gaze toward Master Chenjing turned cold and sharp. So that was why Master Chenjing had hesitated when he first learned Fang Chen was from the Azure Cloud sect. He was terrified that if his past was revealed, Fang Chen would cling to him like a parasite. He was seriously full of himself. He approached the group from the Azure Cloud sect, Grand Elders, and Sect Leader. There you are. I've been looking for you. He acted as if he hadn't heard a single word of the previous conversation to save them from any more embarrassment. Liu Wenchen's face lit up. Fang Chen, we were looking for you too. The others looked at Fang Chen, and their spirits immediately lifted. One look at him, and the difference was night and day. They already knew he was brilliant, but compared to Master Chenjing's arrogance, Fang Chen's loyalty and character were truly rare and precious. Sect Leader, Fang Chen said, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is leaving for take in Grand Province in a few days. Before I go, I have some things to give you. He produced 7 Nascent Soul Strike Jade Talismans and handed them all to Liu Wenchen. I originally had 10, but I used 3 against Demon Emperor Kangwen. I want you to keep the rest for safe keeping. What? Nascent Soul Strike Jade Talismans? 7 of them? Liu Wenchen's pupil shrunk. A single one was enough to intimidate the entire 9 sects, but 7, this was world-changing. He reached out with both hands to take them, then realized he was still holding those low-grade mortal heart pills. He hurriedly tossed them to Elder Wen Hongyao. Here, go distribute these to the junior disciples, or something. Wen Hongyao had a temper second only to Qin Wangshuan's. She wasn't about to accept charity that felt like an insult. She slammed the bottles onto a nearby table. Whoever wants them can have them. My medicine peak has no use for this junk. If you're really feeling generous, Sect Leader, give one of those jade talismans to my medicine peak, she added. Liu Wenchen quickly tucked the talismans into his robes and snapped. The Sect Leader keeps the talismans. None of you are getting your hands on these. Qin Wangshuan and the others burst into laughter. Even Feng Gutchen was beaming. The Azure Cloud sect's fortunes are truly turning. A new golden age isn't just a dream anymore. Within 10 years, this sect will be unrecognizable. He looked at Liu Wenchen and, for the first time, truly admitted defeat. Sect Leader, when it comes to finding disciples, I can't compete with you. Thank you for bringing such a talent to our sect. I won't fight you for your position anymore. With an absolute anchor like Fang Chen, no one could touch your seat anyway. This conversation was a massive slap in the face to Master Chenjing. Seeing those discarded bottles of low-grade mortal heart pills contrasted with Fang Chen's 7 Nascent Soul Strike Jade Talismans made him look incredibly small. He was visibly mortified. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Fang Chen, I've been looking for you. Fang Chen gave him a cool, indifferent look. Go ahead, Master Chenjing. Since he didn't acknowledge the Azure Cloud sect, Fang Chen wasn't going to lower himself by calling him senior brother. Master Chenjing continued, My master, Venerable Mantra, wishes to see you. Come with me. Venerable Mantra, a master of the deity transformation realm, Fang Chen felt a jolt of alarm. However, given Master Chenjing's behavior, he already had a bad impression of the woman. He felt a wave of resistance. Frowning, he said, I'm busy, maybe in a few days. Master Chenjing was stunned. When a venerable summoned you, you dropped everything and ran, and yet Fang Chen wanted to wait. Do you realize what you're saying? A venerable has summoned you. Get moving and report immediately. Fang Chen's brow furrowed. Did Venerable Mantra explicitly say it had to be right this second? If it were a life or death emergency, she would have come herself. She wouldn't have sent a disciple to slowly crawl across the vast sea. Master Chenjing let out a sharp, mocking laugh. He'd never seen anyone so dismissive of a venerable's status. Regardless, his message was delivered. He liked this Azure Cloud sect disciple even less now. The guy was clearly all brawn and no brains. Everyone knew he was a for-aperture nascent soul and their senior brother. Instead of sucking up to him to build some rapport, the kid acted like he couldn't be bothered. If the brat had actually tried to please him, Chenjing might have even considered asking his master to grant him a chance at a tribulation breakthrough. With that kind of attitude, he deserved to be stuck in the core formation realm for the rest of his life. Chenjing couldn't wrap his head around why his master claimed the kid was stronger than him. As if this brat could be the mysterious figure who just survived the immeasurable blood tribulation. He hadn't been able to get close enough to see who was actually crossing the immeasurable blood tribulation. In his mind, it had to be a genius of unimaginable talent. He didn't even consider for a second that it might be Fang Chen from the Azure Cloud sect. To him, the Azure Cloud sect was a poor, backward place, a stain on his reputation. How could they produce such a powerhouse? He didn't even give Fang Chen a second look, habitually assuming the boy was still at the core formation realm, 9th level perfection. When he turned to leave, no one tried to stop him. Fang Chen was far more important. Liu Wenchen looked at the others and said, Grand Elders, what are you waiting for? Announce your decision. Fang Chen looked at the Grand Elders, puzzled. You guys actually have business with me? Qin Wangshuan gave a cheeky grin. Otherwise, why would we leave the sect unattended and rush out here just to watch you cross a tribulation? The Grand Elders have unanimously agreed to pass the Founder's legacy to you, hoping it will aid your future path to the Nascent Soul Realm, before the entire Azure Cloud sect. Qin Wangshuan pulled out a 9-colored nail. It was only the top half, the bottom had been snapped off and lost. Fang Chen was shocked to feel his own nascent soul start thrumming the moment the nail appeared. What is this? Qin Wangshuan shook his head. We aren't sure. According to the Founder's records, he watched it fall from the heavens and left instructions for it to be given to a true dragon. Today, we've decided that person is you. Another thing falling from the sky. First an umbrella, then the heaven, deceiving divine bead, and now a broken nail. As Fang Chen reached for it, Master Chenjing, who hadn't gone far, sensed a violent reaction from his own nascent soul. He spun around and saw the object. The aperture-opening divine nail. How do you have an aperture-opening divine nail? This is the key to unlocking the 9. Aperture. He cut himself off abruptly. He blurred back toward them, his face flushed with excitement. The Azure Cloud sect actually has something like this. Why didn't you say so earlier? Master Feng, you said this was for a true dragon of the sect, isn't that basically Taylor made for me? This divine nail can unlock the 9 aperture nascent soul. Once you reach the 8 aperture stage. Trying to open the final aperture is impossible with ordinary treasures or medicine. You'd need a tier 6 spirit elixir. Otherwise, you're looking at 10 years or a lifetime of being stuck at the 8 aperture stage, never reaching the peak. 800 years ago, a mysterious 9-colored rain fell upon the Central Plains world. Those were these aperture-opening divine nails, and they created a surge of 9 aperture nascent soul masters overnight. My own master, Venerable Mantra, only managed to unlock his 9th aperture 10 years ago because he was lucky enough to find one of these nails. Master Chenjing had been searching for one for years to prepare for his own future, but after 8 centuries, they were nearly extinct. Any that remained were held by the most powerful factions. He never dreamed that the pathetic Azure Cloud sect would possess half of one. With a bit of luck, even half a nail could trigger the breakthrough, and if he found the other half, the 9th aperture would be a guaranteed success. Master Feng, The crowd sneered internally as they heard him switch from Elder Feng back to Master the moment he saw something he wanted. The guy was a total parasite. He was terrified they'd cling to him a moment ago, but now that there was a prize on the table, he was more than happy to claim his impoverished elders. Qin Wangshuan stepped protectively beside Fang Chen, his voice cold. "I'm afraid not. This belongs to the members of the Azure Cloud sect. Master Chenjing, since you've already pledged yourself to Venerable Mantra, it would be beneath your status to demand our things, wouldn't it?" Liu Wenchen felt a surge of satisfaction. This dog had just looked down on them, and now he was begging. "Indeed. If Venerable Mantra found out you were still tangled up with us, it might look bad for you. We wouldn't want to make things difficult for you, Master Chenjing." Chenjing was eating his heart out with regret. If he'd known they had a treasure like this, he wouldn't have been so cold. Seeing the others were dead set against him, he turned to the only person who had shown him any care, Feng Chen. "Master Feng, I desperately need this nail. Please think of how hard I've struggled in the Taking Grand Province. Help me." Feng Chen remained silent. If Chenjing hadn't spat out that Elder Feng earlier, his heart might have softened. But now he was completely disillusioned. He looked at Fang Chen, who had selflessly given away 7 precious Nascent Soul Strike Jade Talismans, and then at Chenjing, who had offered a few bottles of low-grade mortal heart pills like they were charity. He wasn't a fool. He wasn't going to betray Fang Chen for a heartless opportunist. "Master Chenjing, you overstate things. I'm not worthy of being your master. Besides, this was the Grand Elder's decision. I'm just a regular elder. I have no say in the matter. Don't force me." The others breathed a sigh of relief. They had actually been worried Feng Chen would cave to sentimentality. Seeing his chance, Qin Wangshuan shoved the aperture, opening divine nail into Fang Chen's hands. Fang Chen had a spatial storage artifact. Its specific incantations would prevent Chenjing from simply snatching it away. Fang Chen didn't hesitate, immediately stowing the item inside his heavenly thunderstone. Panicked, Master Chenjing turned his focus to Fang Chen. "Junior brother Fang, that thing is useless to you. Give it to me, and I'll owe you a massive favor." Fang Chen was genuinely curious. Did Venerable Mantra not care about character at all when picking disciples? How did he end up with someone like this? His talent wasn't even top tier. A 4 Aperture Nascent Soul at 28 was impressive to most, but in the Taking Grand Province, he wasn't among the elite. Given there were 3 at the Deity Transformation Realm and 1 Bodhisattva, Chenjing didn't seem qualified to be a disciple to such a powerhouse. Was there something hidden about Chenjing he couldn't see? Regardless, Fang Chen's rejection was blunt. "Master Chenjing, I'm not your brother, and I don't want your favors. Besides, this item is very useful to me." He subtly released his aura. Chenjing's face went pale with shock. "A 2 Aperture Nascent Soul, when did you break through?" Suddenly, he remembered the terrifying Immeasurable Blood Tribulation from the day before. He gasped. "It was you. You were the one crossing that tribulation." Fang Chen simply nodded. Master Chenjing stared at him, his eyes burning with jealousy and spite. It was a miracle for the Azure Cloud sect to produce one talent like him. How could another one survive an immeasurable blood tribulation? His master's words that he was inferior to Fang Chen rang in his head, fueling his rage. "Fight me. If I lose, I'll grant you 1 wish. If you lose, the nail is mine. Don't bother refusing. You don't have a choice." He lashed out with a horizontal swipe. The sheer pressure of his 4 Aperture Nascent Soul power cleaved the Demon Emperor's hull in 2. Fang Chen frowned. Something was seriously wrong with Chenjing. He was in the Nascent Soul Realm. His mind should have been tempered by 1,000 trials. Yet, he was acting completely unhinged, almost manic. Fang Chen said flatly, "So, a level 4 fights a level 2. You bet a verbal promise, and I have to put up a divine treasure. If you want to rob me, just say so. Don't hide behind a challenge." Master Chenjing dropped the act, his eyes filled with malice. "Fine, so what if I'm robbing you?" "If I weren't worried about your ties to the sect, I wouldn't have bothered talking at all. Hand it over, or I'll take it from your corpse." As a disciple of Venerable Mantra, he tried to save some face, but Fang Chen and the Azure Cloud sect were being far too stubborn. Fang Chen waved the others back. "See, wasn't it easier just to be honest? Calling someone master while planning to rob them, didn't that make your skin crawl?" Already fuming, Chenjing's temper exploded. "I shouldn't have associated with any of you losers, especially you. When you go out into the world, don't you dare tell anyone I'm your senior brother." Fang Chen replied coldly, "Don't worry. I'd be too embarrassed to admit I had a brother as pathetic as you." Chenjing snapped. He unleashed all 4 apertures, his nascent soul energy erupting like a tsunami that dwarfed Fang Chen's. A shimmering, volatile seal began to form in his palm. Let's see what makes you so special. First on the ancient road to heaven, my master's favorite, surviving the immeasurable blood tribulation. I'm going to slap the mask right off your face. Fang Chen didn't dare hold back against a full strength strike from a 4 aperture master. His left hand surged with concentrated lightning, while his right pulsed with void flow lightning force. Chenjing had seen his tribulation. If he recognized the technique, he'd already have known. There was no point in hiding it anymore. He slammed his palms together. Blood, red void lightning merged with blinding white bolts, forming a massive 15,000-foot blade of light that roared toward Master Chenjing. Chenjing's pupils shrunk. He remembered this. It was the same strike Fang Chen had used against the 5 aperture blood Marquiluengu, only to have it crushed by a blood spear. He hadn't thought much of it then, but facing it head on, he realized with a jolt of terror that this single strike carried the weight of a 4 aperture nascent soul power. In a desperate panic, he unleashed the 6 seals of immortal legacy. The seal in his hand exploded with brilliant golden light, transforming into massive characters that blotted out the sky, intercepting the descending indestructible blade. Channel the heavens, summon the saints, and claim the immortal palace. The 2 forces collided with a violent explosion. Thunder roared as celestial music hummed from the seals, sending waves of spiritual resonance through the air. What remained of the Demon Emperor Court collapsed instantly in the blast. Even the Azure Cloud sect members, who had fled miles away, were knocked to the ground by the massive shockwave. The master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, Demon Emperor Nuxen, and Fairy Cloud, Raymond, arrived soon after. Looking at the surging nascent soul power and the blinding arcs of light over the ruins of the Demon Emperor Court, they felt utterly insignificant. Faced with a strike from a 4 aperture nascent soul, they, mere 1 aperture nascent souls and a Demon Emperor, were like dust in the wind. But what truly shocked them was that Fang Chen, who had just entered the Nascent Soul Realm, had actually managed to tank a direct hit from a 4 aperture expert. Boom, the heavens shook. The 15,000-foot indestructible blade completely shattered the seals, turning them into countless golden streaks that shot out in every direction. Fang Chen couldn't dodge them all. He was thrown back by several golden beams. Even the residual power of those seals was terrifyingly strong. He pulled out the heaven monitoring mirror to deflect most of the energy, but the impact still left the copper taste of blood in his throat. Master Chenjing was struck by the residual light and the indestructible blade. His body jolted, and a trickle of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Fang Chen in pure disbelief. He couldn't believe he was losing to a brat who had just reached the Nascent Soul Realm. He was actually being pushed back. Fang Chen suppressed the churning blood in his chest and sneered, "Venerable mantra student isn't much to look at. Since you don't even know how to rob someone properly, I guess I'll have to teach you a lesson myself." He brought out the gold Buddha, his palms once again surging with void flow lightning force. Master Chenjing's eyes widened when he saw it. The protective golden Buddha from White Horse Temple. No wonder you survived a hit from the blood spear. His eyes flickered. Fang Chen's strike was already a threat to a 4 aperture nascent soul, and with that protective golden Buddha, the boy was nearly untouchable. Worse, Master Chenjing might actually end up severely injured if they kept fighting. Fang Chen might not dare to kill him because of Venerable Mantra's reputation, but how pathetic would it be to crawl back to taking Grand Province half dead? He immediately withdrew his power and snorted, "Fine, keep your little treasure, but mark my words, with your pathetic Azure Cloud sect, you'll never find the other half." Seeing him stand down, Fang Chen also withdrew his aura. In truth, that had been his final shot. His thunder core was completely drained. "Don't worry about me. If you're done, get out. You're not welcome here," Fang Chen said bluntly. Master Chenjing said coldly, "I'm here for my sister, Nangong Xiaoyan. Bring her out." Nangong Xiaoyan was Master Chenjing's sister. Fang Chen recalled the Dragon Ascension path in Lone Boat City. The ranked prodigy above the Cloud Sky skyship was someone named Nangong Lian. Could Master Chenjing actually be Nangong Lian? He shook his head. "I won't let her go with you." Abandoning the Azure Cloud sect was cold, but plenty of people were heartless. But to abandon his own sister on this continent for 8 years without a single word. Just how soulless could a person be? Nothing good would come of Nangong Xiaoy, and going back with a man like that, Fang Chen decided to make the choice for her. "Don't push it," Master Chenjing barked. "I'm taking my own sister home. Who are you to tell me otherwise?" The master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion flew over with Taoist Yao, Yan and Nangong Zioyan. The girl recognized Master Chenjing instantly, but her expression remained flat and indifferent. "Why would I go with you?" she asked. "Don't bother. I'm doing just fine at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion." If Nangong Liyan had written even a single letter in 8 years, she might still consider him a brother. But there had been nothing. Taoist Yao, Yan had raised her like his own granddaughter. She felt zero connection to her blood brother. Master Chenjing looked at the girl, now a beautiful, petite young woman, and said happily, "To take you back to Taikang, of course. You'll have the best resources and the strongest martial arts. With me protecting you, I'll ensure you reach the Nascent Soul Realm." Nangong Zioyan might be stubborn, but she was sharp. A relative who ignored you for 8 years suddenly showing up and promising riches. Please, he was clearly just planning to use her. She stepped beside Fang Chen and said, "I'll do whatever Senior Fang decides." Fang Chen glanced at her. Smart girl. She hadn't disappointed him. If she had actually been naive enough to follow Master Chenjing, he would have been livid. "You heard her," Fang Chen said calmly. "Your sister wants me to look after her." Master Chenjing glared at Nangong Zioyan before shooting a venomous look at Fang Chen. "Fine, when you get to taking Grand Province, you'd better watch your back. Don't think you can just waltz in there like you did on this continent." With a flick of his sleeve, he vanished into the sky. Watching him leave, Fang Chen sighed. "Master, your new Heavenly Secrets Pavilion can protect me, right?" The master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion rubbed his nose. Before, sure, now, it's not looking good. He pulled out Venerable Baiyu's whisk and sighed. "I spent 10 years planning this, inviting Venerable Baiyu to be our guest elder. With him here, nobody would have dared to mess with us, but now he's dead." Fang Chen frowned. Venerable Baiyu was supposed to be the pillar of their sect. Beyond his 5, aperture nascent soul power, his status as an elder of the sanctuary of myriad tribulations was a massive deterrent. Now that he's gone, the new Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is in deep trouble. Was he the only guest elder you recruited? The master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion sighed. There was another option, Nan Yuanshu, a 6, aperture nascent soul elder from the sanctuary of myriad tribulations. He's stronger and more honorable than Yu ever was. But he's a martial arts fanatic. He doesn't have time for guest elder duties. If we could actually get him on our side, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion wouldn't have to worry about a thing. With a 6, aperture nascent soul backing them, they would be invincible. Aside from the heads of the great sects, no one in taking Grand Province would dare to cross them. Fang Chen thought for a moment, what if I go to the sanctuary of myriad tribulations and meet this elder? To be honest, I've mastered the shadow in the clouds. If Nan Yuanshu is as obsessed with martial arts as you say, he won't be able to turn down my insights on the technique. The master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion gasped. Master the shadow in the clouds. Hardly anyone in the sanctuary of myriad tribulations has done that. Out of the 6 divisions of Heavenly Thunder, that's the hardest technique to grasp. Even Nan Yuanshu hasn't perfected it. If you offer him that, there's no way he'll say no. He was practically shaking with excitement. Hope flared in his eyes. For a martial arts addict, money and women meant nothing, but high-level insights were worth more than gold. "Then I'm counting on you, Fang Chen. When do we move? I'll come with you." Fang Chen thought for a moment. "Give me 2 days. I have some business to handle and a few favors to ask of you, Master." He pulled out the ancient corpse inscribed with the Emperor's Kai observation art. The body held a powerful cultivation method, but it was picky. Only those with a divine connection to the world could see the words written upon it. "Pavilion Master, bring it to the main square. Let the whole human race bear witness. Whoever can grasp its secrets will be its master." He'd hoped one of his own people could master this cultivation method, but it wasn't his choice to make. The technique would have to choose its own master. After leaving the ruins of the Demon Emperor Court, Fang Chen found an abandoned but well-preserved concubine's palace and immediately went into seclusion to begin his cultivation. The road to taking Grand Province was riddled with peril. In the short term, he had to deal with the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, but the long-term threat of Venerable Xin hung over him like a guillotine. He had to get stronger and fast. He began to visualize the 3 styles of soul severing. The secret soul technique, a gift from the ancient tree of the Great Void, had 3 stages. The first was for the core formation realm, and the second for the nascent soul realm. He could finally begin his training on the second style. As he meditated on it, the second style revealed itself the soul imprisoning lock. It could trap any soul up to 1 level stronger than his own, completely severing their control over their body. A grin spread across Fang Chen's face. In essence, it paralyzed them. In a fight between masters, a single breath can mean the difference between life and death. Freezing an enemy in place was a death sentence. He could kill them 10 times over. With his current strength as a 3, Aperture Nascent Soul, he could easily freeze a 4, Aperture Nascent Soul in place, making them pathetically easy to kill. The effect would diminish against opponents more than one level higher, eventually failing completely. But that meant he could even momentarily paralyze a mighty 5, Aperture Nascent Soul. Fang Chen's Heart Sword, anything from the ancient tree of the Great Void, was a guaranteed masterpiece. And against disembodied souls, he could imprison any of them below the soul transformation realm. Reading that line, Fang Chen was stunned. The limitations of his soul, suppressing prayer beads, were becoming a real problem. They were useless against anything stronger than a 3, Aperture Nascent Soul. That's exactly how Qi Xing had managed to get away. But now with the soul imprisoning lock, no spirit would ever escape his grasp again. He immediately sank into silent cultivation. A delicate ethereal fragrance drifted through a crack in the stone door. Just as Fang Chen finished his cultivation, he opened it to see who was there. Standing outside was a breathtaking figure in a robe as white as fresh snow, slender and graceful, with a face like a celestial being and an air of cool serenity. It could only be Fairy Cloud Raymond. I see I've disturbed you. Noticing the sweat on Fang Chen's brow, a flicker of disappointment crossed Fairy Cloud Raymond's eyes, and she began to turn away. Fang Chen was reminded of an old folktale. A scholar saves an injured white fox, and the fox transforms into a beautiful woman to repay his kindness. And now, here was his fox, ready to repay her debt. He pulled Fairy Cloud Raymond inside, wrapping his arms around her soft body. Leaving already, he teased. You haven't even repaid your debt. A blush crept up Fairy Cloud Raymond's cheeks. She turned her head, unable to meet Fang Chen's playful eyes. Let me give you a shoulder rub first, she said softly. You must be exhausted from your cultivation. Fang Chen sat her on the stone bed, taking her cool, soft hands in his. No need for that just yet, he murmured. Wait until I'm really tired, it won't be too late then. Fairy Cloud Raymond's face burned even hotter. She bit her lip and buried her face in his chest, too flustered to even speak. A part of her wondered if she was being too bold, if she should have been more reserved. But Fang Chen wouldn't let her go. Yuncheng, he whispered, how long were you planning on repaying me, just for tonight or for a lifetime? Fairy Cloud Raymond grew serious, lifting her face to meet his gaze. If it weren't for you, I would have spent the rest of my days withering away in the Demon Emperor Court, my beauty fading until I was nothing but a memory. You gave me the chance to break through to the Demon Emperor realm. You brought me the Bodhi pill, found me a guardian, and even gave me the Ancestral Awakening pill. After everything you've done for me, I'll spend the rest of my life repaying you. From this day forward, you are all I see, all I know. His heart stirred, he lowered his head and kissed her. Fairy Cloud Raymond closed her eyes, a joy and peace she'd never known washing over her. She was no longer a consort to the Demon Emperor Kankion. She was Fang Chen's, and she could finally give herself to him without reservation, without fear. Robes and silks became a whirlwind, and with a long, trembling sigh, they soared to the heavens together. An hour later, Fairy Cloud Raymond was gently massaging his shoulders. You worked so hard, she whispered. A look of pure bliss on his face, Fang Chen took her hand. With a woman like you by my side, what more could I possibly want in this life? Fairy Cloud Raymond laughed softly. So, are you satisfied with how I've repaid my debt? Fang Chen gazed at her flawless face and grinned. Oh, I'm satisfied, but it was far too short. Let's have another repayment. A blush like peach blossoms bloomed on her cheeks. She lowered her gaze, shyly whispering, I am your woman now. Do with me as you will. Hearing her say that sent a thrill through him, he pulled her into a silent embrace. Another hour passed. Fang Chen sat up, rubbing his aching back. Okay, that's enough. I can't get lost in this. The path of martial arts is like swimming upstream. If you're not moving forward, you're being swept back. But then he turned and saw her, looking like a goddess, and his resolve crumbled. He gritted his teeth. Just one more time. I'll make up for it with extra cultivation later. Another hour later. Okay, one more time. I promise I'll train twice as hard after this. And another hour after that. Okay, I swear. This is the absolute last time. After yet another hour I, Fang Chen, swear on my life, this is definitely, absolutely the last time. All right, so I broke my vow. No problem, I'll just make a new one. I have to stop, I need to focus. But let's just finish this first. 2 days later, Fairy Cloud Raymond gently traced the dark circles under Fang Chen's eyes, her expression a mix of pity and amusement. Another round, she asked. Fang Chen struggled to sit up, utterly drained of energy. He looked over at her, her face absolutely radiant. And asked, bewildered, how are you not even tired? And what was wrong with me? Why couldn't I stop? Sure, Fairy Cloud's raiment was captivating, but when had his self-control gotten so pathetic? He'd acted like some kind of reincarnated sex demon. Her face flushed with shame. It's the Heavenly Fox bloodline, she mumbled. It draws on your life essence to nourish me. It keeps me energized and even boosts my cultivation, and at the same time, it makes you unable to resist. She lowered her head, too mortified to say another word. The nature of her bloodline was just too embarrassing. Fang Chen nearly choked. The Heavenly Fox bloodline was that broken. He finally understood why so many emperors in history neglected their duties, with a woman like Fairy Cloud, raiment in your bed, who would ever want to leave. Luckily, one thought managed to pierce the haze today was the day he was supposed to leave for Grand Taking Province. Forcing himself to resist the pull of the Heavenly Fox bloodline, he dressed and tried to get out of bed. But his legs were so weak they buckled, and he nearly collapsed right there on the floor. PFFFD, Fairy Cloud, Raymond giggled under the covers, hiding her smile behind her hand. Fang Chen's face turned bright red. He made a silent vow as of today he was swearing off women. No, wait, it was just about his health. He was locked in a battle of wills with that Heavenly Fox bloodline. Standing before the ruins of the Demon Emperor Court, the master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion let out a helpless sigh as he stowed away the ancient corpse engraved with the cultivation method. Looking at Yu Mingju, the last one to examine it, he asked, Lady Yu, can you not see the words either? He had asked everyone in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, but none could make out the script. Now, only the clever and quirky Yu Mingju remained. She had been in seclusion for the past 2 days, stabilizing her breakthrough to the core formation realm, 9th level perfection. What words? I don't see anything, Yu Mingju said, glancing at the corpse with a look of confusion. The master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion sighed. It seems this cultivation method is truly selective. I wonder what kind of technique is recorded here. Not a single person from our elite human race seems destined to understand it. I'm afraid Fang Chen's good intentions will go to waste. Oh, so it's Fang Chen's technique, is it? Yu Mingju's expression turned playful. Inside, she was beaming. Isn't this just the Emperor's Kai observation art? Fine, I'll give it a try. Once I make some progress, I'll use it to give Fang Chen the surprise of his life. Just then, Fang Chen's voice drifted down from the clouds above. Master, we're ready to leave. The master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion blinked in surprise. Why are you hiding up there in the clouds? He tucked away the ancient corpse and soared into the air, reaching the cloud layer. He almost didn't recognize the man before him. Fang Chen's skin was pale, dark circles ringed his eyes, and he looked utterly exhausted. He was practically a dried-up husk. The master's mouth twitched. You went way too hard. You almost turned next year's anniversary into a memorial for your funeral. With a sweep of his sleeve, he swept Fang Chen up and headed toward the vast sea. Meanwhile, a merchant ship, flying the colors of the Supreme Rivers and Mountains Tower, was anchored in the vast sea. Gu Zinner, who hadn't been seen for a long time, was on the deck negotiating with a young woman in a floral, light-colored dress whose face was veiled by mist. Congratulations, our deal is done. 1 bottle of Hunyuan 9, colored marrow, in exchange for the great Yin sex art of the Yin corpse. Gu Zinner tucked away the Hunyuan 9, colored marrow, and handed over the iron statue. The young woman was a mysterious client. For some reason, she wanted to learn the great Yin sex art of the Yin corpse and had placed a bounty with the Supreme Rivers and Mountains Tower. Gu Zinner happened to have the iron stat Fang Chen had traded her, so she came to finalize the deal. The girl took it happily. Vice Tower Master Gu, you really are resourceful. To think you even had this. The great Yin sex ultimate secret. Gu Zinner felt a hint of pride. Is there anything else you need? Just say the word. The girl thought for a moment, then pointed to a middle-aged woman standing silently in the distance, staring out at the sea. Vice Tower Master Gu, I'd like to place another bounty on behalf of my master. Gu Zinner looked at the woman. She wore snow-white palace robes, had a melancholic air about her, and was also veiled by mist. Gu Zinner's eyes narrowed as she noticed the woman's hands and feet. Her limbs were bound by heavy chains, and a massive, glowing golden seal was strapped to her back. At first glance, she looked like a prisoner. But Gu Zinner guessed that this woman was likely an 8 aperture nascent soul powerhouse from a major sect. Once cultivators reached the 8 aperture nascent soul stage, they would occasionally descend into fits of madness. They rarely ventured out in public anymore. Even when they did, they wore restraints like these. If they lost control, their disciples could restrain them immediately. Most likely, the keys to those chains and the technique for that powerful seal were held by the young girl. Facing a late nascent soul stage powerhouse who could snap at any moment, Gu Zinner was on high alert. She also had a good idea of what such a person would want. She shook her head slightly. If you're looking for chrono, dust, don't bother. For 1,000 years, many have placed bounties on chrono, dust, but no one has ever succeeded. Don't pin your hopes on it. Chrono, dust was a mystical moon white powder. When applied to any object, it became immune to the decay of time. If refined into medicine and consumed, it could significantly extend one's lifespan. Legend had it that a single grain of chrono, dust, could grant 60 years of life. This meant that many aperture nascent soul cultivators, when their time was almost up, could use it to buy another 60 years to find a way to wake up or break through. It offered both survival and a better hope of achieving soul transformation. It was a Central Plains world, class treasure that everyone coveted. The woman in the palace robes was clearly preparing for the worst case scenario once she reached the aperture level. Unfortunately, they were being a bit idealistic. This wasn't something they could just wish for. Hearing this, the girl sighed in disappointment. All right then, I'd like to put out a bounty for a bod, high pill instead. Gu Zinner sized up the girl's cultivation. Core formation realm, 9th level perfection. She understood immediately. She frowned slightly. A guest elder might occasionally obtain a bod high pill, but the demand is high. Any that appear are snatched up instantly. You'll likely be waiting a long time. Can you afford to wait? The girl's eyes dimmed. Post the bounty for now. I'll see if I can find another way in the meantime. Gu Zinner nodded and pulled out an identification token from the Supreme Rivers and Mountains Tower. She began transmitting the information. Very well, I'll get this bounty out for you. Our guest elders will know the moment the bounty is posted. With a quick tap of her finger, a ripple of energy radiated outward. Elsewhere, on the vast sea, Fang Chen suddenly felt a faint vibration. It lingered around him for a heartbeat before passing right through him. Confused, Fang Chen searched through his heavenly thunderstone and pulled out a command medallion he had nearly forgotten. It read Guest Elder of the Supreme Rivers and Mountains Tower, Tyrant. He remembered then, Grand Elder Qin Wangshuan had given him this medallion, one he'd used for years, to make traveling through the Taikang Grand Prefecture easier. Now it was finally time to activate it. He let a drop of essence blood fall onto the metal. The medallion hummed in response, signaling its activation. He was now synced to receive messages from fellow guest elders. Just then, that same energy ripple swept past again, and the medallion began to chime. Fang Chen reached out with his mind, scanning the incoming data. A client had posted a bounty for a bod high pill, the reward a concentrated mass of lightning energy. Oh, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Cultivation of the 6 divisions of Heavenly Thunder required immense amounts of lightning energy. He still had a few dozen blood, red lightning bolts stored in the heaven, reaching marrow, but that wouldn't be nearly enough to master the remaining 4 divisions. With lightning energy practically knocking on his door, how could he pass this up? He sent a reply immediately. I have the pill. Where is the client? Back on the merchant ship. Gu Zinner smiled. The bounty is live. Now, all we can do is wait. It's unlikely a guest elder will respond so soon. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, her medallion vibrated. She scanned the message with her consciousness. Gu Zinner looked stunned. Someone took the job. It's the guest elder known as Tyrant. He's been off the grid for years. We all thought he was dead. The young girl's face lit up with pure joy. Getting a hit the second she posted, her luck was incredible. Where is he? Gu Zinner sent over the coordinates, and a reply came back almost instantly. Gu Zinner's eyes nearly popped out of her head. No way, he's right nearby. An hour later, a figure wreathed in crackling lightning descended from the sky, his face and form obscured by the sparking energy. Gu Zinner gasped. He reached the Nascent Soul Realm. Last we heard, he was only at the 9th level of core formation. She cupped her hands in respect. Congratulations, guest elder Tyrant, on ascending to the Nascent Soul Realm. When will you return to the tower to be officially appointed as Vice Tower Lord? In the Supreme Rivers and Mountains Tower, those in the core formation realm were guest elders. To become a Vice Tower Lord, one needed either massive merit or to have reached the Nascent Soul Realm. The title was mostly ceremonial, carrying little actual power, but it granted access to Nascent Soul, level bounties, and a very generous stipend from the tower. Fang Chen looked at Gu Zinner, slightly surprised. The person who had sent the message was actually Vice Tower Lord Gu. He didn't reveal his true face. In the Supreme Rivers and Mountains Tower, anonymity was the norm, and he saw no reason to change that. Vice Tower Lord Gu, which client is looking for the bod high pill? Gu Zinner was confused. She'd never met this tyrant before, yet he knew exactly who she was. But she didn't linger on it. She introduced the girl. This is our client. She's the one in need of a bod high pill. Fang Chen sized the girl up. She had reached core formation realm, 9th level perfection. In fact, she was clearly suppressing her power she could have broken through long ago. Her need for a bod, high pill was likely urgent. Having just survived his own tribulation, he understood the pressure and wasn't about to make things difficult for her. He pulled out a bod, high pill without hesitation. Here, it's yours. The girl was overjoyed. She caught the pill instantly. Thank you, senior tyrant. She then presented a sphere of compressed lightning the size of a goose egg, offering it to Fang Chen with both hands. She had been worried he might take advantage of her desperation and jack up the price. That kind of predatory behavior was all too common among the tower's higher-ups. To her surprise, his integrity was rock solid, just like Vice Tower Lord Goose. She spoke up immediately. Senior Tyrant, I'd like to post another bounty with you specifically. Whether you can do it or not, I'm grateful for your help. Since Fang Chen had already activated the medallion, he figured more business couldn't hurt. He nodded. Go ahead. The girl glanced at Guzinner, looking a bit sheepish. I want to post a bounty for a single grain of chrono dust. It's for my master. Chrono dust, Fang Chen echoed. He had never heard the name before. What does it look like? The girl tapped her chin in thought. How should I put it? They just look like ordinary moon, white granules, but they can keep anything from decaying and even extend a person's lifespan. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered the moon, white impurities he had refined from the black casket his mother left behind. That black casket had been buried underground for years, yet it remained completely untouched by decay. And extracting those granules had been an absolute nightmare. Could it be, was that actually chrono dust? Guzinner curled her lips. Tyrant, don't even bother with this bounty. You'll never get a bite. There have been at least 100 open bounties for chrono dust so far. The highest reward offered was a heaven soaring pill, but no one has ever claimed it. Posting an empty bounty is just going to drag down your rating. Hearing this, the girl hurriedly waved her hands. Then forget it. I won't trouble you, senior tyrant. To their surprise, Fang Chen looked thoughtful. Chrono dust, I actually have a grain of it. Guzinner's jaw dropped. You have chrono dust. Stop joking. That's a mythical treasure. Even experts in the deity transformation realm would kill for a single speck. Fang Chen didn't say a word. Out of his stash of over 1,000 grains of chrono dust, he pulled out just one and held it flat in his palm. Is this it? The woman in the snow-white palace dress, who had been staring out at the sea, her brow furrowed in endless sorrow, suddenly appeared before Fang Chen like a ghost. Her eyes went wide and she gasped. Such intense temporal power. It's chrono dust. There's no mistaking it. I want it. I need this. She produced a crystal box bound in layers of heavy seals. Inside rested a medicinal pill shimmering with a 5-colored spiritual pattern. It was none other than the heaven soaring pill, the ultimate dream for any martial artist at the core formation realm, 9th level perfection. Fang Chen's eyes nearly popped out of his head. This is a heaven soaring pill. He thought about all the blood, sweat, and near-death experiences he had endured just for a chance to survive his tribulation. And now a single grain of sand could buy it. He felt so frustrated he could spit blood. Still, it just proved exactly how priceless chrono dust truly was. The girl was practically squealing. Thank you, senior tyrant. I can't believe you actually have something like this. You're amazing. Fang Chen wasn't falling for the flattery. He casually pocketed the chrono dust. Sorry, but I have no intention of trading with you. He wouldn't extort someone over life, saving necessities, but chrono dust obviously didn't fit that bill. Why wouldn't he hold out for the highest bidder? Since so many experts were desperate for it, its actual value was clearly far higher than a single heaven soaring pill. There was no reason to sell himself short. I'm going to leak the news of this chrono dust to the Vice Tower Masters and guest elders of the Supreme Rivers and Mountains Tower. I'll wait until a higher paying client contacts me before I sell. Panic flashed across the woman's face. Buyers desperate for chrono dust were a dime a dozen, and plenty of nascent soul old monsters had far deeper pockets than she did. Even the patriarch of the fire worship cult was turning the world upside down looking for chrono dust. If the news went public, there was no way she could outbid them. To heaven, soaring pills, the woman gritted her teeth, clearly bleeding inside. Deep down, however, she was secretly overjoyed. A deity transformation realm powerhouse had once offered 3 heaven soaring pills or a promise to assassinate an enemy for a single grain of chrono dust. Snagging it for just 2 pills was an absolute steal. Guzinner's eyes were green with envy. The sheer rarity of a heaven soaring pill went without saying. Getting 2 at once, Tyrant just hit the jackpot? I think I'll still go public with the news, Fang Chen said after a moment of quiet calculation. Gu Zinner's eyes went wide. She frantically sent him a telepathic message to heaven. Soaring pills is more than enough. Trading 1 pill for a single grain of chrono dust is already a perfectly fair deal. Even among the elders of the 3 spirits sect and the 7 great cults, only the absolute top-tier powerhouses have 1 or 2 of those lying around. Fang Chen rolled his eyes at her. Instead of helping me drive up the price, you're holding me back. No wonder you're broke. Stand aside and take notes. 2 pills still isn't enough for you. The woman's face stiffened. Fellow Taoist, 2 is already an exorbitant amount. I simply cannot afford any more. Fang Chen picked up his identity token and, without another word, prepared to broadcast the message. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly grabbed Fang Chen's hand. Wait, 3 pills. 3 it is. That's the price the soul transformation old monsters offered. I couldn't give you more even if I wanted to. 3. Fang Chen did some quick mental math. 1 for Liu Qingxian, 1 for Yu Mingzhu, 1 for Xia Keoj. But then Liang Feiyan, Ren Guhong, Yi Bangxia, and Nangong Zioyan would be left empty-handed. Make it 9, Fang Chen demanded, swinging for the fences. The woman nearly fainted from pure outrage. Even the soul transformation venerables couldn't cough up that many heaven-soaring pills. But the thought of the chrono, just adding another 60 years to her life, and giving her the critical edge she needed to break through to soul transformation, made her hesitate. Besides, even if she didn't use it, she could always resell it to recoup her losses. Figuring she wouldn't lose out too much, she immediately started haggling. 4, and I'll have to borrow to get them. 8, then. 5, I'll cash in my last 10 years of merit points. Let's say 7. 6, that's my absolute limit. I'm going to have to beg on my knees just to borrow that many heaven-soaring pills. Deal? Fang Chen smiled. How soon can you gather the heaven-soaring pills? The woman in the palace dress felt her heart bleeding. When she had blurted out 6, she had no idea where she found the courage to offer such an outrageous price. 6 heaven-soaring pills. The sheer cost was enough to shave years off her life. You are absolutely ruthless. She gritted her teeth, glaring at Tyrant. No one in the Supreme Rivers and Mountains Tower is shadier than you. Fang Chen rubbed his nose awkwardly. If you're going to put it like that, I might as well just make the information public. The woman fumed. Since I made the offer, I obviously won't back out, but I only have 2 on me to give you right now. I'll have to find a way to scrape together the other 4. In the meantime, can you give me the chrono dust first? She was genuinely terrified that this black-hearted tyrant would turn around and leak the news. By the time she gathered all the heaven-soaring pills, the chrono dust might already be gone. Fang Chen scoffed, and if you run off, where exactly am I supposed to find you? The woman felt cornered. Suddenly spotting her own disciple, she shoved the girl right in front of Fang Chen. I'll use my disciple as collateral. Once I scrape together the remaining 4 heaven-soaring pills, I'll come back and redeem her. How about that? The young girl blinked her big, innocent eyes. Master, are you crazy? She squeaked in terror. Master, what if you can't borrow the heaven-soaring pills? The woman patted her chest confidently. With my reputation and status, not able to borrow a measly 4 heaven-soaring pills. Relax. Tyrant, she is my one and only disciple. I'd never abandon her. Fang Chen was speechless. Apparently, disciples weren't just for passing down your legacy, they were also great for paying off debts. He was honestly a little tempted. Maybe he should take in a few disciples himself. Whenever he ran short on cash, he could just randomly select a lucky apprentice to act as collateral. He looked at the girl, then back at the woman. Despite her overwhelmingly powerful cultivation, she chose to negotiate instead of just robbing him blind. Her character shouldn't be too terrible, right? After a moment's thought, he nodded. Fine, I'll extend you a line of credit just this once. But let's get the ugly truth out of the way. If you flake on this debt, your disciple is entirely at my mercy. With unshakable confidence, the woman produced 2 heaven-soaring pills and a transmission jade pendant. Flaking isn't in my vocabulary. Take these. The second I have news, I'll send you a message. Fang Chen reluctantly brought out a grain of chrono dust but didn't hand it over just yet. The woman frowned, having second thoughts. Fang Chen shot her an exasperated look and held out his hand. Aren't you going to write an IOU? Realizing her slip-up, the woman immediately whipped out pen and paper, drafted a note, stamped her thumbprint, and signed her name. Fang Chen took it and read Song Lingyu, Taoist Reign. Listener. He glanced back at the girl, silently confirming the name was legit. Only then did he toss the chrono dust over. The woman's face lit up with immediate joy. "I'll have someone refine this into an elixir right away. I'm off." She leaped into the air, ready to bolt. Just before taking off, she finally remembered her precious disciple. Zipping back down, she patted the girl's shoulder. "Hua Ying, Master will be right back. Don't be scared." "Master, please hurry back," the girl replied, her voice trembling on the edge of tears. She'd heard the rumors. To the people of the Supreme Rivers and Mountains Tower, everything was a commodity. They'd sell anything, and since she was so pretty, she might end up sold to some ancient monster as a concubine, or worse, chopped up and sold for parts. The woman flashed a confident smile, transforming into a streak of blazing light as she shot across the sky. Watching from the sidelines, Gu Zinner's eyes sparkled with sheer awe. Internally, she squealed, "Master, master." "Did you see that? Tyrant just sold a single heaven, soaring pill of that quality for the price of 6. Good grief, have I been doing business too honestly all this time?" In the sea of consciousness, the remnant soul mentally face-palmed. Gu Zinner might be completely blind to it, but how could she not see it? This so-called tyrant was none other than that brat Fang Chen. She couldn't help but mutter, "You little punk. I asked you to teach Zinner how to navigate the world, not how to become a predatory scammer." With the deal concluded, Fang Chen looked at the girl. "You're my collateral now," he said coldly. "Don't even think about running." Close to tears, the girl sniffled. "Senior, I won't run. You have to wait for my master to return. I believe she won't forget her own disciple." Fang Chen nodded. He summoned a crisp breeze, scooping her up as he rose into the air. Finally, he offered a cupped fist salute to Gu Zinner. "Vice Pavilion Master Gu. Until we meet again." Gu Zinner waved back, practically vibrating with excitement. She glanced around eagerly. "Now, who should I test my next business deal on?" Up above the clouds, the master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion watched Fang Chen return with a young girl in tow. He blinked in shock. "What's this?" Exasperated, Fang Chen recounted everything that had just happened. The master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion marveled. To casually produce 2 heaven soaring pills, there are barely a handful of people in the entire Taking Grand Province capable of that. Don't tell me you ran into a top elder from the 3 Spirits sect or the 7 great cults, won't fleecing her like that put a massive target on your back. Hearing this, Fang Chen suddenly realized that the woman in the white palace dress was an absolute titan, far more powerful than he'd imagined. He threw a suspicious look at the girl. "What cultivation level is your master?" The girl sat perfectly obedient on her knees. "My master is an 8, aperture nascent soul." As for her background, the mist shrouding her face rippled slightly as she spoke with a guilty tone. "Master and I snuck out. It's inconvenient to say. Please forgive me, senior." 8 aperture nascent soul. Fang Chen sucked in a sharp breath. Ling Yin had mentioned this before. Taperture nascent souls were known to go crazy from time to time. And he had just spent half the day haggling with such a lethal time bomb. If she had snapped and slapped him to death in a fit of madness, it would have been game over. He shivered involuntarily. "Good thing she doesn't know who I really am yet. Besides, Taking Grand Province is massive, more than 10 times the size of the mainland. She won't easily track us down here." Hearing the words 8, aperture nascent soul, the master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion's expression shifted. "For the remaining 4 heaven soaring pills, it's best you don't meet her face to hand them over." Fang Chen couldn't agree more, suddenly feeling extremely exposed. "Let's move. If she doubles back, we're in for a bad time." "We need to get to the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations and handle our business." "Where to?" "The Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations." Beneath the veil of mist, a flicker of surprise crossed the girl's pretty face. When she snapped back to reality, her lips curled into a smirk, and all her previous tension vanished. More than half a day later, the two crossed the vast sea and finally touched down on the mainland. The Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations was located in the extreme north, meaning they had to traverse the entire continent to get there. Even with their cultivation bases, the journey would take 10 days at minimum, an agonizingly long trek. Master, isn't communication between the various sects in Taking Grand Province incredibly inefficient? A single message can take anywhere from a dozen days to half a month just to arrive. If the ancient giants invade, it would take weeks to spread the warning to every sect. By the time everyone rallies together, it'll be way too late. The master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion chuckled. "There's no need to worry. The 3 Spirits sect and the 7 great cults have established spatial teleportation arrays, allowing instant travel between their territories. However, activating them burns through an absurd amount of high-grade spirit crystals. They are rarely used and certainly never open to outsiders." Fang Chen's eyes lit up at the first half of that sentence. only to narrow at the second. It made sense. The three spirits sect and the 7 great cults had poured their own blood and sweat into building those teleportation formations. Keeping outsiders away was only natural. The girl pursed her lips in silent amusement. Did he seriously think he could use a teleportation formation? Even her own master didn't have that privilege, and had to slog through the journey the old-fashioned way. The tyrant had barely set foot on the mainland and was already eyeing their transport networks. He was definitely getting ahead of himself. Amitabha, Benefactor Fang, this poor monk has been waiting for you. The Buddhist chant drifted over from afar. The voice was ethereal, washing over them with an unexplainable sense of absolute peace and relaxation. Fang Chen's eyes narrowed as a 7th grade golden lotus drifted through the air toward them. Standing atop it was a white, robed monk with a youthful, handsome face and a warm smile. It was none other than Vajraphayan. Fang Chen scrutinized him. His instinct screamed that Vajraphayan was fundamentally different now. His Buddhist aura felt utterly unfathomable. Had his attainment level advanced, elevating his rank. Back then, Vajraphayan could protect Demon Emperor Kankyong across the vast sea with just a phantom projection. Now, he was exponentially stronger. Fortunately, Fang Chen was no longer some weakling in the core formation realm. He didn't need to fear the monk like he used to. How did you know I'd be here? Fang Chen asked, genuinely surprised. Vajraphayan pressed his palms together. The Buddha seized through the threads of time. It was foretold that Benefactor Fang would arrive here, so this poor monk came to wait. Give me a break, Fang Chen scoffed. Seize the threads of time, huh? Then how come he didn't predict me crashing White Horse Temple with the heavenly secret pillar? More likely, Abbot Puguang felt a spiritual connection to the golden Buddha Fang Chen carried. Realizing Fang Chen had arrived in taking Grand Province, he dispatched Vajraphayan as a welcoming committee. Of course, Fang Chen didn't bother calling out the lie. He casually pulled out pen and paper, jotted down 2 notes, and tossed them over. Pointing to the first one, he said, "The intel I owed you from last month." Vajraphayan caught it with both hands. Reading it, a smile bloomed on his face. Within the demon territories, he pressed his palms together. Excellent. Thank you for clearing our doubts, Benefactor Fang. With this single clue, the White Horse Temple monks scouring the continent could cut their search radius in half. Fang Chen asked, "Why didn't you guys send anyone looking for me last month?" Vajraphayan dropped his smile, his expression turning solemn. Benefactor Fang, please accept our condolences. Do not let yourself be chained to the past. So these bald donkeys actually had some social awareness. They knew Fang Chen had been grieving, so they chose to give him space. Since you guys did me a solid, I'll return the favor, Fang Chen said. I'll give you this month's intel early. Vajraphayan's eyes lit up. Wonderful. But Fang Chen didn't hand the second note over right away. I have one condition, he added. We need to borrow your temple's teleportation formation to reach the sanctuary of myriad tribulations. Vajraphayan stared at the slip of paper in Fang Chen's hand and gave a crisp nod. As long as Benefactor Fang provides his own high-grade spirit crystals, I can authorize it. Fang Chen flashed a grin. Deal. Vajraphayan flicked his sleeve. A cascade of miniature golden lotuses bloomed into a glowing staircase, stopping right at Fang Chen's feet. Benefactor Fang, after you. Fang Chen nodded and stepped onto the path. Knowing the White Horse Temple needed Fang Chen's help, the master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion wasn't worried about any traps and easily hopped up behind him. The girl blinked, absolutely floored. Just what kind of background did the tyrant have? The White Horse Temple was notorious for being stubbornly aloof, yet here they were treating Fang Chen like royalty, sending a 7th grade golden lotus as an escort, giving free access to a teleportation formation. Even her master didn't have this kind of pull. She suddenly realized she couldn't see through this mysterious tyrant at all. Moments later, outside the gates of the White Horse Temple, Fang Chen stared at the sky-touching black pillar. It stood resolute, utterly motionless. He asked, has the sky-touching black pillar shown any signs of activity over the past few months? Vajraphayan looked up. After a moment of silence, he replied, yes. What? Fang Chen's heart thumped hard against his ribs, ringing like a struck drum. Activity from the sky-touching black pillar could only mean one thing: the ancient giants were making their move. What kind of activity? Vajraphayan met Fang Chen's gaze. With absolute deadpan seriousness, he said, a woman dropped out of it. Fang Chen's eyes went wide. He had just been muttering about how things were constantly falling from the sky, the heaven, deceiving divine bead, the aperture, opening divine nail. He had joked that the only thing missing was a woman dropping from the heavens, and now one actually had. I thought the sky-touching black pillar was strictly a one, Way ticket for the ancient giants. What's the deal with this woman? Did you get anything out of her? Vajraphayan gave a faint shake of his head. No, she refuses to speak. Fang Chen scowled. With the boundless demonic arts of your White Horse Temple, boundless Buddhist Dharma, you can't even handle one woman. That bodhisattva could wipe everyone's memories with a single sentence, but can't force her to talk. If push comes to shove, just purify her and turn her into an obedient follower. That works too. Vajraphayan shook his head slightly. She is shrouded in hellish Asura power. Our Buddhist Dharma cannot touch her. Fang Chen pressed on. Then why not call in the Taoists from Mount Sanking? They specialize in the soul. Surely they have some unique methods for cracking open a tight lip. Vajraphayan just stared at the sky-touching black pillar, saying nothing. Fang Chen blinked, and then it hit him. Buddhists and Taoists had been locked in a fierce rivalry since their inception. If the Taoists swooped in and solved a problem the Buddhists couldn't handle, the temple would be thoroughly humiliated. So, no matter who they asked for help, it definitely wouldn't be anyone from Mount Sanking. Fang Chen frowned. This concerns the arrival of the ancient giants, and you guys still can't let go of petty factional pride. Vajraphayan replied, we have brought in experts from the Directorate of Astronomy. They will have answers soon. The Directorate of Astronomy, right. That was the specialized organization founded by the great sages after the war a millennium ago, tasked specifically with monitoring the movements of the ancient giants. How could they sit still when someone literally fell out of the sky-touching black pillar? Hopefully, they brought good news. Fang Chen nodded slightly and handed a slip of paper to Vajraphayan. Take me to the teleportation formation. Vajraphayan looked at the paper, his face lighting up with joy. The note read not in the southern demon lands. Just like that, their search radius had been drastically reduced once again. In less than a year, the White Horse Temple would definitely locate the growing place of the Bodhi tree. Please, follow me. Vajraphayan led them to a deeply sacred hall within the White Horse Temple. Inside, the faint outline of a massive, incredibly complex array pulsed with energy. It looked strikingly similar to the subterranean array at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, unmistakably a spatial formation. Please go ahead, the monk said. I must go check on the woman's condition. Barely had the words left his mouth when a massive explosion ripped through the underground palace beneath a distant courtyard. A pillar of black light shot into the sky, and several disheveled figures were blasted out from the wreckage. Among them was Chiliot Bakeson, the very man who had gifted Fang Chen the seventh star sword. Vajraphayan immediately summoned his seventh rayed golden lotus and rushed forward. Radiant Buddhist light flared, forcefully driving the billowing smoke and dust back down into the underground palace. Benefactors, what happened? Is the woman safe? Bakeson wiped the black soot from his face. There is a forbidden curse woven into her very soul, he said grimly. We can't touch it, she is unharmed. But our men are hurt. Vajraphayan breathed a slight sigh of relief. He glanced down and saw a young man in white robes clinging to life, a gruesome, gaping puncture wound straight through his chest. He immediately stepped forward and began to cast a healing art, chanting Buddhist mantras as ribbons of golden light flowed into the young man's body. Back then, when Demon Emperor Kankyong was on the brink of death, Vajraphayan had healed him with his Buddhist light from all the way across the vast sea. Now that the monk was treating someone in person, how could he possibly fail? But to everyone's shock, the golden light poured right back out, completely rejected by the wound. Vajraphayan narrowed his eyes. Wreathing the edges of the chest wound was a stubborn wisp of grayish, black energy. It actively repelled the healing light. It was the very same Asura power that fiercely resisted the Buddhist Dharma. My Buddhist Dharma is useless here. The monk sighed. You can only try to save him with the power of a medicinal pill. Vajraphayan shook his head slowly, signaling that there was nothing more he could do. The faces of the Directorate of Astronomy agents fell. They scrambled to pull out their most precious healing medicinal pills, desperate to save their comrade at any cost. But it was no use. The Asura power was far too stubborn. If even the Buddhist light couldn't pierce it, how could the energy of an ordinary medicinal pill possibly be enough? Watching the young man's heartbeat rapidly fade, the grim reality set in. He was beyond saving. Yun Tao. A middle-aged man with a bronze Chiliarch medallion at his waist cried out in agony. Yong Yuntao was his subordinate, a centurion under his command. Yong Yuntao had just broken through to the Nascent Soul Realm. He'd even thrown a celebration, inviting him and a few other thousand man commanders he was close with to thank them for all their support. Now, in the blink of an eye, they were facing his death. Tong Fei threw his head back, his voice dripping with ice. This is all your fault, Baeksin. He wasn't even supposed to be on duty today. If you hadn't ordered him here, he never would have triggered that forbidden curse in her soul. A female 100, man commander standing behind Baeksin, retorted angrily. That's a ridiculous accusation, Commander Tong. You were the one desperate to claim the glory. You forced Yang Yuntao to use that secret soul technique to perform a forced soul scouring. That's what triggered the forbidden curse. My commander, Baeksin, tried to stop you. She warned you this woman's background was suspicious and that a reckless soul scouring was too dangerous. But you wouldn't listen. You just yelled at her to get out of the way and let you claim your prize. So now that a man is dead, you think you can just pin all the blame on her. Politics and power plays were a part of life everywhere, even in the Directorate of Astronomy. Baeksin held up a hand, silencing her subordinate, Wang Ying. Say no more. Our consciences are clear, and that's all that matters. The Grand Libationer will be the judge of right and wrong. Wang Ying's heart ached with injustice. Every time Baeksin was targeted, it was the same story. She'd shut down her own people to de-escalate the conflict. But the Grand Libationer wasn't a god. He couldn't see the truth every single time. Baeksin had been framed before, more than once, but she never changed. It got to the point where even her loyal followers felt the sting of injustice, caught in the crossfire. Several of her most capable people had already left to serve under someone else. If this kept up, she felt she couldn't take it anymore. She'd have to transfer. Tong Fei snorted. Either way, Yang Yuntao's death is on you. Just you wait, I'm filing a formal report. We're leaving. Wait a moment. Just as they were turning to leave, Fang Chen appeared, walking right toward them. Tong Fei's eyes scanned over the newcomer. When he sensed Fang Chen was a two-aperture nascent soul, his hostile expression softened slightly. Can I help you? Fang Chen didn't waste words. He simply produced a rejuvenation pill and placed it in Yang Yuntao's mouth. So you're trying to save him? Tong Fei shook his head. It's no use, but I appreciate the gesture. Fang Chen raised a hand and pressed it to Yang Yuntao's chest. Tendrils of Asura, karmic fire, began to flow from his palm. Even the Buddhist Dharma struggled against the insidious Asura power, but if anything could conquer it, it was its own reflection from the infernal realm, the Asura karmic fire. It was a matter of fighting poison with poison. And just as he'd expected, the tenacious Asura power instantly dissolved under the heat of the Asura karmic fire, evaporating into wisps of black smoke. With the Asura power gone, the effects of the other medicinal pills finally kicked in. The heart that had nearly stopped began to beat with renewed strength. Tong Fei's expression shifted to one of pure astonishment. You can command the power of the infernal realm. Incredible. You're a true prodigy. An opportunistic glint appeared in his eyes. Have you ever considered joining the Directorate of Astronomy? I can grant you a provisional spot as a heaven monitoring guard. Prove your worth, and I'll personally recommend you to the Grand Libationer for a permanent position. A talent like this might be specialized, but you never knew when it might come in handy. It cost him nothing to offer a provisional title, and it could pay off massively down the line. It was a standard recruitment tactic for many 1,000 man commander, and this Fang Chen was a very valuable asset indeed. Fang Chen gave a slight bow, his expression unreadable. I thank the commander for his generous offer, but I already hold a provisional title as a heaven monitoring guard. My apologies. Even if he didn't already have a position, he'd never serve under a man like this, reckless, careless with the lives of his subordinates, and completely devoid of accountability. He turned to face Baeksin, a slight smile on his lips. Fang Chen, reporting to Commander Baeksin. Baeksin looked at him, a flicker of surprise in her eyes before recognition dawned. You're Fang Chen, the one from the mainland. You've already completed your nascent soul formation, and you're at the 2-aperture level. That's astonishingly fast. I have Commander Baeksin to thank for my good fortune, Fang Chen replied. From the 7th star soared to the provisional title that got him onto the ancient road to heaven, he owed her a great deal. Now that she was in trouble, there was no way Fang Chen was going to stand by and do nothing. Baeksin waved a dismissive hand. Your cultivation is your own achievement. It has nothing to do with me. And for the record, you're not an official heaven monitoring guard. You don't need to refer to yourself as my subordinate. Also, thank you for your help just now. She spoke with the same cool detachment as always, her tone strictly professional. Fang Chen smiled. Commander Baeksin, I have some experience with interrogation. Would you allow me to try? If the entire Directorate of Astronomy was stumped, then maybe it was up to him. This was about the ancient giants. He couldn't afford to stay on the sidelines. Tong Fei's eyes went cold. What are you? An expert in secret soul techniques. The entire Directorate of Astronomy couldn't crack her. What makes you think you can? The moment he learned Fang Chen was one of Bakeson's people, Commander Tong's attitude flipped on a dime, his tone turning instantly hostile. Bakeson never bickered over personal matters, but when it came to official business, she was decisive. With a single blast of power from her palm, she cleared the rubble from the entrance to the underground palace. She said to Fang Chen, "Go on, I've got your back." Completely ignoring Tong Fei's protests, she shielded Fang Chen as he descended into the underground palace. Tong Fei scowled, clearly irritated. "Fine, let's go down and see for ourselves." The Grand Libationer was taking the matter of the woman who fell from the sky-touching black pillar very seriously. He'd promised a significant reward. Whoever brought back the intel would gain control of the immobilizing bell, one of the Directorate of Astronomy's 3 great divine treasures. He had coveted that bell for a long, long time. It was why he'd been so impatient, why he'd pushed Yong Yuntao to perform the soul scouring. He never imagined it would lead to this disaster. Fang Chen knew exactly how dangerous this was, yet he still volunteered for the interrogation. His boldness only made the others more uneasy. Inside the underground palace, rows of Buddhist niches were carved into the walls, each housing a golden statue. Beams of holy light radiated from the statues, weaving together to form a glowing cage that trapped a woman draped in a kasaya in the corner. It was clear that she had been left nearly exposed when she fell. She was covered in wounds oozing black blood, groaning in agony amidst the jagged debris from the explosion. She was badly hurt. Fang Chen observed the scene. The forbidden curse didn't look like it was meant to protect her. It looked like a prison designed to keep her from escaping. She probably doesn't understand the language of the human race, right? Catching sight of a pair of small horns peeking through her thick black hair, Fang Chen pinpointed her origin. She was a creature from the infernal realm. Though which specific clan, he couldn't tell. Bakeson shook her head slightly. Hard to say. She hasn't uttered a word, and she doesn't react to anything we say. So, she definitely didn't understand them. Fang Chen thought for a moment, then opened his mouth and offered an enthusiastic greeting. In the infernal tongue, "Are you a total jackass?" It wasn't his fault. That was the only phrase he'd managed to pick up from Hua Xin. The woman huddled in the corner snapped her head up, revealing a face that was strikingly beautiful, yet twisted with rage. Her eyes widened in shock. She shouted back with intense emotion, repeating it 3 times, "You're the jackass, you're the jackass, you're the jackass." Fang Chen's mouth twitched. A look of surprise crossed Bakeson's face. She actually spoke. Tong Fei stared in disbelief. "How did you do that?" he demanded. Even Vajraphayan was impressed. Even the abbot couldn't get a word out of her. "Benefactor Fang, you truly are full of surprises." Huang Ying's jaw dropped in amazement. "This guy," she muttered, "is a freakish talent." "What did you two just say?" It sounded like the same thing. What was Fang Chen supposed to say? Admit he just traded insults. Without missing a beat, he lied through his teeth. It's a standard greeting from the infernal realm, basically their version of hello for the human race. Tong Fei's eyes darted around, a plan forming in his mind. He immediately stepped forward and tried out the infernal phrase with a smile. "You're a stupid jackass." The woman's response was to spit right in his face. Tong Fei scrambled back, but the glob of spit still landed squarely on his brand, new robes. Even a fool could see that wasn't a greeting, it was a localized curse word. He glared at Fang Chen, fuming. "Kid, what the hell are you pulling?" Fang Chen just shrugged. "I'm just a human. Did you really expect me to be a master of infernal linguistics?" Huang Ying nearly burst out laughing. Tong Fei had tried to steal the credit, only to get a face full of spit for his trouble. Bakeson spoke up. "So you're saying it's impossible for you to communicate with her too?" Fang Chen nodded. Then he shook his head. "I can't do it, but I know someone who can." He tapped the nether soul crystal tucked in his clothes. "Rise and shine. Time to work." Hua Xin let out a long, theatrical yawn. "Ah," she sighed. "It's been a whole month since I last had to hear that annoying voice of yours. It was pure bliss." "Glad you enjoyed it," Fang Chen replied, "but while you were napping, your kin have been having a rough time." "What hell?" Hua Xin peered out and immediately spotted the woman in the cage. Her voice filled with shock. "A member of the Dark Asura clan? They went extinct in the infernal realm ages ago. How is she here in the Central Plains? Where did she come from?" "Fell right out of the sky," Fang Chen said. "Why don't you have a little chat with her?" Hua Xin was still reeling, her gaze turning sharp and authoritative as she began transmitting her thoughts directly to the woman. The woman was startled, initially looking hopeful. She clearly thought Hua Xin was one of her own. But as the conversation continued, her face twisted, and she let out a piercing, angry scream. Then she clamped her mouth shut, glaring at Huo Xin with pure, unadulterated hatred. Not another word came out. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. I take it you two aren't exactly best friends. Huo Xin snorted. Best friends? If you let me out of this thing right now, I'd kill her where she stands. So there was some history there, a blood feud. Fang Chen's eyes gleamed. Did you get anything useful? If you know something, don't hold back. If the ancient giants descend upon the central plains, it's not going to end well for you either. He was worried Huo Xin might be hiding something. Huo Xin fell silent for a moment. She gave me 3 key pieces of information, she said. 1. Her name is Tianji. 2. She's a refugee from the southern heaven realm. 3. The ancient giants are mobilizing. They'll descend upon the central plains within 3 months. At that last revelation, Fang Chen felt a jolt of pure shock. The storm was finally coming, but it was moving much faster than he'd anticipated. 3 months? What can we possibly do in 3 months? He was momentarily lost, his mind racing with the implications. He pressed her. Can you get anything else? How many ancient giants? What kind of weaponry? What are they planning? Huo Xin tilted her head toward Tianji. Look at the way she's glaring at me. You really think she's in a talking mood. If you want more, ask her yourself. Use those good looks of yours and see if you can charm it out of her. You seem to have a way with women. None of them ever seem to escape your clutches. Before Fang Chen could even snap back, she clamped her hands over her ears and flopped onto her chair, effectively muting the conversation. Fang Chen shot her a glare, but didn't have the time to deal with her antics. He turned to Bakeson, his expression grim. Chiliarch Bakeson, we've got bad news. He noticed Tong Fei trying to look indifferent while his ears twitched, clearly eavesdropping. Instantly, Fang Chen activated Silent Zen, projecting the 3 pieces of intel directly into Bakeson's mind. Bakeson's eyes widened. Is this for real? Fang Chen gave a slight shake of his head. I can't confirm it yet, but it's better to treat it as gospel and prepare for the worst. Bakeson's face mirrored his gravity. She turned on her heel immediately. Huang Ying, we're moving. Huang Ying followed, looking stunned. Ma'am, where did you find this guy? He actually pulled real intel out of her. Tell me where you picked him up. I want to find one for myself. Seeing Bakes in leave with the information, Tong Fei was burning with anxiety. He stepped forward. Kid, sticking with Bakeson is a dead end. She's a zealot, all duty, no loyalty. No matter how much you achieve, she'll never play favorites, but I'm different. A man with your talents would be put to good use under me. He was shamelessly trying to poach Bakeson's talent just to get his hands on the intel. Fang Chen's voice remained cool. Chiliarch Tong, maybe you should take a page out of Chiliarch Bakeson's book. With the ancient giants at our door, we should probably focus on the mission instead of ourselves. Tong Fei stood there, empty-handed and lectured by a junior. His face darkened as he threw a vicious glare at Fang Chen. You'll regret this. He stormed off with his men, fuming with resentment. This was sacred ground after all. He couldn't afford to make a scene in a Buddhist temple. Vajraphayan watched them leave before stepping forward at a measured pace. Benefactor Fang, he said, might we also be privy to this information? Fang Chen held out an open palm. Surely, Master Fayin doesn't expect me to work for free. Vajraphayan was caught between a laugh and a sigh. The boy was actually trying to shake down a monk. After a moment's thought, he looked Fang Chen in the eye. Benefactor, your cultivation involves a cultivation method that requires true spirit blood, doesn't it? Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Did the White Horse Temple actually have true spirit blood? Fayin seemed to read his mind perfectly. This is a place of peace and prayer, the monk said. Why would we keep the blood of living beings here? However, I can tell you where to find it. The excitement vanished. Fang Chen frowned. You want to trade intel on the ancient giants for a mere tip? Master Fayin, have you spent so much time collecting alms that you've forgotten how to pay for things? Fayin chuckled softly. Trust me, it's a fair trade. During the war 1,000 years ago, the true spirits of the Taking Grand Province were wiped out. Barely any offspring survived. By now, even those bloodlines have vanished. In all of Taking Grand Province, you won't find another drop of true spirit blood outside of the place I'm about to name. The monk sounded entirely convincing. After all, Fairy Kainlin and Adept Yunhuo had traveled thousands of miles across the continent just for the true spirit blood. If it were available in the Taking Grand Province, why would they have bothered going so far? Fang Chen mused. Do many people know about this? If a lot of people knew, he wouldn't even have a shot at it. Vajraphayan replied, including myself, no more than 10 people know of it. A thoughtful look crossed Fang Chen's face. Don't tell me the true spirit blood is in the hands of some soul transformation venerable. Vajraphayan didn't beat around the bush 50 years ago. An injured descendant of a true spirit from Tian province took refuge on Mount Sanking. After a few days of rest, it succumbed to its injuries and died. That was all he said. But Fang Chen could already sense the unspoken truth. The fact that the descendant could cross an entire province meant its injuries weren't initially life-threatening. But for it to die just a few days later, the real cause of its death was highly suspicious. It was reasonable to suspect that Mount Sanking had killed the creature in its weakened state. That's why Vajraphayan was so sure they possessed the true spirit blood. This wasn't just some baseless rumor. The incident happened 60 years ago and was kept incredibly secret. If Vajraphayan hadn't told him, Fang Chen would have had no way of finding this out. All right, I'll tell you what I know about the woman. Fang Chen laid out the 3 pieces of intelligence. When he revealed that the ancient giants planned to descend in 3 months, Vajraphayan's gaze visibly wavered. He bowed hastily. I must report this to the abbot at once. Mr. Fang, please excuse me. Fang Chen called out to stop him. Master Vajraphayan, don't trust that woman completely. Please keep a close watch on her and don't let her escape. She claims to have escaped from the southern heaven realm, but Fang Chen had his reservations about such a one-sided story. Vajraphayan understood Fang Chen's concern. The woman could be a spy for the ancient giants. He nodded. The abbot knows how to handle this. Fang Chen gave Tianji one last, deep look before turning and heading back outside the underground palace. The master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion approached him, his face etched with worry. I saw 1,000. Man Commander Bakesin leave in a hurry. Is it bad news? Fang Chen didn't hide anything, offering a bitter smile. Moving to the Taking Grand Province might not be such a great idea after all. Oh, we only have 3 months left. The master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion thought for a moment, then his body went rigid with understanding. He looked horrified. Are you talking about the ancient giants? He glanced at the young girl beside him and quickly fell silent, but a storm of turmoil was raging in his heart. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth. The continent isn't safe either. At least in the Taking Grand Province, there are numerous factions and countless experts who can fight the ancient giants. Here, there's only our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. A single ancient giant would be enough to crush us. So, we still have to move, and we need to recruit as many reliable guest elders as we can to secure our position. Fang Chen nodded slightly. There's no time to waste. Let's go. When they arrived at the teleportation hall, Fang Chen was about to use the mountains and rivers cauldron to refine some low-grade crystals. But the master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion took one out. Over the last 10 years, I've prepared 20 high-grade spirit crystals, just in case. I just never thought the day would actually come. Fang Chen put away the mountains and rivers cauldron. To the current Fang Chen, the master's cultivation level might seem lacking, but his meticulous planning and foresight still gave him the reassuring feeling of a reliable elder. After a brief pause, he took out a specially packed dragon marrow seed and handed it over. I was planning to give you this during the sect's opening ceremony, but things are urgent now. Master, please use this to make your preparations. The master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion took it and opened the container. His pupils contracted. Could this be? He sounded uncertain. Fang Chen activated his silent Zen technique and chuckled softly. You're incredibly knowledgeable, master, to even recognize a dragon marrow seed. It was amazing. The dragon marrow seed had been extinct for centuries, yet the master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion still recognized it. It must have been from all the ancient texts he'd scoured over the years, granting him knowledge far beyond that of an ordinary person. It really is a dragon marrow seed. The master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion was overjoyed, but he quickly composed himself. Do you have enough for yourself? After all, Fang Chen needed the dragon marrow seed to advance his cultivation far more than he did. If this was the only one, he wouldn't accept it under any circumstances. Don't worry, master. I have more than enough. On the day of the sect's opening ceremony, if the master's wife and your senior brother attend, they'll each get one too. The master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion relaxed slightly, then laughed. Don't be ridiculous. Fairy Kindlin has several promising suitors in the fire worship cult. Don't ruin her reputation with your words. Fang Chen gave him a sly grin. Fairy Kindlin is all the way in the fire worship cult, and yet you still know she has suitors, and that they're promising ones at that. The master's expression froze. This is grown-up business. What's a kid like you asking so many questions for? We're leaving now. He hastily activated the teleportation formation, and the three of them vanished on the spot. A short time later, the three of them reappeared in the teleportation hall of the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations. The young girl let out a soft sigh, her eyes filled with a sense of security. Finally, I'm home. That tyrant would never guess in his wildest dreams that she was actually Hua Wang, the #1 female prodigy of the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations. Bringing her back to the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations was a one-way ticket. There's no escape now. Heth, the Predator, is back in her own jungle. Bottom line, that tyrant can forget about ever taking her from the Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations again. HMPH. A ghost of a smile played on Hua Wang's lips as she thought, I played the meek little girl the whole way here. Now it's my turn to drop the hammer. You've come to my Sanctuary of Myriad Tribulations for a favor, and you're not even going to beg me for help. With that thought, she prepared to dispel the veil of mist from her face, ready to give the tyrant the surprise of his life. Just then a grim-faced elder in black robes appeared, storming toward the teleportation formation with 10 disciples in tow. They were all at the Nascent Soul level, and every one of them radiated pure killing intent. The absolute nerve, how dare Song Ling, you leave the sect without permission. And that disciple of hers, Hua Wang, snuck out right along with her. What if she has one of her episodes out there and causes some irreparable disaster? Drag them back here, they'll get 100 lashes from the lightning whip. Hua Wang's face went rigid, and a shiver ran down her spine. So much for sneaking out with her master. They'd been caught. The division head of the madhouse was here to drag them back. All thoughts of her grand reveal vanished. Terrified, Hua Wang quickly thickened the mist, hiding her face, and ducked behind Fang Chen. There's no Hua Wang here, she thought frantically, just a piece of collateral. The path of cultivation is littered with forgotten loyalties, but Master Chenjing turned it into an Olympic sport. One moment, he's too high and mighty to even call Feng Guchen master the next. He's groveling for the aperture, opening divine nail like a starving dog. The sheer audacity. This man thought being a true dragon was his birthright, while offering store pills as a sign of his generosity. It's absolute cinema. Fang Chen didn't just win a fight, he exposed a soul completely rotted by ambition. But this raises a cold, hard question for the road ahead. In a world where only power speaks, was burning a bridge to a venerable's disciple an act of noble integrity, or was it the single most strategically catastrophic mistake he could have possibly made?